here's my anecdotal experience. Okay, take it or leave it. Okay, maybe it doesn't mean anything. Okay. When you engage somebody in a conversation about your partner, and you start shit-talking the partner,
Okay.
in my opinion, the undercurrent of what's happening is in a way, you're almost inviting the other person to show that they're better than your partner.
What on
or you're
earth
at least trying to
is
make
going on in front of me?
Problems with your partner.
No,
That's like the undercurrent conversation that is being transmitted, whether
You're
aware
just
of it
so
or not.
cool with your
And
mouth.
one of the ways
Is that what you think?
Each other when they're cheating.
Nope, I have a
or if they're
dog,
like
dude. I don't know what you're talking about. Get away from me. Scary ass fucking vortex,
so let's say, like,
man.
I'm talking to a girl,
Weirdo.
and I see that, you know, we're hanging out at the office. I'm like, oh man, like, God, like fucking Melina, like never does the fucking dishes. It's so horrible.
This one's
Like,
cool
there's two
because
ways-
his
hold on,
paws
there's two
glow,
ways she can
dude.
respond. Either she can be like, oh yeah, that's horrible. Like I'm anal at doing dishes.
No,
I
yeah, he
always do
does,
dishes.
but he
Or she'd be like, oh, wow,
steps
like,
off
yeah,
the
that
air
sucks. Like,
with
she
these
sounds, like, really
glowy
lazy.
paws.
That's the
that's so
impression that
cool.
you're leaving with the other
Instead of
person, and that's,
giving
like, the
wings like a
subtext thing for me.
stupid cat.
And it's
Yeah.
Dude, did I
it's just
kill Egler? I feel
it's-
so bad.
No, you
Yeah,
just
I
have to go anyway.
I
I mean,
Oh,
I get it.
okay.
I get it. Like, I understand. But like, why can't it be
Dude,
like
I
you
thought-
ask some like a person
what
like,
is this
what do you most fight
Dude,
about?
I
in your
know,
relationship?
he's
And they
sick.
say like, oh, sometimes my partner
He's 213.
doesn't
He
do
is
this
shitting
and
his
that,
pants
that,
that he got
that
invited to
often,
this
and
right
like,
now.
yeah,
He
it
wants
kind
to
of annoys
do-
me
he's
too.
got
Blah,
the
blah, blah, blah.
stars
But like,
trinket from
that's
Jailer,
a
though. This
part
guy's
of
kinda
their
sick.
like kind of
Goated.
like, character, and you like deal with it. And like,
Kinda goated.
especially because most of the fights in relationships are
Dude,
usually
I
about, like,
want
minor stuff. At
your
least in my
lower
case.
key, Nick.
I had a girlfriend for like.
But I need.
Like
now,
16.
I do. I actually I want you to
most
kick it
of
down to
our
a
stuff,
15,
most
unless
of
you
our
need the
fights
16.
are, like, about
but
really
I
like, minor
need even
things,
a
like,
15.
You need a okay, whatever. But I need
Just, like, really minor
either
things.
you to tank it or DPS it.
like,
I don't care, but it
relating
needs to be a
to
melee
other people
stack,
in
and I need people
relationships
with
about
good
that feels
trinkets
kinda,
so
like,
they
comforting, I
can
guess.
give me
But
Tony's
do you
promise.
understand what you're doing?
if
You're
they get
finding
it.
Because
comfort.
normally,
You're finding
I really want
comfort
that
with
one.
another woman about the deficiencies of your
I will
woman.
fucking pump heal the
That's
shit.
it's like
DPS
it is the
I'm
most
okay
toxic
that
thing.
they are
I know they won't,
deficient.
but I
I'm
need them
okay
to
that
have
they
trinkets
are
so they
deficient,
can't.
though.
That's the
Like,
thing.
I'm fine with
Okay,
that.
that's
I
Because, like,
accept them,
I have a
I accept
feeling
their
like
deficiency, and I'm fine.
I'm gonna
like,
be bringing
solace
like a lot of people in
by
lower
talking
that
to
need
someone
lower
that
need it,
understands that it's
and
okay to have a
It
flawed.
means looking for.
All right. I mean, I can't talk out
They
of it.
might
I'll
have,
just
like,
say,
terrible
listen,
IO.
Be careful. You're
Yeah.
playing with fire, and yeah, it's.
Also, even a 15,
I
yeah,
really don't think I am, but okay.
No,
Like,
bro,
I'll
people used to
ask
do it
you,
in
like,
fucking
how would you
RuneScape.
feel if, like, you found out that, like, your wife is at work and she's talking to Chad
Nah,
Thundercock,
you
like,
strange,
bringing up,
bro.
like, yeah, like, you know, he's cool, but, like, I hate
Who
that
you
he,
talking
never
to
puts
like
his toilet
that?
down. Or, like, she's, like, venting
Yeah.
relationship
He's in
issues
a
to some guy at
Valorant
work
game.
about you.
No,
And they
bro,
have, like,
you're
a
like-
friendly
you're like
/ flirty
eight.
relationship.
Oh,
Yeah,
pretty close
I
though.
would kind of feel bad about that.
I'm not 8. I'm actually at 9
Okay.
and a half.
In your
actually,
perfect state of
Wait,
mind
really?
right
I'm
now,
actually
not
you
that.
would feel a little bad about it. Now imagine if you guys are having a huge
Dude, what am
fight,
I?
okay, and something serious comes up.
Password?
And now in the middle of that huge fight, you know, your wife goes to another room and now she's texting.
Holy
Is she
fucking
venting
TikTok,
about that huge fight to that
wow.
guy that she complains about relationship issues to? Like, is she like it's
Oh,
you're,
that's
you're
not
going
real,
down a road that is
Yeah.
so fucking destructive. But hey, listen. You know, I don't know. I do open relationships. I'm in an open one now, and I've been for 4 years. I've done a lot of
Holy
crazy shit with a
fuck.
lot of girls.
This is
I've had a
about
lot
to
of
be a
conversations with a lot of
great
people.
game.
That's just my anecdotal experience. When you start throwing partners under the bus, even for
Why they
minor
call it
things,
something
you're inviting yourself to just
fine,
a
it's fine,
whole
bro.
world of fucking insane problems. But you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe for other people, maybe you can do it responsibly. Maybe there's no problem whatsoever. You know, it is what it is. You know.
Yeah, I
Just-
mean, I would never do that to like with some like I would never talk to another girl that I like or anything like that, and like vent over my.
Sure, but I'm just saying people can get the people. It's real easy for people to get the wrong ideas.
That's
Okay.
I'm not
that's
seeing
very
you.
true. Yeah.
I have Melina
I'll
like
be
lightly
careful.
vented about
got
relationship
no
problems one
problem.
time,
Only 30
and
dollars.
the next day I have like an A-list or
I know.
B-list Hollywood actor blowing up my phone, calling me literally abusive on some like crazy random shit that she told him. Okay, like I've seen this happen at all levels of society with all sorts of
What?
different people. I'm just saying it's generally not a good idea, but whatever whatever.
Huh?
If you want to try it, go for it. You have to be aware that you are literally playing with fire. Okay, like
yeah,
absolutely playing with
yeah.
fire. Be careful. Okay.
I think you can do it responsibly, but you have to be careful though, and it cannot be about like huge issues, like huge fights, as well. Okay, that's all I got. And one more thing, you should play Enter the Gungeon. It's super fun.
I've already played it, but thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
now I get a proc
Oh,
after it.
are you gonna play Silk Song when it comes out?
Maybe we'll see.
Okay. Okay. Good luck.
Bye.
Bye.
Chipless, back in for the 27th time. What's up?
Yo, man, can you
Yeah,
hear
but
me?
I see you blasting her.
Bro?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you.
Why is my
Wait,
shit
bro,
being
can you hear
weird?
me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, you can. Sorry, give me 1 second. Let me get the stream. What are you in the 27th time? It's the third time.
I just want to play the
Third time. Okay. What's up?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you.
Alright,
I saw the interview, well, not the interview, the debate you had with Fuentes and Sneeko. And at one point, I can't remember exactly what you said, and I can't find the vote for some reason. But I think you told Sneeko that you couldn't be.
Nah, bro, like
Let's
just like
I guess you were also
holy like real
religious,
Coco
something
Melon
like that?
baby.
You remember?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, can you elaborate a little bit?
I think that people that say that like I'm spiritual or I believe in God but I have
bro,
no
just, like,
religion,
let 'em live.
I think
It's
they're
chill.
just lazy. I think
He
they're scared. They're
knows,
literally trying to
like-
extract like the easiest, nicest parts of religion without any of the difficult parts, and it's just the laziest, dumbest thing in the world to me. I just have no respect for it. I think it's really stupid.
that's so funny, bro.
But don't you
That's so
please,
funny.
like,
Dude, I tried looting because I thought this was
I'm gonna
doing
use myself as an
normal.
example.
Just like
So I'm
let him
Jewish,
live. It's whatever.
But I don't consider myself particularly religious when it
Ruh-roh.
comes to Judaism. But I still
I
think
don't.
of
I
myself
don't
as
understand.
ethnic-
Don't understand.
ethnically Jewish.
Restream's being
Ethnically,
stupid.
ethnically has nothing to do with the religion or whatever. That's
Yeah, I know. I'm just making like the distinction. But what I do believe in God, and
Okay.
there are certain aspects of the God I believe in, which correspond to what the
Entire.
how can I say the system that defines God that is Judaism, right? So
Entire.
I believe in an all-knowing God, for example, and that's like
Undertower, on rope.
but it doesn't make me a religious person, I don't think. And I can get the argument that you are just lazy, but that doesn't mean that
So-
you don't believe in God.
Oh,
That's what I like.
fuck.
It seemed like you were implying to
Holy
Sneeko that
pork.
he didn't believe in God because he wasn't religious. That's at least that's what I
Wait, what?
took from it.
Oh, that's not a dreadlord. It's a 2.
yeah, I guess I
big
just don't
guy
really
usually
believe
turns
it.
into
Or
a
I guess you could
dreadlord
say you
here. I
believe
was
it, but
so
you're like
confused.
living in perpetual and eternal sin, which makes me wonder if you really believe it at all as well. But
And it's all dead.
I mean,
why? Like, if you believed in God, why wouldn't you be making an effort to
Do you
strengthen
mean,
your
do you
relationship,
mean
get closer to
BDK
Him?
now, Nick?
Just walking around
I
going like,
do.
"Oh yeah, I believe in God,"
That's so hard.
but I don't have like any formal way of
It's
like
actually really
defining or
fun.
clarifying that relationship.
Just play that in bed.
I'm not sure. Are you talking about me or are you
It's
talking about
Like
it
anybody
does
in general,
twice as
like
much
that does, like
boss
why
damage
would you?
as Vengeance
It's a
does.
virtue
actually
signal.
double.
Like
Really?
Yeah, they have a really
as long
OP
as
2
you
set.
know
You
that
keep
you're not
dancing her
actually
up and up
connecting
permanently.
yourself, to go through your actions,
Oh,
like you don't
okay.
deceive yourself,
That's nice.
And you get
That's
2 of them at
problem.
once.
Like you can believe in God and be
So
perfectly
your
aware
damage
that
is
you're not-
huge. You
like-
have
then you don't really. Then
40%
do you really
variability
believe in
over
Him? How can you say you really have a belief then if you're not doing anything to like actually measurably strengthen that belief? Or strengthen that relationship. If you truly
Dude,
believe
it's
in a God that can
so
condemn you
it's
to
so
eternal damnation
misleading
or
trying to do
eternal
a 20
salvation.
Kara. Cause like I'll see people
Okay, yeah,
doing
that's
like
the thing, right?
they'll
Then
be
it
like
comes
23,
down to the
2400.
because
I'm like, bro,
Judaism
I don't know
in
if you're
Judaism
good
at least it's not
for
really
Kara. I don't know if you're good for
it's-
Kara.
It's so.
there's no disadvantage.
You might not be ready.
Not to like.
Might be out of your
There might
wheelhouse.
be like 15 ready.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna admit I don't know much about Judaism.
Like,
There's
bro.
no way that's true. There's no penalty for.
And then also, I'm realizing like having a rogue in the comp is so nice for times because you can like get all your shit and then do morose, do attunement, and then you can like actually just fucking shroud when you wanna and like
Yeah.
completely skip up until the maiden area, which is like super based, but
You can do crazy skips if you use Shroud and Invis pot.
Yeah.
It's like actually huge.
like not being able to do that fucking sucks.
Like if you wanted to, you
There are
can pretty much
exceptions.
skip
That sounds
to the
like
upper
dog
boss
shit,
and
and I
start
feel like
with
if I
the
dug
weapons
more into
spot.
Judaism, that wouldn't be the case. There's no
Yeah.
way that a Jewish person could live a life of sin for their entirety of their life and just have 1 year in purgatory and then they're good to go.
I want to do
Yeah, that's the
yards.
thing. There are
I need like a
exceptions,
better
and-
yard.
So, for example, Mr.
Need a
Adolf
solid
doesn't
yard.
get an
Need like a
issue in that
24
sense,
yard.
but they are
You
for,
can
like,
use your mic. It's okay.
people who have committed like the most.
Hey, where's Kai? Because I have this 22 Gambit. I know some of you fuckers need it. We can push this to a
I think
23.
he's out for the
Probably has
day.
to qualify, right?
What
Otherwise,
a
he goes to heaven.
bitch.
I know.
That's
You know what? It reminds me of that one time I bought him a trinket for 700k, and then he was like, when I needed him for Ragalon, he wasn't there to roll on it to give me my dagger. That feels
You
feels
better keep
bad.
reminding him.
That's the thing.
True.
Like,
I'm gonna keep doing that over and over and over and over
Yeah,
again.
forever.
Then you have to be religious. But there are certain
Hey,
religions
bro.
where you don't really
Worst
need to
700k spent.
Well, hold on, wait, just real quick. I'm sorry.
Worst
God
investment,
fearing,
NA.
Fear,
really.
in a religious sense, is usually synonymous with respect. Right? When somebody says you have the fear
You're
of
always gonna
God,
be like,
it
"Remember
doesn't mean
that
you're actually
time?"
scared.
Remember
of
that
it. It
time?
means you have
And
an
you'd be
awesome
like, damn,
respect
bro,
for it,
chill. I didn't
right?
ask
That's
for
what
it.
fear
I'm
means. So
like,
God
don't
fearing
care.
typically means you're somebody that
Okay,
respects
I
the
get
awesome
it.
power and reach and everything.
It
that he's
happened.
got.
I bought
It
that
just,
for you.
it's
Yeah,
hard for
I
me to
bought
believe that
that
somebody could truly
out of
believe in God and
Gluey's
not make
greedy
any attempt
hands.
to formalize the relationship. It'd be like
She was
loving
like,
a
she was
woman
hiking it up
for,
in
like, the
DM.
entire
She was
life,
like,
never
hey,
getting married.
Yeah,
500.
she was.
Oh no, I
No,
love
she
her.
wasn't.
She's like, the love of my
I'm gonna
life.
make him. I'm gonna make him think it.
Well, I don't know. You know, I have a really big love for it. No, it doesn't seem.
She was like, she saw 400k. She's like, I know you have more than that. I was like, okay, fine,
have
5.
no formalized way of practicing
Like,
or doing anything.
I can
They
give.
treat God as like a
Yeah, I got
meditation
more than that.
exercise. I'm like,
Okay,
well,
fine,
wait,
whatever.
what the fuck?
And I just
You're
dropped it
just
700.
meditating.
And she
You're
was
doing-
like, fine,
you're doing
that's
like Christian
fair.
yoga
I said,
is
okay, whatever,
essentially
dude.
what you in my opinion.
That's fair.
Yeah, I agree.
For my
And in
hard
that case,
work
I think that you
on
can
a
find
on a
a
trinket I'll
valid
never
reason for
use.
someone who believes
That's
Yeah.
fair.
that is not particularly religious. Like,
keep it
I
in
mean,
your
I
bag.
think we have like a fundamental difference, right? I don't think
I did
it's
like how
possible
everyone
for
thought I
someone
just
to
did it,
get-
just have it in my
Yeah,
bag for a
know,
bit. I was
yeah,
like,
just have it.
I get the point that you're saying that like
because like
I
I'm,
told me immediately. It was
Yeah.
like, no way. That doesn't happen.
I like immediately traded it to Kai. I was like,
Yeah,
okay,
he
there you
told
go.
me.
as black and white. But yeah, awesome. Just wanted to talk about that. Thanks, man.
Have fun, buddy.
Yep, I would want. Bye bye.
Not a lot of keys going on right now.
Yeah, no, I'm doing a +2 right now. It's pretty bad. It's a Valor farm kind of moment.
Yeah.
What?
I'm at the point where it's like I wanna do
First wave negativity.
gear farm, but I don't want to deal with idiots. Kind of like
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't want to.
Have your
Like
plans.
I want to do 15 farms,
Holy
but like
shit,
I don't
dude.
really want to deal with idiots right now.
Wait, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
that's fair. Especially
Loud
if you don't have a
and
tank
clear.
for it. That, yeah, you don't want to play with random.
Oh, okay, what's up?
tanks. That's
Box advantage.
So we all know chatters can become very parasocial towards
Nah,
you.
Kara's my
Just 'cause
last
that's the
thing.
nature of your
Lower
relationship.
Kara is my last one to be able
But
to actually
do you ever
get
find
a
yourself
portal
being
for everything.
parasocial towards chat? Like,
yeah, it would
do
be.
you ever find yourself watching a video and being like, "Man, I wish I could react to this with chat."
I'm missing workshop in both Karas. that's
It's
what I'm
not
saying.
like it's not serious.
I might take us
man.
and be like, oh, this will be funny to show chat later.
It
I
is
guess.
serious.
Does that
Like a
count?
bit.
Yeah, I
He's
guess.
stressing.
And if I can just kind of build off of that,
Yeah.
so like, so our first stream was like a song say that I think a streamer,
Bro, I don't play
the
RuneScape.
parasocialness
You should.
of chat goes both ways sometimes.
It's that
Do you
thing.
think majority of
I don't
big
want you, I don't want you
streamers
guys so like
get
confused
an
with that.
unhealthy
It's
amount
just like
of
a thing.
self-esteem / validation from their chat?
Yeah,
Dude,
it's
the
probably
Zoomer
not.
is not that
Yeah,
bad.
probably.
What's going on in that Valorant game?
Dude, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
because
They're
a lot
so
of people's,
confused
like,
about my name,
self-esteem
which
and
is
their
fair.
confidence and everything kind of like hinges
But
on
like,
What
you
is
do.
your name now?
Like they're 14.
Okay. And
They're
last
14.
question related
That's the
to
same
that.
name.
Oh, they're confused
Do you
about it,
consciously
really?
consider
Yeah,
the
but
amount of
they're 14,
time
so it
you're
makes
spending
sense.
in your own community?
Yeah.
Like, do you ever feel like
They don't know
you're
what
jerking
LFG
yourself
is,
out
bro.
too much by
Yeah, I know.
spending too much time in the subreddit?
They
or in
just
chat or
play
anything like
Valorant all
that?
their life. They don't fucking
No, considering my chat shit.
It's a hard life,
became
bro.
conscious like 2 years ago.
All right, well, that's all the things I had.
All right,
A hard life.
All right, thank you so much.
have fun, buddy.
Yeah, I would not want to live it. I gotta be honest. It's like, I don't know. Some people just started playing
What's up,
games with like competitive shit. It's bad.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
My new favorite trinket is, or not trinket, but my new favorite toy
1 second.
is this locket.
Dustin,
Forgot what it's called.
phone.
Kalitha's
You're my-
Haunted Locket. The Night Elf one.
Hello.
I don't even
Hello,
know about
hello.
this.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, I've had better days.
Basically just
but
turns you
it's
into
not so
a ghost Night Elf.
Well, where are we at? What's going on?
Oh, that's cool.
bad. So,
One of those.
Yeah, it's pretty tight.
that file I sent you.
Oh, both of us now.
So. Do you just want to do a full?
Don't
like,
you
quick
have?
PowerPoint
Don't I just
for you,
hate
or-
it when I see a
What
rogue
are you
and he's
PowerPointing
not
for me?
verse on a
I sent you
Soles?
in
Bro, you
Discord,
should
I
be
made a little
fucking
PowerPoint of
verse.
where we
Give me my
currently are
verse.
with our DGG live
Verse.
event.
Yeah,
and
you
Shadow
should give me
Dance.
my fucking verse. You shouldn't be
You're
crit.
talking about the change my
Oh my
mind thing,
god.
right?
I always,
Okay.
if someone needs a stat, I always just mess with my gear to at least give them it at the
Why do I
start.
need a
Like,
power?
I have
I,
a,
You don't need a PowerPoint.
stack,
I'll
I
just
can
read
just
it, but
figure around
pretty
what
much
it is.
some of this we've gotten down to a couple of different
What do you have
places.
now? Please tell me it's
They
like
just
Gambit.
fucked it up.
The main two communities have reached out to us for Texas A&M and the University of Texas at Austin. There's a couple others, but this is going to be way better than any other Change My Mind event because we'll be live and all of these things. Of course, you know this, but I'm trying to explain also to the chat. Hey, chat, by the way.
Yeah.
So in terms of what we
Holy
need,
job.
my boss just confirmed to me that he won't need any new equipment in the coming year. So I'm getting the switcher, I'm getting a couple of the cameras, and a bunch of other things. And so we won't have to pay for anything.
They nerf
essentially,
workshop
if we wanna
detonates.
Get better equipment.
Detonates like.
But I was wondering if you
Yeah.
wanted to do.
I feel like they nerfed it
for
because
those headphones.
I was
So
doing a
there's couple of different
22
options that
the
we
other
have.
week
first one
on
is
4. I
that,
mean, it might have been
I
just fort reasons.
Have a
I think
little
it is just
dongle that comes out of the
Like
switcher
that shit was
and
like
plugs
one-shotting
into
on
a
a
bunch of
22.
different,
Your
Like,
Ford does
3.5
that.
millimeter or
It's like
3
30%
cables.
more.
That's the first one. The second one is there's actually like a device that we can buy.
but like bolstering, I guess they don't die.
Sorry.
They die first.
So when
they
you
detonate.
do the switcher, everybody's audio will be exactly the same. If we buy this little device, it's like $75. You can individually like decide what volume you want your particular headphones to be at. So that could be a really good. That's
I
like the
really
main
want Tony's
thing.
Promise.
There's like
It's like, this is nice,
there's,
but a
couple
1-minute
people I've
CD
talked
is
to, the
fucking
campuses
nutty.
Who might be able to get us some of the last bit.
And it would save
stuff
me where I
first.
don't have to get Resonant Reservoir.
Yeah, true.
Volunteer.
'Cause it looks like it does it
so
more
if you go
output.
to either of these campuses, or when we officially release where we're going to be going, we need help with
that's
setting
like
up the tents, cameras, tripods, camera operators. If anybody in Texas, or at least in the Austin, College Station, Houston
Wow, that's
area,
a huge
want
difference.
to help out with being a camera op, you can. We need people to do promotions,
It is,
as well as potentially a photographer, since we take good photos, and we can have there as well.
You should wait for all the roles here that you need
Gold
potentially filled out. You
three.
should post in a subreddit, and then I can.
Gotcha.
buff it or
I'll do
whatever,
that.
just
What's
so
your
that-
step?
Let's see. Also,
Hello.
oh, you could also ask the club people if they have any of these resources on campus. They might.
Skytheon 101.
So one of the tricky things is, especially with any technology renting, and this is true at my school, it's true at all of the ones that I've reached out to so far, you can't use them unless if you're a student doing it for a class project. So that's the main issue I'm coming above. But again, we have all the cameras, the switcher, we have everything that we need. It's just a couple of like little things that would be nice. So I'll post on the subreddit and give
Just
people
going hard.
Yeah, we're doing some real keys.
Did you want to look through those topics, or you want to read them out for the different places?
Alright, so you're gaming.
At Texas A&M, we have the Democrats, the moderates, the Democratic Socialists, and the Public Policy Research Institute are all interested in helping us, but none of them can post us. So I'm reaching out to a couple others that are on that list that I sent you.
We need somebody to
I love
post
Jed,
this
I would
for
love
us to
you.
actually get on campus, right?
Not necessarily. If it's a public university, you could technically go on campus without an issue. That's how Stephen
yeah.
Chow was able to go on campus and just talk to people at
It's always
random.
something.
It is better for us to have a connection at the university so that we can get help with security or help with like them not wanting to take our stuff down. It could potentially happen. So at Penn State, there was a group that came on campus, and there was like a counter protest that came around them. We would want somebody to help kind of run interference for that, so that that doesn't happen. I don't think it will, but just in case, like getting help with security or helping fund maybe like our hotels or something while we're down there. That's the main reason why I'm trying to get these orgs, because we have plenty of volunteers so far, and with potentially more volunteers. So that's not the main issue. The main reason I want the clubs is connections to the university and help with security. I know that you said you'll be strapped, but first of all, I don't know if you can bring a gun onto a college campus. And second,
Oh, hey,
it would
listen,
be
it's
helpful.
Texas. Okay, you can. But
It is Texas, but it's especially Texas, UT, Austin.
yeah,
I don't think so.
yeah, I'm not seriously planning on shooting anybody. So some type of security.
Well, of course.
Okay.
At the University of Texas
Dude,
at
like-
Austin, we have the Texas Orator, which is actually a really cool org that's going to be involved with this because
Actually,
they
like, I'm gonna be silver, but I have
they
to
were
change the
a
mechanics, bro.
newspaper on campus that really were being silenced for free speech and stuff, free speech, and so they made their own like group, and so they're going to be able to help us out. They're actually going to get back to me this week. There's a couple others. Bridge Texas, if anybody's involved in that one, I really want to talk to them. Texas Votes, a couple other organizations. So those are the 2 campuses that we have. The other ones we've gotten a lot of responses from UT San Antonio, UT Dallas, and Arlington, which are right beside each other practically. The University of North Texas, and then the Lone Star College at Sci-Fair are all different ones that have reached out. The only, if you wanted to do 3, I would recommend UT San Antonio, just because there's been like
I still have to figure out.
Make you come back.
Yeah, San Antonio. If they're gonna put that much effort in, I mean, San Antonio is really good. And then whatever's closest to there, at least 2. Yeah, Austin is the largest university in Texas, right? UTA.
It's at least the largest at UT.
I have to figure out how to do the mic control in the
I think that actually might be the largest college in the U.S.
as I'm doing this run.
I want to say.
I don't know if I have to get them before the cooldown hits or if I have to get them.
You know, if you
according to what I have, UT has 40,000 undergrads and A&M has 55,000.
Gotcha. Wait, so where is A&M at?
A&M is in College Station, which is about like an hour and a half to 2 hours away from Austin. Gotcha. To the east.
Are we looking at that at all or no?
Yes, yeah, that is. So hypothetically, if we would want to go from if we were doing these 3, if we were including San Antonio, then we would probably want to do Texas A&M, then Austin, and then San Antonio, just because traveling is easier that way.
Welcome back to hell.
You better get ready to memorize every frontal and every dungeon.
That's a lot.
Not in the same day. This would be like a.
Okay, excited to move a lot.
Because you said you wanted to do multiple.
Yeah.
And then in terms of if we wanted to, the clubs are more than welcome to host this, but if we don't get clubs, we can do this on at the Uncensored America event, they did their tickets for dinner, and we could either do, we could get some people together to have dinner, or we could do like a meet and greet before the event, or something that we could maybe help fund this trip as well. We're not going full so-and-so who's putting Patreon towards their, we might have some opportunities for people who desperate and more one-on-one opportunity. So the next steps, I'm going to put down those 3 colleges as the 3 that we're going to for sure.
Oh, you're gonna have to relearn these.
I will send you the exact links of the audio solutions that I have in case if you want to do it. I can buy it. It's not a big deal. I just want you to say yes or no to that. And the only other thing is looking at the different topics, but I kind of want to wait for the topics until maybe a couple of weeks, a month before, because we want to publicize the event and what you're going to be talking about or what you're trying to defend. However, if shit hits the fan, that's couple of weeks, that's so far behind.
Okay.
You know I gotta
Listen,
make
I
sure.
trust you with everything. You're the guy. You can do it all. I believe in you.
Okay. I think that's all for that. And then I heard that you were talking to some people about doing an event in Miami. I sent you 2 different links of studios that are within the area. And the second studio is a large production studio event space or whatever, and it's pretty cheap, and they would have some equipment there for you. I would love to come down.
It's literally just your team's holding it back, right?
I'm not sure if you want to call it back into doing a conversation with some people. Like this was the
the
Eco versus
yeah.
Average Andrew Tate and Joker.
I don't know how separate I want that project to be yet. So.
Cool. And then the last
this
thing
guy's name is Andrew Tate.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Do you have any
Ask him if he's a top G.
or any interest in maybe doing that podcast?
Cola is your Maserati.
Wait, what was this again? Say this again.
So I listen to the stream a lot when I'm at work, and it's sometimes I don't know if it's that you walked away. Like, obviously, if you say you're going to be back, sometimes I don't know if you've walked away or if you're doing something. And so there's these long radio silences, and I was wondering if you were interested in having somebody, or me, or August, or whomever, take the clips from after your stream is done and like put it all together.
Oh yeah, I've heard people saying things like this, but like the demand for it is really low. Maybe someday, but right now probably not. But I'll think about it.
Find shelter.
Sounds good. I think that's the dude who was talking before, who talked about your relationships. You cannot do that to your partner, because what's going to happen, regardless of anything that was said in that other conversation, you're going to build so much resentment towards your partner when you have a yes man or yes woman speaking in your ear when you complain about them. So you can't do that. And then the other guy was talking about Judaism, and as I understand it, a lot of people within Judaism don't believe in an afterlife, so therefore they don't need to like have a set relationship with God,
Find shelter.
because there's the only reason that they believe in God is because, or do the things that God told them to do, is because God told them to, not necessarily because he's an afterlife. If you're interested in hearing any more about that, look up Sheol, and Zoroastrianism influenced Judaism in the 500 BCs.
Wow.
Why, buddy?
No, I mean, they did tell
Love
you.
like peace.
Are these guys really trying to place things without breaking the trees first? My robots are fucking stuck. If I throw grenades, is it gonna damage my construction bots?
I wish you could experience this right now.
You know who else complimented us a shit ton of our
It sounds great.
Destiny.
Oh,
The big
on
cheese himself, Destiny. Yep. You gonna
You're
go up against
14.
Destiny, Chad? Huh? DGG, baby.
Dude, that's like a
Say,
cheat code.
keep
The
defending
fuck?
us, bro.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're older than Jeff, right?
The Galaban boys, you want me to bring up that clip, huh?
There's our Beastmaster Hunter is actually just
You know
like
who else
completely
complimented us a
negating.
ton of our PCs, Chad? Destiny.
Oh, he's completely negating the
The
Cujo
big cheese himself,
charge,
Destiny.
like every
You
time.
can feign death it, yeah.
But he's
You can
always
feign
Up
death
against
or
Destiny,
shadow.
Chad?
he's always the first person, and he like every
Oh,
time
that's sick.
he's never been by him.
DGG, baby.
Never
What do you
done
want me
it.
to say?
But he's always the first one. He always negates it. There's never been anybody else, and nobody takes damage from it. It's actually super sick.
That's so good. Yeah, Night Elves can do it, Rogues can do
That's
it.
fine.
Hunters
That's
are
fine.
great at it.
Oh, fuck me. It's 9/11 time. It's 9/11.
Wait, this guy's
I'm just
Steven Hunter's
dialing
name
the
is
paper.
Dark Souls, Adam. His name is literally just Dark
Mark
Souls.
Cuban is being sued for an investment he calls as close to risk-free as you're going to get in crypto right before it all crashed.
I'm not trying here to say it's 100% risk-free, but it's as close to risk-free as you're going to get in the crypto universe. Create an account using the promotional code MAVS100.
Well, that didn't turn out so well. It turns out now you can use code SUETHEMAVS at checkout to
See if I
recoup your
can-
money. Now, is this a sure thing? No, but it's as close to a sure thing as you're going to get in the world of suing billionaires. Because fast forward several months after the Mavs jumped into this investment opportunity, the almost risk-free company Voyager declared bankruptcy and froze everyone's money.
Campaign in the world of crypto, Voyager Digital
Wait,
filed
what?
for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection just days after the broker suspended withdrawals on the platform.
Now, I reported on this a few months ago, how Voyager disguised itself as a low-risk business and used misleading marketing to make incredibly dumb lending decisions that some people would call doing a 2008. Now, because of that, a class action lawsuit has just been filed against Voyager and Mark Cuban. It claims that they both promoted
Dude,
a
what?
Ponzi scheme that cost a lot of people money. So today we're going to dive
Okay,
into
okay. So
what's
apparently I
going on.
tinker MC, and whenever I use the squirrel, it fucking
So to begin, the first thing you need to know about this story is that
It
this
u-
is actually the
it puts
second
it
class
on
action
me.
lawsuit against
Oh, on
Voyager.
you? Okay,
it puts
that
it on.
sounds good.
Yeah, it puts it on my
Almost a year
fucking
ago. It's called
corpse, and I even like target
Lawsuit.
shit.
The main allegation
I
in this
can't. It's not
lawsuit
like a hover
accuses
type thing.
Voyager of lying, which I know is a bit like accusing Ezra Miller of a felony. It's about as unsurprising as
You're
the
doing it,
sunrise, but plaintiffs accused Voyager of lying about claims of 100% commission-free trading.
I need to do
Voyager
that at a lower
advertised
key to
that
figure
when
out
you
exactly.
buy Bitcoin or Ethereum, there's no fees to do so, which obviously sounds very attractive until you realize that Voyager makes millions of dollars in fees despite having no fees. So how is that possible? Well, they make money on something called the spread. This is the difference in price when you buy and sell. This is how a lot of free brokers essentially work. Except in the case of Voyager, they had told people that they had a special technology saving them even more money called the Smart Order Router. According to their marketing, it identifies inefficiencies in the crypto market, which it then uses to, quote, get you a better price on your trades. Which all meant, according to Voyager, they only make money when you save them.
It's cute. This is
Yeah, I need to do that at a
what they're
way lower
describing
key
here
to
is
figure out what the
analogous in
fuck that's
world of
about.
Finance is something called payment for order flow. It's kind of funny. You give price improvement to customers in order to basically like buy and sell like big trades for them or whatever.
Hey Destiny, it's Ron Paul's birthday today. Can we all wish him a happy birthday, DJJ?
Stay away from lines.
This wasn't true. Allegedly, Voyager charges their users the highest premium on trades across all competitors. And quote, on all but one occasion, Voyager's prices were worse than whichever exchange they were compared to. So the only person this smart order router...
Hold on, sorry, YouTube retard. And you vehemently defended payment for order flow. Yeah, because there's absolutely nothing wrong with payment for order flow. But one of the things you have to show that you can get in trouble for is if you can't give price improvement to your customers. There's nothing wrong with payment for order flow. Actually, wrong. I'll go one step further and I'll say I do oppose payment for order flow, but it's not for the retarded reason that you do. You oppose payment for order flow because you think it's front running, because you don't know what either of those things are. I oppose it because I don't think there should be commission-free trading, because we need to put guardrails on to protect retards like you from downloading an app like Robinhood and losing all of your fucking money on stupid meme shit that you read about on
Did
social
they
sites.
change the
I do
path?
oppose
Because that's
payment for
never
order flow,
been that
but only because
far
I think there should be some
before.
friction relating to retail trading, because when dipshits like you can download any app and throw away all of your mom's fucking allowance onto whatever stupid fucking meme shit that you see on the internet.
One of the bots went like, there used to be like a perma-safe path on the right under the...
who think they have all the markets figured out and they don't
under the
understand
pipes
everything because they got into like frictionless free trading. And now they're like the most conspiracy-minded people in the fucking world.
Because like there used to be, it used to never get hit by any
was really Voyager. And in
any bot at all.
Destiny has terrible investment advice. Do not listen to this. Tyler Jones, tell me what I said was wrong before I permaban you. Go. Go! 99% of retail traders are losers in the market. Everybody knows this. If you are a retail trader, more than likely you are a loser. You have lost. You've lost your ass on retail trading and you've lost your ass on crypto. Frictionless trading has been a mistake. It's literally fucking dopamine hits. Frictionless trading is TikTok for people that think they know finance. That's all it is. There should probably be some friction involved when you go to do a trade, so you have to stop and think for more than the 2 seconds it takes you to mash the button on your cell phone to buy some fucking penny stock that, you know, some friend on Discord told you was a great deal.
Dispel.
Tell me what I'm saying that's wrong, Tyler. Go for it. ETFs and divvies. What are you talking? I tell people to buy ETFs all the time.
Wait, you see this?
ETFs are 80% of my portfolio. You're perfect.
Yeah, fucking Ninja Zerker.
It's not exactly surprising that Voyager was making money off trading fees, but it's how brazen they were about lying about it that was the problem. Voyager repeatedly advertised things like getting you to quote most Bitcoin for your buck with images of Voyager checking multiple exchanges for pricing, but this is allegedly false, and that's what lawsuit 1 is about. Voyager lied, people died. Okay, well, people didn't die. People paid millions more than they had to. But then next came the bankruptcy of Voyager, which we know a lot about. Their lending team basically acted like the generous of multiple bets and lost everyone's money on high-risk loans. And that all brings us up to lawsuit number 2 with our boy. The lawsuit basically says, hey, people lost millions, maybe billions of dollars because you said this was all close to risk-free, and it clearly wasn't. Now the plaintiffs are suing to recoup losses they claim are up to $5 billion, which I know sounds like a lot. I'm guessing this is so that they can negotiate later and maybe get a fraction of that in some kind of a settlement. But while there are a lot of things in this lawsuit that are similar to the first one, there are a few new things worth noting. Firstly, it came out in discovery that Cuban actually knew about the first lawsuit. And apparently, he even was worried about it, or wondered if he should be worried about it. Allegedly, he contacted the CEO, Stephen Ehrlich, about it, and clearly never communicated any of that or the risk to his fans. And the other big thing in this lawsuit is
they
that
really
it
have
accuses
an
Cuban
arrow like
and Stephen
that. They
Ehrlich
have
of
it
running.
on.
Hold on.
Like,
I'm not jumping back into this because I don't want to get. I don't like the kind of friction that closes trading and forces people to sell stocks they bought. If somebody is forcibly closing your position, that probably means the price was fluctuating too much and you didn't have enough collateral to hold your margin open, right? Any margin that you're trading on, and people were accusing that all of their positions were being forced closed by Robinhood. I don't think a single one of those things were ever proven. It was always people that didn't have enough collateral, that were trading on margins that were too big, that whereas prices were fluctuating and they got margin called, and your position being closed is part of the agreement that you make with any broker you trade with, and then them blaming some huge fucking conspiracy on what happened.
Daniel
Okay,
Phoenix.
people, your shit's not randomly being sold. Fuck off. Okay, stop. Stop.
Ponzi schemes where basically they were kept bringing in people to pay for the other people until it all imploded. Now, I'll leave it to you guys to decide whether this was a Ponzi scheme or not. But what I know is true is that Voyager definitely misled people, all the while claiming to be transparent and looking out for the customer, which to me is about as bad as it.
And so we're trying to make sure that we're so transparent about this. But transparency is really what leads us to being trying to build, the next generation of financial services companies. It's by being transparent about it. I'm sure like Craig, if it was quarterly financials, some of the things that they're talking about.
The friction you want should not be on ETFs and blue chips and long holding. Retail targets is going to be elected of margin under certain capital requirements. I don't think it's good.
Wow, apparently
this is like the overall,
overarching
philosophy.
Oh my god, bro! Like,
I don't like
weird.
gamification.
That was extremely.
When Robin was like, download our app, get 1 free stock, like blah blah blah, like that type of shit. I don't think that's a healthy mindset to be in. Because it's like. It's gambling, but somehow it's been made psychologically not that. People think they're not gambling, but it is. You're walking into a casino. It's actually not even like casino gambling, because in casino gambling you've got more than right? Like the house edge on a casino gamble is like, I think roulette is 40.5, or it's like 50.5 to 49.5 or something, or that might be the blackjack odds. It's all really, really, really close. But in retail trading, you're getting fucked way more. It's not healthy. And the worst thing too is at the very least, when it comes to gambling, those people aren't under any illusion that they're gaining some greater understanding of the system, right? A whole bunch of losers, shouldn't say losers. People will walk into casinos, get addicted to gambling, lose their money, and then come out and be like, man, I gambled, I'm a fucking retard. But the problem is with the retail trading craze, with the frictionless retail trading craze, these retards are walking into an app, gambling all their money, losing it, but now they're
Daniel Phoenix, 1213,
what up, boy? Broken, man. All these retail brokers and hedge funds, they're fucking they're killing us out there, dude. Like, it's a whole fucking conspiracy. No, it's not. You're just a retarded gambler. They got addicted to gambling, you lost your ass because you thought that you could do 2 hours of DD reading, and all of a sudden you're an expert trader ready to make millions off of the $50 margin account that you managed to scrounge up on Robin. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, the problem with the retail trading shit is that people, like, they get way too conspiratorial. They don't understand how any of the markets work. They run off at all this conspiracy shit. Just go gamble. Go to the casino and gamble because it's way better for everybody. It's better for everybody involved. Okay, it's better for everybody involved.
About might have gotten caught earlier, so it's important to us.
So yeah, it turns out they weren't transparent at all. And not only that, they used one of the most respected businessmen in the world to push their misleading claims onto millions. This is especially ironic given how Cuban talks about how the goal of this partnership is education and financial literacy.
It's the education that we want to bring.
Oh my god, that was the most experience I've ever been through. You know what people had to go through in like World War II?
Well, I guess it is fair to say that investors got an education, just probably not the one Mark Cuban was talking about. The whole irony here is that Cuban is always pushing the same
career,
trash
like I was
that
it, I could see motive.
Like on the one hand, he'll call metaverse real estate the dumbest ever, which to be fair, might be true. But then on the other hand, he turns around and gets caught in scam after scam. And at some point you have to ask yourself, when does he become responsible for what he says, especially when he's one of the most recognizable businessmen on the planet thanks to Shark Tank.
What I need is people to help
Mark Cuban speaks, for better or worse, and he is a terrible crypto investor, people still listen. So it's sad when he says things like this.
I'll click on him in the mail.
I'm so good at him.
Oh yeah.
It's only when it's like really hectic, like the blast ramp towards and workshop. Like there's just too many dispels, too many hatchings of like people, but
open a fucking bank account.
Dude, it's much easier with Melee.
I don't think it was a lot of paperwork 15 years ago. Am I crazy? I feel like you can walk in and out of a bank and have an account in like an hour. I haven't made a new one in a long time though, so maybe I'm wrong.
You said Iron Docs, correct?
Someone you're trying to teach your kids about personal finance. Believe it or not, this is actually a better way, and so that's one of the unique opportunities and why it's not too late.
That's right. Why fill out all that boring paperwork at a bank? when you can
Or you
lose
just
all
do it
your money
online.
instead
Yeah, true.
for a valuable lesson in personal finance. Of course, I'm hoping that if the fans actually win this lawsuit, it's a lesson in personal finance that Mark Cuban won't forget either.
Are you serious?
Watch your
Me and Des came here thinking that we could just run this on a Netflix.
In May of 2017, Mr. Beast.
Stop.
run.
Man, I should have just swapped to Rogan so to fuck around for a while.
Watch your
Thank you. Did you go to Grimrail, Dream?
That's it.
Huh?
You went to Grimrail.
Oh, did I actually?
White names.
Oh wait, yeah, I'm in Grimrail, yeah.
Enjoy your final moments of freedom.
watch your
Because when I come back, you're out of here.
run.
Back vanished to the closet.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
Oh yeah, I see you. Yeah.
I was up right one all the time.
Oh, the mage is rich. That's cool.
Oh, there you are.
Watch your
Godly, I've not been here in a while.
Just slam it in there when you're ready.
watch your run.
What was this on?
An 8.
Oh.
You know, Nick, I was waiting for the shrouded guy to spawn.
I know.
Phase 2.
Explosives.
Empower.
Run out.
Dr. Z White name.
Run.
Okay,
Keep
B
moving.
just pumping.
Finally. Jesus.
Dude, I actually got a lot of procs right there.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Run out.
God damn, bro. I literally just could not get out of anything on that one. I got the most unfortunate dance, but alright. Get out.
Ooh, God.
Yeah, but you better karma and stand in that fire, bro.
You dare me?
Yeah. Yo, if you want to, you can karma taunt and then I'll taunt back. That's what you can do if you want to. I'm okay with it. I played monk.
Karma damage?
Dude, I'm telling you that you can actually do it.
Oh my god.
Legit.
You can actually stand in the fire.
Yeah.
That's
You
fun.
know how karma works in PvP.
Oh, I know how it works in PvP.
Yeah, same shit. You can do it, you can taunt the boss, and then I'll taunt back after the karma's broken.
That is fuck.
I'm serious, I'll do it. Most tanks will hate you. I won't hate you though. I'll let you do it. Just let me know when you're taunting something, and then maybe I'll get it.
Yeah, let me find it.
You should go find taunt, yeah. Get those shit down somewhere. I'm serious.
Empower.
Oh fuck.
You got blade storms, but yeah.
Watch your
I was looking for it.
Yeah, I know.
Distracted me. Yeah.
Yep.
Nick, this is the most explosives you're ever gonna see me get in a dungeon, by the way.
Yeah, I think you've gotten more in this dungeon than you've gotten ever, like combined.
Like in that all the 20s.
So you're saying I
we
could
did
taunt
this
him right here?
When you have karma up maybe, but
watch your
Oh yeah.
I have that button up, bro.
Thought I had it up. Oh no. That could have been catastrophic.
They could have, I'm glad you said that. Just let me know which one you're taunting. I have taunts up in 4 seconds.
Yeah.
What's your
First time sub.
The big guy?
I'm a broke tier 1 sub.
Shit. Stand in the fire. I taunted the back instantly, just go stand in the fire. Until you start taking damage, I get out.
What's your
I was too ready for it.
I've got 2 all the white losers.
We'll work on that, don't worry.
We're gonna get good at it.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, look at your karma damage. It added 27k.
Listen to me, I'm not even real. Why the fuck are you
standing in
listening
the
to
fire.
me? Are you a sheep? How?
Yeah.
Fuck you and fuck whoever pooped you out. I hope the corn syrup ruts are
I mean,
spine
there's a
Josh look
mechanic
at the
to say
time.
that
Need
it's
to
the
take
end,
your
so.
medication. I love the Antichrist. You love the Antichrist. We love the Antichrist.
I'm not sure if that was my shiv that worked or.
No, that was the mage.
Phase 2.
Okay, cool.
Barrel, 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 barrel,
Yeah,
barrel,
I was
barrel,
just
barrel,
gonna say,
barrel,
shit,
barrel,
for
barrel,
that
barrel,
moment.
barrel, 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 barrel.
I looked at the mage and I saw the shield on him, so he's close.
Run out.
Bro, there's no fucking shot.
What happened? Hold the first one for a sec. Hold it.
Check.
You really did 9/11, don't you?
Yeah, just
Get even heard.
let all these guys group up.
Think long and deep.
You know,
Don't think about
I'll
it.
let somebody
There's
else.
a lot of
I'm so
explosives
done.
that work.
I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm tilted as fuck, bro.
Yeah, B,
You
you
got
have
more?
to deal with that.
We hit the target cap, so next ball. I'll bring him
One
over
C
a
chat.
little.
Good.
Wait for that guy in the back to path back. It's gonna take a while.
HYRPK Orange Jacob NWCNS TKHJY Ginham
Yeah, go
HVTJW
for it.
QFHG Void GHCCon RJB double UCLLG GDBD RJ GDCC
And I'll grab more. I'll grab more. Hold the third
AKG
one.
and Block
You gotta get it
CSLB
between
on
these two
GH
things
Riz
and let it run through, because
WQWZ
otherwise it'll just
LGW
explode on them.
BDKGH Yacht WTD UHG Ozl OJ TH OGXBS
You can just line it up right now and I will line them up for it.
Dude, that's like it's like trying to line it up for 8-ball on your phone.
Yeah. I gotta get the whole pack, hang on.
I hecking love the Antichrist. Devil take my soul. Devil take my soul. Devil take my soul.
Alright, I got him lined up. If you got it between the things, then you're good.
I'm getting my Tony's promise back.
Oh, it's lined up. Yep, it is.
Yes, sir.
They're pretty generous with it, honestly.
Yeah, because that definitely.
You just gotta try a little bit.
Nick, this is the best Tony's promise proc you'll ever see.
Yes.
Empowered.
What's your
Beware. Beware. Oh. No, 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 no. Beware. BW.
What's your
Beware. Working for the F by a go.
run?
42 F900 72,780 CD 6,246 A1 Deb 0698 605 420 B108 03 F1 C6 FB 2,568 9 AC 4,166 C0 02346 DB 380 BB 263 B230 461364561 681529 C2 BB 7 F9 X 640 6E08 E09 D97 F
Pop spirits so that you
066
spread your fucking stacks of the train shit. And then you just call them a proc and then you kill everything.
Jabba jabba jab jab
If your clones literally do the only hard
jabba
part,
jabba
which is spreading that debuff around.
Job. Job. Open the jabba jabba jab 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 button banana. Open the jabba jabba jab 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 job. Job. Open the jabba jabba jab 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 button banana. Open the jabba jabba jab.
Watch orb. Run.
Is Nico getting tips from best timing? You can chance take the helping hand.
Sweet fries, what I did.
Yeah. Love that.
Oh.
Phase 2.
Flash, cast, resuscitate.
No more being white name.
Wait, can we do that? Wait.
Run out.
How fast that actually is. To realize that I survived. Hold on.
Sire 26 QD 623 VGI1 OCGX RHI Wafun I-34 dot QDix KVMDA ML 6XLF Jimmy Pico 7 Ma MXCYB LDS H7 and V dot BDGH DKSD for your SBA LMG and JQR5 GOB3X 2Q LXUD7Q and ZZ53 OL1Q MPS 6H and off 9QU if CB2 ICR 6A 3XD 7PL MQU5X JM525 FB.
Bro, that's my crypto wallet.
No, it's not. It's not breaking. Oh my god.
I lost my pistol shot probably.
I am seeing through the walls. I know who did 9/11. I am the one who sees, the one who bleeds, the one who eats cheese. Focus, Chad. 1. Potato, 2 potatoes. So many cute potatoes. All look so round. Count them. 3 potatoes. 4. L. 1.
Wow. This is why I hate Tony's promise.
Yeah. Iron Docs needs like... Iron Docs would probably be perfect if they either nerfed a few of the mobs at the end or added like 2 minutes to the timer. Like, it doesn't need much.
I think for...
Because
I feel like I'm an okay factor now. I think I'm just going to watch the rest of this and then I'll see the questions that they ask.
Don't you like the
Because now I'm kind of curious, are there any smoking guns?
It's really sexy. But what I really love is Andrew popping 80k on the last boss. That's what I'm looking for.
Is it all just going to be basically like, well, isn't this weird, or isn't that strange, or isn't this... That's what I'm curious.
The final argument against the incompetence theory is offered by researcher Nafiz Ahmed.
We try to explain it by using the incompetence.
Seeing Andrew on Lords of Dread was actually ridiculous.
Yeah.
That was fucking
that's not fair.
No, that's good though. That's exactly what that class should do.
That there would be some kind of reprimand.
Exactly right.
Would be downgraded, or they would lose their jobs, or something would have happened to correct the situation. But we find that there has been no such reprimands at all.
Not only that didn't happen, but the opposite took place. After 9/11, most of the high-ranking people involved in this catastrophic failure were either confirmed to their posts or promoted to higher levels. Condoleezza Rice, who had misrepresented the information the government had on the attacks in a sworn testimony, kept her post as National Security Advisor and went on to become Secretary of State in the following Bush administration. General Eberhard, the NORAD commander who didn't think of recalling the war games as soon as he knew his country was under attack, was chosen to lead the newly created U.S. Northern Command, which the Department of Defense has termed the nation's premier military homeland defense organization. Donald Rumsfeld, who acted more like an estranged passerby than the Secretary of Defense, kept his post at the Pentagon and began enjoying the largest increase in military spending after the Vietnam War. Richard B. Myers, despite the total breakdown under his leadership, was promoted to chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest military post in the country. On September 13, confirmation hearings were held for General Myers, as if nothing ever happened, while people were still being pulled alive from the rubble at Ground Zero.
Hey everybody, FP here.
While at the Pentagon, the military appeared completely aloof from the events unfolding. At the White House, the coordination activities seemed to be concentrating under the firm authority of Vice President Cheney. In fact, the so-called NORAD tapes have revealed that the White House had ground-to-air missiles of their own.
You probably want to save it for living, but
make sure that the center does not have anything above our airspace. Also, the Secret Service is going to start shooting at anything in the air.
I'm going to show you everything you need to know to
do big damage
this
on
next
mechs
fight on
and
the high
workshops
key, you
using my
probably want to
team's
save it for
anti-personnel
when you
scroll
get
and mind
knocked
control
down.
attacks. Not only
This
is the
exchange,
strategy
which took
incredibly
place
fun,
around 10
but it
a.m.,
does
sheds a
more
whole new
damage
light
the
on
higher
the
you
You
go.
get pounced on, then boom,
Damage
you just
scales
go.
with key level.
Just literally
First,
chilling.
I'll cover the mechanics of how and why this
Yeah, that's
technique
actually a
works.
good idea.
Second, I'll discuss how to pull this technique off using my custom weak aura linked in the description below. And finally, I'll go over the risks involved with using this technique. You definitely want to stick around until the end, because as fun as this is to do, if done incorrectly, you can easily wipe your group and brick the entire key. So how is it that we can do massive AoE damage with mind control? The Mechagon Tinkerer is a mob you can find in 4 packs throughout the dungeon. It has 2 abilities, Giga Wallop, which is just a targeted cast, and Summon Anti-Personnel Squirrel, which chases a random hostile enemy and detonates underneath it. If you've run this dungeon before, you've probably seen the white swirlies on the ground that your team has to dodge. If you mind control the Tinker and cast their Summon Anti-Personnel Squirrel yourself, the squirrel becomes friendly and acts as if you summoned it. Summon Anti-Personnel Squirrel has a 15-second cooldown. So if you run my weak aura that tracks the cooldown, you can easily mind control the Tinkers multiple times for big damage. The Tinkerer will recast the squirrel as soon as it's off cooldown, so you have to mind control her before you see the ability come off cooldown. So what's the best way to pull this off? The first pack you'll encounter in the dungeon with Tinkers is the pack immediately after you kill the second boss, Cujo. 2 Tinkers will spawn and both will start casting Giga Wallop. You want to immediately mind control one of the Tinkers and cast Summon Anti-Personnel Squirrel, which is the second action button from the left, so it will correspond with whatever hotkey you have bound to your second ability.
See, that's why
Once
I'll
the
let you
cast
taunt that I was
finishes,
playing
hit
Monk and I always
escape to
wanted to
cancel
do
your
it.
mind control. If you immediately mind control
Can
the
you para
second
the
Tinker,
bird?
you can
Or
also
we got
cast
him
its
cheating.
Anti-Personnel Squirrel, but if you wait
Have
too
para
long for
ready.
the second mind control, the Tinker will cast that one as a hostile squirrel. Once both are cast, you want to track the cooldown and mind control the original Tinker right before the Summon Anti-Personnel Squirrel comes off cooldown for a second cast, and immediately swap to the second Tinkerer.
Oh, you can
so
just
that
block
all
that?
sounds amazing, right?
Okay.
You like big damage. How could it possibly go wrong? The first drawback is both you and your team are left incredibly vulnerable while you're channeling mind control. You can't heal yourself or any of your allies, and breaking mind control acts as a taunt, so the Tinker will come running toward you. Breaking mind control has an interesting interaction where if the tank taunts back, there's a good chance that the Tinker will come after you again after a few seconds. If you plan to mind control both Tinkers in this pack, it can be very risky. Saving Personals, Guardian Spirit, and Fade might be a good idea. Being able to pull this off while reducing risk takes practice. Second, the Anti-Personnel Squirrel targets a random hostile target, and the range is very large. I'm not sure exactly how large, but it might be up to 100 yards. This means for the second Tinkerer pack right before third boss, the squirrel can target the little bots in the maze and effectively do nothing, or even charge at the boss and pull it accidentally. Similarly, on the last platform, the first Tinkerer squirrel can charge up to the last pack right before the boss. So generally speaking, the 2 Tinkers in the first pack are free damage as long as you can live them, but the other packs are much more risky. If you're running a Warlock, you'll generally want to skip the last pack before the last boss, but if you have to pull this pack, you'll get a lot of work out of the last Tinkerer. Just be careful, since that pack can also require a lot of healing and dispels. While we're on the topic of the Warlock skip at the end, you can Mind Soothe the closest mob to the gate to help prevent any unwanted pulling while people take the gate. And finally, this technique is risky if your group gets used to mind controlling squirrels and always assumes they can stand on the swirlies. When I'm playing with people in voice, I tell my group to assume each squirrel is bad unless I tell them otherwise. This squirrel tech was around back in BFA, and many priests use it, but since priests weren't serious contenders in the push meta, we never got to see any crazy innovation with this strategy. It might be possible to pull the Tinkerers into bosses, or pull large trash onto bosses and use the Tinkerer much like Necrotic Wake Fleshcrafters were used. I'm excited to see how it develops over the course of the season. Let me know how much damage you're doing with your squirrels, or any funny stories of squirrels gone wrong in the comments section below. Don't forget to grab the squirrel tracking weak aura in the description below. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the comments section or while I'm streaming here on YouTube or over on Twitch. If you enjoyed this video and want to see more like it, consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
I just pop AMS, and I pop Vampiric Blood. I had more defensives if I needed them.
Garland is speaking in 30 minutes. Oof. There's a path forward.
It's almost +3.
Commissioner Romer then tried to suggest a different solution.
Was there another line of communication between the vice president and you said you saw Mr. Richard Clark on your way in? Was Clark running an operations center as well?
Are you shitting me right now?
Dick was in the
situation room.
So there was a situation room making decisions about what was going to happen on shoot downs as well as the PIs?
I don't believe they were making any decisions. I think they were more information gathering from various agencies.
Okay.
Could it have been in the situation room where somebody in the situation room recommended the shoot down and the vice president agreed to that?
That'd be so good.
Commissioner Romer, I would assume that a decision of that nature would have had to be made at a much higher level than the people who were in the situation room.
Yeah, I'm not the
Unable to resolve the discrepancy, the 9/11 Commission took a series of dramatic steps. Firstly, they simply excluded Minetta's testimony from the final report. In the 560 pages of the report, Norman Minetta is mentioned only once, in an unrelated circumstance. His presence in the PIOC is never even acknowledged, and the video segment you have just seen has been removed from the Commission's official website, and it's no longer available.
We need at least one. We need to get you one.
Secondly, the 9/11 Commission
Is it kind of sounds like the dude just didn't 100%
Now the
remember
real
who was
question
doing
is,
what.
do I try to
I
put
mean, I
my
guess we
19
can
lower?
read into that if we
That
want, but like,
sounds-
what is this guy,
what
the
the
Department of
fuck?
Transportation or
Sounds
the Transportation
terrible.
Secretary?
It sounds awful.
Cheney's
plug a
arrival
10
in the
lower. You
PIOC
don't even do
to
that.
after the Pentagon
I
had
don't
been
want
hit.
this key anymore.
From the final
It's a
report, we
curse.
read, the Vice President entered the underground tunnel leading to the shelter at 9:37, which is the same time the Pentagon was hit. The Commission stated that Dick Cheney remained in the tunnel for more than 20 minutes trying to complete a call to the President, and that he only entered the PIOC at 9:58. Why would the Vice President spend more than 20 minutes in a tunnel trying to make a phone call when the PIOC is fully equipped with all kinds of telephones has never been explained. As a third step, the Commission moved the exchange with the young man to after 10 o'clock and rewrote it in order to reconcile it with the official version. From the final report we read, at some time between 10:10 and 10:15, a military aide told the Vice President and others that the aircraft was 80 miles out. Vice President Cheney was asked for authority to engage the aircraft. The military aide returned a few minutes later and said the aircraft was 60 miles out. He again asked for authorization to engage, and Vice President again said yes.
I actually
In summary, the window of time Minetta described as during the time of the plane coming into the Pentagon had become 10:10 to 10:15 in the Commission report. The 50 miles out reference by Minetta had become 80 and 60 miles
Dude, I have
out in the
33%
report. The
crit,
30 miles out
25%
and 10
verse.
miles out mentions by Minetta were
That's
removed,
pretty good.
and the unspecified order by
Really
Dick
good,
Cheney
actually.
to the young man had become a straightforward shoot-down order. And now that the episode had been moved to after 10 o'clock, the Commission could maintain that the exchange Minetta had witnessed was referring to Flight 93 when the shoot-down order was already in place, and not the flight that hit the Pentagon. There was only one problem.
Because the argument that is trying to be made was that there was a shoot-down order for the Pentagon plane and that plane was actually shot down. Is that the...
Probably a trinket I'm gonna be using.
Is that the argument that the guy's trying to make or whatever? They're trying to cover up the fact that that plane was shot down?
With this version of the events,
How much
Norman
weapons
Minetta
is
had to be terribly confused of his recollections, as he could not have been with the Vice President in the PIOC at the time the Pentagon was hit.
That's okay.
To support this theory, the debunkers point at a statement by Minetta who said he arrived at the White House while it was being evacuated. Since the official order of the evacuation came at 9:40,
Or that there were orders not to shoot down the Pentagon plane? Because they wanted the plane to crash, I guess?
45 contend the debunkers.
You guys have the same
Minetta
gear.
could not have been with the Vice President in the PIOC
Oh, they're
at
on
the
me.
time the Pentagon was hit.
Targeted.
But in the same deposition, Minetta also stated that he arrived at the PIOC at about 9:28.
The argument is that the orders didn't come until all the planes already crashed intentionally so that they would be able to crash.
Nick, how far do you think I have to drop
So it's
my
presumable that he was referring to the people who had already started leaving the White House before the official order of evacuation was given. In fact, at 9:52, CNN reported that a slow evacuation of the White House had started some 30 minutes earlier, much before the official order was given. Furthermore, a Secret Service timeline compiled by the 9/11 Commission staff shows that the 30 miles out and 10 miles out calls came at 9:31 and 9:34 respectively. This clearly places the exchange Mineta witnessed before 9:37. At the same time, the main problem with placing Cheney's removal from his office at 9:37 is Dick Cheney himself. On September 16, 5 days after the events, Cheney stated on Meet the Press that he was taken into the bunker shortly after the second tower was hit, which happened at 9:03.
He turned on the television and watched for a few minutes and then actually saw the second plane hit the World Trade Center. I talked to the president while I was there over the next 7 minutes watching developments on the television, and as we started to get organized to figure out what to do, Secret Service agents came in, and they hoisted me up and moved me very rapidly down the hallway, down some stairs, through some doors, and down some more stairs into an underground facility. And they did that because they received a report that an airplane was headed for the White House.
There are also several highly credible testimonies that placed Dick Cheney's removal from his office shortly after 9:03. ABC News quoted White House photographer David Borer saying that just after 9 a.m., Vice President Dick Cheney was in his West Wing office when 2 or 3 agents came in and told him, "Sir, you have to come with us."
Agents came inside the office and said, "Sir, you have to come with us."
The New York Times reported the same story. At 9:03 a.m., as Vice President Cheney was staring at the TV screen, the second hijacked airliner exploded against the Twin Towers. At that moment, the Secret Service grabbed him and hurried him down to Piak. Richard Clark, in his book Against All Enemies, wrote that soon after the second tower was hit, Cheney began to gather up his papers.
Defensive.
As I left, I counted 8 Secret Service agents ready to move to the Piak. President Bush's secretary, Ashley Estes, stated, "As the second plane hit, it didn't really click exactly what happened. Then I heard a noise, like a body bumping a door. I looked out into a hallway and saw the Vice President with the Secret Service.
Yes, sir, I
They
believe
kind
so.
of lifted him up and were running with him.
Next
At that
paycheck?
point, it definitely registered what it was.
High chance.
Former Undersecretary of Defense
That is not.
Eric
No,
Edelman
dude, I'm
testified, "I
camping
was
so hard
already
right
down
now.
in the Piak with the Vice President when we got word there had been an explosion." Even after 10 years, Dick Cheney has not changed his story one bit.
As we watched, we saw the second plane strike, and then we knew it was a terrorist attack.
Defensive.
Then my Secret Service agent, lead agent, came.
I really hope they talk about the facts of this instead of just a bunch of random points. So I think the goal. So now I understand, and now this. So
We've got 30 more seconds if you want to.
my original hope was going to be that they would list out some facts that are contrary to the original narrative, and then we'd basically go on a fact-finding mission using different sources from probably internationally around the world,
Defensive.
based on what the Al-Qaeda said, what Bin Laden said, what the official reports say, and then we try to get to the fact of the matter. But it sounds like this is like it's going the less interesting route, where the goal is basically to just show as many what it thinks are plot holes in the official story as possible. Like, oh, well, he said he was here at 9:37. It was actually here at like 10:02 or whatever, or like this couldn't have been this because they said this or whatever. But there's not going to be a single shred of evidence pointing towards a conspiracy. When I say conspiracy, I don't mean like conspiracy, I mean like a plan or a plot. There's not going to be any evidence of that. It's just going to be a bunch of like, well, you know, he said this was here, but this guy said this, and they were off by 10 minutes, and blah blah blah. So at the end of the day, there's not really anything I can say other than like maybe somebody misremembered, maybe somebody got a time wrong, maybe. But then on their end, it's going to be like, well, no, actually, there was a plot to intentionally have the planes crash into the World Trade Centers and Pentagon. But they have absolutely not a single shred of proof of that. So it's just like, but I don't know. We'll finish watching. Maybe some other stuff will come out we can research.
He was smart going for scatter traps because I was doing that.
Bursting through the door of my office and said, "Sir, we have to leave now."
While all these testimonies clearly placed Dick Cheney in the Piak by the time the Pentagon was hit, the 9/11 Commission has admitted that the 9:37 entry time by Dick Cheney in the tunnel was based on alarm data, which is no longer retrievable. And, most important of all, Mineta himself recalls being with the Vice President by the time the Pentagon was hit.
So then someone came in and said, Mr. Vice President, there's been an explosion at the Pentagon.
In the course of time, Secretary Mineta has never changed his story, repeatedly confirming both the location and the timing of the event.
Then all of a sudden, so I was talking
like
to him,
West Side lost his cable.
Oh yeah, he lost before it even started.
They locked in in Philly, us too soon.
Well, somewhere between
Dude, if FlyQuest win, man, I would be so happy. If they won that series,
about that time,
that would make my year.
Find shelter.
We just had a confirmation from Arlington.
Like, the only person on TL I want to see succeed is actually Whippo.
American Airlines plane go into the Pentagon.
That the exchange Mineta witness was referring to the plane that hit the Pentagon should be beyond doubt at this point. But we still don't know what was the order given by Dick Cheney to the young military, whose name turned out to be Douglas Cochran. In 2010, some researchers tracked down Mr. Cochran and asked him to clarify what the orders by Dick Cheney were. Mr. Cochran confirmed being the person involved in the exchange, but declined to elaborate. He simply stated that everything that happened on that day has been well documented. The 9/11 Commission report is the authoritative narrative on the events of 9/11. I have nothing to add. In fact, it turns out that in 2004, the 9/11 Commission did interview Douglas Cochran, military aide to the Vice President, on the inbound aircraft and on the shoot-down language used. But his interview has been withdrawn from public access, and to this day, it remains classified. While we wait for that document to be declassified, we can piece together the information we already have. 1. The sky over Washington is Class Bravo, restricted airspace. It's called Prohibited Area 56. In order to enter it, an airplane must have clearance from air traffic controllers, active two-way radio communications, and its transponder must be on. Otherwise, it's to be considered hostile and it could be shot down. 2. As explained by former Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, in a time of crisis, the Washington airspace goes into an actual lockdown.
Would do what is being done, and that is closing off the entire airspace.
Bro, that shit's so fast.
In effect, the whole Washington area is a no-fly zone, so that any planes that can't identify themselves and get into that are to be shot down.
3. The White House had ground-to-air missiles of their own.
Hello there, Washington approach. Make sure
the
that
first
the
one did
center
work.
does not have anything above our airspace. Also, the Secret Service is going to start shooting at anything in the air.
This is actually so good.
As the unknown...
Is that the only thing that it has for that? Because Secret Service shooting at anything in the air could theoretically just be referring to small arms fire, right? It doesn't necessarily refer to SAMs or anything. Unless somebody has any other piece of information. That seems a little bit like a stretch to just assume that means that, unless you have reason to believe.
Mana does get rough in long games, though. I just picked both their picks, now I can heal it.
It wouldn't surprise me if the White House did have some sort of like anti-air capabilities. Like if it came out, they do. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But I feel like just
Stay
that
away from lines.
audio clip alone could have meant shoulder-mounted missile launchers, Stingers.
I think I just have to look away from this game now.
Or other small arms, possibly. I don't know.
An airplane was approaching the protected airspace. It had no clearance from air traffic controllers, no radio communications active, and the transponder was off.
He said we're tracking an airplane coming in, but the transponder has been turned off. So we don't have any identification on the airplane. We know it's coming in fast.
A representation of the FAA radar scope based on information obtained by 2020 shows the plane headed straight for what is known as P-56, Prohibited Airspace 56, which covers the White House and the Capitol at a speed of about 500 miles an hour with no radio contact whatsoever.
It would be unprecedented for a commercial plane to come screaming through your airspace at that kind of speed, unidentified, without making some type of communication.
This made it a perfect candidate for a shoot-down, especially after two towers in New York had already been hit by an airplane. 5. The Secret Service had known about the incoming airplane for the last 30 minutes, so it's presumable they would have been ready to shoot it down if it became necessary.
One of them approximately 30 minutes out, one of them approximately 45 minutes out. So we knew we had some time, but little time.
Our supervisor picked up our line to the White House and started relaying information. We have an unidentified, very fast-moving aircraft inbound toward your vicinity.
Despite all this, no one moved a finger as the unknown threat kept rushing towards the Capitol.
Dispel. Someone came in and said to the Vice President, there's a plane out about 50 miles out.
That's the one nearest us. Got closer and closer. 6 minutes out, 5 minutes out.
The same person said to the Vice President, Mr. Vice President, there's a plane 30 miles out.
The Washington controllers came up on the speakerphone and started counting down 10 miles away.
The young man said, Vice President, the plane's 10 miles out. Do the orders still stand? And the Vice President sort of whipped his head around and said, of course they do.
AOE
9 miles from the White House. 8 miles to the White House. All the way down to 1 mile from the White House.
But no missile was fired. Undisturbed, the plane turned around and went on to strike the Pentagon, causing the death of at least 125
Yeah, legit, dude. I almost 2v1'd them.
civilians
If I got extra crit, that rogue died.
Question. The Secret Service knew about the incoming plane for the
He was
last
just
30
4%, and I made
minutes, was
almost
following
that,
it on radar.
I would have won. I didn't have Void Facial bound. I was trying to use it to get to the rogue behind the pillar.
That actually
Had the means to shoot it down and should have done so in order to protect the capital, but they didn't. Why? In regards to the exchange between Cheney and the young man, can you suggest anything different from an order not to shoot down the plane as it was approaching Washington's protected airspace?
Beautiful. So I get kicked on holy, I can just punch Shadow Lens. This is so sick.
While the military defense leaves many unanswered questions, even more doubts arise when taking a closer look at the 19 alleged terrorists.
Watch your step.
The first problem is that apparently these guys could barely fly at all. While they are known to have taken some flight lessons with small single-engine airplanes, none of them had ever flown a jet before in their life, let alone a large commercial
I know what Unholy do now. They're actually really
obviously
easy.
a league of its own. Adam Shaw is an acrobatic pilot and a flight instructor with 6,000 hours of experience, half of which spent flying upside down.
For people who are really piss-poor student pilots, to be able to get in the cockpit of big jets and fly them as accurately as they were flown, at close to max speed, and be able to hit the trade towers.
The idea that someone could make the transition from a small single-engine plane traveling at 100 miles an hour to a commercial airliner traveling at 500 miles an hour without a long, exhaustive training is very hard to believe.
People don't realize that to hand fly an airliner.
What was the model of the plane that one employee stole and flew in Seattle?
Holy shit, this is fucked. Dude, Monk is so easy to play. It's ridiculous.
I know.
It's almost like.
Does anybody know?
Honestly.
I don't know if it was as big. It wasn't like a 747. Maybe not a 737. It wasn't a Q400. That's still a pretty big commercial airliner, right?
Dude, it is annoying as fuck, but it's so good when it happens.
I know.
Dispel.
Should I be going a many? Or probably just.
I think you go the top one.
Yeah, okay, Q400. This is like what, like a 20 passenger plane?
Come on, I gotta send you some shit. You can get it after the game.
I'm only curious because like my understanding is I don't know if that dude has ever flown a real life plane ever. And I think he managed to but maybe people might actually think this is a conspiracy, so I don't actually know.
Just get those two and then do some TV. The second one shows how you're stacking your force set.
Oh, that's so fun.
It shows when you're stacking and it shows the three abilities. It is, yeah.
Train every day for hijackings and terrorist threats. It takes just
No
15
way.
minutes for the F-15s to fly from Fort to Seattle using afterburners to go supersonic. Plus, so flew erratically over Puget Sound.
Wait, this is Steelers for the film.
He just needs some help controlling his aircraft.
I'm just gonna MC the healer and win.
I mean, this guy had no flight experience whatsoever, and he was doing loop-to-loops in like this Q400. Like, I'm not saying that anybody could fly a plane, but
For control, tried persuading Russell to land safely.
Oh, it was split between the three of them, wasn't it? Yeah, it was split between these three guys.
Dangerous maneuvers.
So something really high when you add them all together.
3 minutes after,
Dude, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, he was stupid. So
It's gonna disappoint them to hear that I did this.
Watch your.
Let me know if they both work. I might just send them again.
At those speeds, it's extremely difficult.
Yeah.
you also have to take in mind too.
When you open a mailbox.
Now I don't know if you would ever say this as a hijacker, but when you go to take lessons, you know, you don't really learn how to take off and land that well either. You're only really trying to hit something.
I have no gold.
Yep, because you already mailed me it.
To justify this apparently impossible transition, the debunkers maintained that the terrorist had spent some time in flight simulators, and that the equipment they encountered in the Boeing cockpits on September 11 was similar to the simulators they had trained on. But this is false. For example, the only simulator Hani Hanjour is known to have ever trained in is the Boeing 737, an airplane designed in the 70s, with a totally different cockpit from the 757 he is alleged to have hijacked on September 11. If anything, his training would have confused him, not helped him in any way. Another argument by the guy.
I need do I have any Air Force people? The feeling that I get, and I can't truly know this unless I've got like people that have flight experience. I'm sure that the cockpits are probably different, the arrangement is going to be different, and the instruments are going to be different. But I feel like if you know how to fly one commercial airliner, there's probably a lot of stuff that carries over. Like there might be different gauges or different controls for things, but I mean the gist of flying
Keep moving.
is going to be relatively similar. That'd be my guess. Is it a 737 or a 757? I don't know if I have any Navy or Air Force people here, or anybody that flies. I can fly a helicopter in Call of Duty. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and yeah, the guy in Independence Day, he just flew crop dusters, and that guy was able to perfectly fly into the center of that UFO when it was doing the big laser beam. UFO should be something people believe in. I've flown an airplane. Actually, I am.
This game is
well, if you are an Air Force dude or Navy guy that flies planes, shoot me an email. Curious on that. If you learn how to fly, if you can fly one commercial jetliner, then you could roughly navigate like the instrument cluster of any other commercial jetliner. Or do you think it would actually be like prohibitively difficult? I'm curious.
Debunkers is that all the hijackers really had to do once in the cockpits was to set the automatic pilot in order to reach their targets.
Did your mom fly planes? She was an electrical engineer.
L'aereo va automaticamente a raggiungere la destinazione richiesta. Quindi io faccio, non so, JFK e lui mi porta all'aeroporto Kennedy. Appena io sono in vista dell'aeroporto Kennedy,
Yep, I don't know why you'd be stressing well when you didn't karma, when you had
But
top
this
wings.
is hardly what happened on September 11. Dave Bottiglia is the air traffic controller who followed the hijacking of United 175.
Now as I'm watching United 175,
I was stressed in you.
Turn and starts climbing. Not only did he make a sharp turn, but he also climbed 3,000 feet in a matter of approximately 1 minute, which is a very fast rate of climb. This is something that we have never seen before.
After the sudden ascent, the plane started a breathtaking descent toward the ground.
They were counting down the altitudes, and they were descending right at the end, 10,000 feet per minute. That is absolutely unheard of for a commercial jet.
This is certainly not the way the automatic pilot would have taken you to Kennedy Airport.
It is unbelievable for the passengers in the back to withstand that type of force as they're descending. They're actually nosing the airplane down and doing it what we call a power dive.
At 9:01 a.m., United 175 is hurtling at more than 400 miles per hour toward the Statue of Liberty at New York Harbor.
One of the controllers started counting out the altitudes, and he says, my God, he's going down at 8,000 feet a minute. Now it's 10,000 feet a minute. And he counted off 8, 6, 4, and he says, my God, he's in the ground on the next hit.
but he was not. According to the official version, Marwan El-Sheikhi, a 23-year-old who has never flown a jet before in his life, levels the course, visually identifies the target, and performs a spectacular banking maneuver that brings the 767 to hit the South Tower under the...
Okay, here. So, it sucks because we're in the world of what ifs. That's the whole thing. I look at this the exact opposite way. So I understand the argument that he's making. So the argument that the documentarian is making is that, like, this man is performing expert level maneuvers on this plane. He's diving at an incredible rate. He's riding the plane incredibly quickly, and he is performing in the way that a professionally trained pilot would. Not that some 23-year-old loser that's barely spent time in a 737 sim could ever fly. That's the argument that he's making.
That is so stupid. That final
but I feel like
shit is fucking nuts.
the actual answer would be the opposite. If it was a good pilot, he probably wouldn't be pushing the plane that hard. No? It feels like it was a good pilot. He probably would have leveled off like way smoother. He wouldn't have gone for the sharp maneuvers, and everything would have been like way more like. Doesn't it kind of sound like it could have just been like all of these things are just kind of amateur plays? Like you can see people do crazy shit in cars sometimes because they don't know what the fuck they're doing, but it doesn't mean they're a good driver. It just means that they're pushing it too hard. My guess is going to be that this isn't a guess. I know this to be true. Airplanes are unbelievably, do I say over-engineered? Over-engineered women. There's a lot of safety factors on airplanes, like the recommended, like, you know, ascent, descent, how many engines they can fly with, the wings and all this. Like, a lot of this is meant to take a lot of damage and still be able to function well. My guess is going to be that commercial planes can probably handle a lot more than they're rated for because of like the safety factors when you design the limitations. Like, on one end, his maneuvers worked, but on another end, there's probably a high risk of like the stress tearing parts of this plane apart. You know, the idea, yeah, it sounds like he was just a bad pilot. But the way that they're spinning it is well, he was actually a master pilot that knew how to. He was like Maverick. Like, it's not about the plane, it's about the pilot. Like, he was putting he knew the exact stress that the 737 could take. Like, I don't know, but.
World's astonished eyes. Question. Marwan El-Sheikhi had never flown a jet before in his life, let alone a huge airliner. How was he able to perform ascents of 3,000 feet per minute and plunges of 10,000 feet per minute while keeping full control of the plane?
Yeah, like for this question, if it was a really good pilot, why wouldn't he have just flown safer? Right? No real pilot will subject planes to that level of load. Yeah, I feel like you would just fly safer. It's kind of like how, it reminds me of like the argument between Tate and XQC about who's better, women drivers or male drivers. And people thought that like the thing that makes you a good driver is like quick reaction times. And it's like, no, it's not. The thing that makes you a good driver is so that you don't need quick reaction times. You don't want to be putting yourself in situations where you've got 150 milliseconds to respond in the proper way or you die. You want to just drive safely so you don't encounter those situations, you know? But wait, hold on one second. Why every time I tweet something, I always feel like 2 girls will message me and be like, I think that tweet was about me. It's not about you. I literally, people post random shit sometimes on my tweets, and I just repost it because it's funny. If you're listening to my stream, I'm not ever tweeting about you. Please.
Really? Okay.
Hold on. Am I sharing my Word document? No, my Word document is just random shit. I'm copy pasting to keep my head straight. Please. You don't want this Word doc. Okay.
I was wondering what the fuck was in the background. Like, am I hearing shit?
My God, bro, are you for real?
And why would he?
What is the
Oh, fuck off.
calculate G-force? What is the
You should do it,
G-force
Simon.
of?
Yeah.
Oh, G-force is measured in acceleration. 10,000 feet is that's just a speed. I wouldn't even be able to. I don't know if I could even. I need more information to calculate G-force.
Okay.
Want to take such unnecessary risks, including collisions with other airliners?
G-force or what? Well, he's saying like, how could he control the airplane plunging at 10,000 feet per minute? So when you think of like, how could he control? I'm thinking like, are you getting thrown around in the cockpit? Well, if it's just like, even if it's a pretty dramatic speed going downwards, like, I mean, it's not like they're pulling like insane G's or something. It's not like they're like getting thrown around. That's I was just curious if it's like, because if he had a calculation where it was like the plane would have been pulling like 11 G's during this maneuver, it's like, oh shit, that's pretty wild. But if like the acceleration is dramatic but not unbelievable, and I mean like it's not that unbelievable that they would maintain control of the plane, you know?
Instead of flying safely with the autopilot towards the intended target. Ziad Jarrah, the alleged hijacker of Flight 93, wasn't known for his piloting skills either.
Watch your
As
step.
reported by the 9/11 Commission in July 2001, he had asked to fly the Hudson Corridor near Manhattan with a small private plane. But because Hortman Flight School deemed Jarrah unfit to fly solo, he could fly this route only accompanied by an instructor. Unfit to fly a small private July 3 wasn't known for his piloting skills either. As reported by the 9/11 Commission in July 2001, he had asked to fly the Hudson Corridor near Manhattan with a small private plane. But because Hortman Flight School deemed Jarrah unfit to fly solo, he could fly this route only accompanied by an instructor. Yet we are asked to believe that only 2 months later, the same person was able to fully control a 100-ton airliner and perform some extreme descending maneuvers observed by Cleveland's air traffic controllers.
I see this plane climbed up from his assigned altitude to 35,000 feet to 41,000 feet, turned around and aimed right back at where we were, and descended rapidly. When a plane descends too fast, the computer can't keep up with it.
Ziad Jarrah had never flown a jet before in his life, let alone a large airliner. And even his experience with small airplanes was rather poor. How
Why are
he
you
would
not on your
perform a
death, mate?
descent
We're not
so
doing the
fast that the computer can't keep up while maintaining.
Dude, that'd be so much easier.
Yeah, again, I feel like this is a backwards argument.
I don't do
He's a
enough
better
damage
pilot,
yet
he
on my
just
own.
said it's slower.
Shockwave.
Yeah. There's like no way to argue against it. Like, well,
Watch your step.
you know, couldn't he have flown it a different way? Yeah, I guess he could have, but it's not like the maneuvers that he's doing are unbelievably complicated or sophisticated, right? If this guy was like outrunning fucking Scud missiles at like a 737 or doing some crazy, it's like, oh, holy shit. But it's like, he descended very quickly and he was a bad pilot. Like, okay, those two things might literally go together. I don't know. What do you want me to say? Like, what? Experience with small airplanes. 3 and 4 hours of this horrible documentary left.
What you want me to go on?
Put a shaman lock some down here.
Watch your step.
I'm also curious about this thing here. He keeps saying risking collisions with other airplanes. Wouldn't you want to drop out of commercial space to avoid other airplanes? Like if I'm flying a plane at 5,000 to 10,000 elevation, like 5,000 to 10,000 feet, I'm not going to run into other airplanes, right? I'm pretty sure that most commercial traffic starts at 20 to 25,000. I feel like flying below that would minimize the chance of you hitting another plane. No?
Use wall, don't be annoying. 2 seconds and you can kill him again.
maintaining full control of the plane? And why did he need to take such an unnecessary risk, including collisions with other airplanes, instead of safely flying with the autopilot towards the intended target?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go deep.
But the feat of the century must be awarded to Hani Hanjour, a hopeless amateur who is alleged to have been at the controls of American 77. As he finally reached Washington and had the Pentagon in sight, Hani Hanjour did not make the easy choice and just plunged the plane onto the roofs of the building. He instead disconnected the autopilot and performed a hand-flown, high-speed descending maneuver of 330 degrees that brought him to lose sight of the target again while forcing him to a much more difficult approach close to the ground. Seen from above, the Pentagon offers some 30 acres of unobstructed target. Hitting it anywhere on the roofs would have caused a major devastation and possibly thousands of casualties. Coming in from the side instead, the approach is filled with obstacles, and the target is reduced to a tiny strip of cement coming at you at 500 miles an hour.
It sounds like...
The debunkers, however, seem to have a good explanation for this apparently illogical maneuver.
Normalmente dovrebbe scendere in picchiata.
Oh wow,
allora si chiede a un pilota e il pilota ti dice subito guarda che quella è una manovra più difficile, lo fa un pilota esperto.
No shot, bro. What the hell is happening right now?
This very question has already been posed to professional pilots, but the answer was not what Attivissimo claims.
Se lei dovesse simulare il volo di uno che vuole colpire il Pentagono, la rossa quale sarebbe? Sicuro lo colpirei sicuramente da questa parte qui. Per essere sicuro arriverebbe dall'alto così. Arrivano qui perché o si colpiscono questi edifici, i primi che vengono, oppure si colpiscono gli edifici che sono più
Flying a jet near the ground instead does require some major skills, even for the most seasoned pilot.
Lei, che ha tante ore di esperienza di volo, riuscirebbe a portare questa aereo negli ultimi 50 da qui a 850 km all'ora? Dovrei metterci veramente tanto impegno. La prima difficoltà sarebbe quella di volare attaccato a terra. Lo so per esperienza diretta, avendo fatto volo militare a bassa quota. Perché il terreno a torre di corre una velocità incredibile. Quindi credo che chi ha fatto questa attività possa capire cosa vuol dire stare a 10 metri da terra, 5 metri da terra con un aeroplano che pesa 110-120 tonnellate lanciato a 900 km all'ora. Basta toccare la costa e schizza via. Come si fa a pilotare?
Hold on. Was that plane that hit the Pentagon 15 to 30 feet off the ground?
Yeah, I know.
Or like 100 or 200
Wait, I'm
feet?
Tyrion, bro.
15 to 30 feet off the ground sounds like... Is there like an actual like source on what...
Defensive.
Defensive. It was clipping light poles? Yeah, I can believe that, but light poles are...
Shockwave.
It was eventually it was 0 feet off the ground.
Dude, they really went crazy with those names.
They're dead.
Oh, fucking funny.
Yeah.
Why are we kiting here, guys? Why are we bringing them? It's a pivot thing. You don't need to fucking bring them and kite them down the fucking tunnel. Doesn't work that way.
Oh, another thing too. It's difficult if you're trying to not hit anything. If he's trying to hit something, yeah. Another thing too, for a lot of the things that people are talking about, like, is this difficult to do or is it not difficult to do? I feel like the qualifications for the difficulty are going to be a bit different if you're trying to do this one time and die versus if you're trying to like safely land a plane the entire time too. You know. Like if somebody's asking like, could you perform this maneuver? I think the answer to that question is gonna be different. It's like, could you perform this maneuver and like safely recover your aircraft, etc., or like, could you do this one time in a suicide mission? I feel like it's gonna be a lot different. But the aircraft will be way different the closer you're to the ground.
Oh, you are absolutely not near me.
Fucking black.
Like a helicopter.
Shockwave.
What the fuck?
A 530 miglia all'ora a rasoterra. È possibile?
Dice dal collega è estremamente difficile, complesso.
What are we doing with this? I don't know what's happening. I don't know why this position is so awkward as fuck. Like, everyone's getting fucking slept. Everyone's getting stupid shit, bro. Like, literally my fucking dispel has been casted more than my fucking heals.
The air is gonna be denser down here.
It's kind of fucking like ridiculous.
If you're doing something like that, like even a little adjustment will like fuck your shit really hard.
Bro, get out of the fucking shit! I can't keep dispelling you!
Pentagon security control plane hitting.
So fuck, it's 4:30 p.m.
What the fuck?
This dude's done. You got gearing to do, bro.
You know that.
Is this a video? Am I fucking retarded?
We're just getting started.
We literally get started at fucking 2 in the morning.
I know, that's like, we're not even close.
Halfway at lunchtime.
It's lunchtime. I wish I had 8 Abomination. I didn't go it. Oh, fuck.
If it's a commercial airliner moving at more than 400 miles an hour, you're probably not going to see it.
Okay, I'm just trying to catch up to you.
Without a healer, this shit sucks. Like, that's actually terrible.
To prove their point, the debunkers refer to a documentary by Dutch television in which the Pentagon attack is replicated in a flight simulator.
Waar waarschuwt het vliegtuig nu voor? Het vliegtuig waarschuwt dat de rolhoek iets te groot is, dus we hangen een klein beetje tussenin eigenlijk. We zijn nu ook aan het dalen. Ja, we zijn vrij hard aan het dalen. Dat is sneller dan gebruikelijk. Iets harder dan dit is een Pentagon. Vol vast. Een koude crushje. En dan moet hij hier nog weer aan deze vleugel moet hij erin verkrijgen.
But this simulation doesn't seem very accurate. First of all, the approach is made from a much higher angle, while the real plane came in so low that it clipped some of the light poles as it was flying it down. Secondly, the documentary doesn't offer precise indications on the speeds used during the simulation. In a more accurate simulation, done with a pilot with an experience similar to Hani Hanjour, the results were quite
Well, we got 45 seconds.
accurate simulation, done with a pilot with an experience similar to Hani Hanjour, the results were quite different.
Okay, you're 311 knots. You want to go all the way around?
Yeah, because I want to get back towards the city here.
You can feel it right now. You feel the G-forces?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, go for it. Go towards it. You're 360 knots. You're 424 knots. And again, your radius of turn is becoming so great.
Yeah,
that it's hard. Keep it turning, keep it turning, keep it turning, keep it turning. Now go down, dive for it. Yeah. There's 500 knots. Keep it going.
Find
It's
shelter.
very touchy. I can understand. Now you're going on your back. You're going on your back. Keep
What are they doing?
You hit something, but obviously it was not that building. 370 knots.
Oh, come on, hang on. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
Wait, this is the professional pilot. This guy's like an amateur trying to do it, or?
440 knots.
Oh.
You're going on your back.
I missed again. There's no denying it's incredibly difficult, especially with that turn
Find
that the
shelter.
NTSB data said Flight 77 made.
Well, wait, does this guy have any flight experience at all, or is he actually like a 100% complete amateur?
And then he levels off and then pretty much just guns it straight in. That straight path right in is really incredibly difficult.
Correct. I couldn't do it.
You do not want to be the guy stuck in one deal with the ground.
Not at 500 knots.
In fact, the air traffic controllers were so impressed with the speed of the maneuver, they thought they were looking at a
Dude,
military
he's so
jet.
mad right now.
But nobody knew
He's
that
so
was
fucking
a
mad.
commercial
Find
flight at the
shelter.
time. Nobody knew that was an American flight. What did you think? It was a military flight? I thought it was a military flight. It was really moving fast. It was moving very fast. But like a military aircraft might move at a low altitude.
Air traffic controller Danielle O'Brien stated, the speed,
always
the
did that.
maneuverability, the way that he turned, we all thought in the radar room, all of us experienced air traffic controllers, that was a military plane. You don't fly a 757 in that manner. It's unsafe. Several military and civil pilots
It is unsafe.
That was so
have
good.
expressed their skepticism about the maneuver.
Challenge you to
Commander
a
Ralph
find
Colston
shelter.
is a former
Shit.
fighter pilot, air flight instructor, and a retired commercial pilot with 27 years of experience. At the Pentagon, he stated, the pilot of the Boeing 757 did quite a feat of flying. I have 6,000 hours of flying in Boeing 757s and 767s, and could not have flown in the way the flight path was described.
Sure, but again, 6,000 hours in commercial, like, passenger experience. You're never flying a plane, right? Like, it's not even you would never do that.
Commander Ted Muga, former civil and military pilot.
Oh,
I just can't imagine an amateur even being able to come close to performing a maneuver of that nature.
Soon, right after?
Captain Russ Wittenberg, former fighter pilot and an airline pilot.
Is it the day you're done with them?
For a
Like,
guy to just jump into the cockpit and fly like an ace is impossible. There is not one chance in 1,000. To expect the alleged airplane to run these maneuvers with a total amateur at the controls is simply ludicrous.
To be able to fly that curving, descending, high airspeed trajectory into a very low building.
They drink in like 2 weeks.
You have to be Chuck Yeager.
Goddamn.
To fly that trajectory.
Not only was Hani Hanjour no Chuck Yeager, but apparently he was a terrible pilot with small planes as well. An instructor from one of his flight schools stated, Hani Hanjour was not someone cut out to be a pilot. He had no motivation, a poor understanding of the basic principles of aviation, and poor judgment, combined with poor technical skills.
Yeah.
The debunkers contend that Hanjour had obtained a regular pilot's license, and therefore he had to be able to fly. But it is exactly because of that license that major suspicions on Hanjour kept emerging. In a 2002 article called A Trainee Noted for Incompetence, the New York Times wrote that Hanjour was reported to the aviation agency after the instructors had found his piloting skills so shoddy and his grasp of English so inadequate that they questioned whether his pilot's license was genuine. The article concludes quoting a former employee at the flight school who said, "I'm still to this day amazed that he could have flown into the Pentagon. He could not fly."
What is the... So is the alternative that they were like official U.S. pilots on these planes, or that they were like remote control?
That is
that even possible? Remote control in 2001? Would that technology even exist? Or that like maybe the autopilot paths had been pre-programmed into the plane? I wonder what the alternative is.
The manager of another flight school in Phoenix said, "I couldn't believe he had a commercial license of any kind with the skills that he had." At yet another flight school in Maryland, instructors found he had trouble controlling and landing a single-engine Cessna 172. This was confirmed in this radio interview by Neela Sagadeva, a pilot and an aeronautical engineer.
I got to say something about Hani Hanjour. I've spoken with 2 of his flight instructors. This guy could not solo a Cessna 150. It's a little single-engine 2-seat trainer. And what I mean by solo, it's a pilot's first time out without anyone else in the cockpit with him.
This is old,
it's the most simple, most fundamental flying exercise one can engage in. You're seated inside the aircraft, you hit the bar, you take off, make a couple of 90-degree turns, maximum altitude of around 900 to 1,000 feet, come back and land.
Wait a second.
You're saying this alleged hijacker, Hani Hanjour, could not solo a 150?
He could not solo. In fact, one of his flight instructors he said the man could not fly at all.
How could an amateur who was deemed unable to fly solo in a Cessna 150 had a poor understanding of the basic principle?
If we win, though, we're just better.
Yeah, if we win, we're just better.
You ever watched Comic or Libertarian Dave Smith talk politics?
Watch your step.
So what do we do if we lose now?
We just complain.
Stay away from lines.
Okay, well, I mean, we didn't lose. We got that.
I got a couple fries.
So, yeah, I got some death strikes in too, so I did 22k DPS.
Nick, what the fuck? Yo. He's like, yeah, we're not dead. Doing 23 DPS. Bro, what the hell?
I don't know why he didn't just do the same thing I did.
Yeah.
He gripped me in, he wanted that shit.
You're just better. They're probably going, gear death.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying.
Ah, man, gear death there, honestly.
Shockwave.
of aviation and had never sat once in the cockpit of a 757 suddenly become able to control such a large airliner flying at top speeds?
I want to go
And even assuming he was able to reach Washington with the autopilot, why would he want to disconnect it and hand fly the plane for another 8 long minutes, performing a totally unnecessary descending maneuver?
Shockwave. Dispel.
Through that, A would have drastically increased his chances of an unwanted crash. B would have increased the danger of being intercepted. C would have made him lose sight of the target again. D would have forced him to a much more difficult approach near the ground. Sight of the target again would have increased the danger. Would have drastically increased his chances of an unwanted.
No way, bro. Oh my gosh.
So wait, you guys still doing PvP?
Yeah.
You guys that in, Dude, Nick, what the fuck are you doing, you crackhead?
I bound my abilities. I was missing one every game until I started running.
That's what it was. You actually know what you're doing.
AOE incoming.
Yeah.
Yeah, the damage definitely shows it.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That is crazy.
Wanted crash. B would have increased the danger of being intercepted. C would have made him lose sight of the target again. D would have forced him to a much more difficult approach near the ground. E would have shrunk the target to a tiny strip of cement. F would have limited the possible damage to the external rings only, when he could have maximized.
Empowered.
A warrior.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna just go warrior. Or the druid by accident, who knows what happens.
Dude, what? How is that hitting me?
That night thing.
Dude, this thing is just actually just spamming me.
Kill one of them by accident.
I need a Roger. I need a.
By plunging the plane onto the Pentagon's roofs from above.
Oh my god, bro. Where are you guys?
It should be noted that such an illogical maneuver from a terrorist's point of view becomes almost mandatory if seen from the opposite side of the chessboard. If the operation
I want to see that fucking shit on playback, bro. Low key.
No one would want a 757 to plunge from the sky onto the Pentagon's roof. That would cause a major devastation, cost thousands of lives, and possibly kill generals and even the Secretary of Defense.
I want to see that.
To justify...
If they were...
Alright.
Working.
No fucking
All you gotta do, you just gotta get a Death Knight to carry you, and it's easy. You know when I said 300 conquest, it's 600. I lied.
Oh my god, no way.
So now it's 300.
Dude, okay.
Bog?
That's crazy.
I'm fucking brain dead, bro. I swear to God.
Hey Nick, you're gonna be happy.
But if you gotta do like 900 minus what you have, and you said you need 300, does that mean you had 300?
Yeah.
Dude, you looked at how much you had, and you're like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I did.
Dude, that infection actually like brain rotted
really
you.
got to you. Yeah, it really got to me, bro. I swear to God.
That fucking holy shit.
Hey Nick, you're gonna be kind of happy right now.
What was that?
TL lost the first game.
Let's go. They're still gonna win the series, but let's go. And then they have a redemption route. I hope they lose that too. I hope that they are just out and then they kick Bjergsen and he retires.
Why? Wait, why is the Beardson hate?
Because he joined TL.
So you rather him go back to TSM?
That I don't understand how this, not this, the comeback. I don't understand how that is a hit. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. That was a hit? Bro, there's no shot. Okay, I'm fucking wigging right now, bro. I'm actually oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, Yeezy.
Bro, there's no, there's actually no fucking way.
Fuck you, Easy. Dude, Death Knights are fucked.
That's actually no fucking way. I have to be fucking ping at like 200 for that to be a real thing. There's actually no fucking way. Oh my god.
Okay,
I need to make a clip of this.
Dude, why is it doing that shit?
See you.
I don't understand.
God damn. Bro, I can't believe I got a 10 workshop. That's so fucking annoying.
Dude, you should be happy it was a 10 and not a 15.
Yeah, I'm glad it is a 10. Even though this character
Workshop's a lot easier when you're not getting snowballed.
This character definitely needs.
Don't worry, I have 500 of them.
Philip flips the script in game 1. Oh shit.
Blippo got fucking camped. What?
Nope. Philip flips the script. Got him.
Okay, guys.
I re-rolled my key.
Oh,
so, 10
dude, he's dead.
I need a trained eye, okay? I need people. Can you, somebody, I just put something in Dungeon Talk. Can somebody tell me how the fuck this registers? Either one of them. I don't understand it.
Okay.
This is not good, B. We didn't win the opener.
No.
This is not looking good at all.
That's a pretty good meme, Jake.
Am I crazy? Am I actually crazy? Tell me that register. Tell me that's supposed to register, and I'll fucking give that a mile. But like, you're telling me that that's actually like that is supposed to be the registry?
No way.
You're telling me that's supposed to be the registry? There's no fucking shot.
Meg, I choked it.
I know, it's okay, it's okay.
I actually did.
That's a fucking meme and a half. Jesus.
That's so close. Okay, let me see this. Oh, that? Yeah, I see that, Jake. You literally walked out of it. You walked beside it.
Bro, the first one and the second one's even more egregious, okay? But like the first one, I was like, okay, I could entertain that one, okay? I could be like, you know what, maybe I was just a little too late. I thought I made the clearance for it, but then the second one, I'm like, I actually just don't understand.
Okay, wait, where's the second one?
So the first one was like, well, the first one, when it crosses and it hits, and then the second hit. First one, I'm like, okay, you know, I don't agree with it, because I think I reacted. But like, the first one, I was like, you know what, maybe it's just like latency. Mind you, I'm at 89 latency. Not crazy. I'm not fucking 200. I'm not going oceanic on this one. And then, if you didn't realize, that one blade afterwards, after it double dinged me, hit my my seed, came back to hit my seat again and actually did it a third time. Like that thing was like hunting me.
What the fuck? It actually was hunting you.
But like I genuinely don't think that's supposed to hit, bro. And it was funny because like one of the guys in the chat, we scuffed the key after that. But then they were like, bro, why don't you just dodge shit? I'm like, fuck you. That wasn't supposed to hit. Like, tell me how far out I have to give that, how much actual space I need. Because like I was cutting it close just like that multiple times throughout the whole dungeon. Or through the whole boss. But none of them were hitting.
That's why you're supposed to do the boss.
Huh?
Finally proceeding through the
so much
gates
shit.
that
That's
would
the way you're
take them
even
to the
supposed to do
airplanes.
it.
Yeah, you're supposed to.
But we have
You
never
just like wait for it to get right next to you, move, and then because otherwise you're gonna be moving. Yeah, and they take weird ass bounces.
Of the 3 airports.
They don't take predictable bounces sometimes.
Yeah.
Since Washington Dulles did 3 airports on the
I did
morning of
learn how to do the anti-personal squirrel though.
Oh, nice.
That was beneficial.
My Avon one did more
What?
than both.
Oh, fuck.
My Avon one did more than both of theirs combined almost.
September 11. Since
That
Washington
just baffles
Dulles
me,
did
actually.
have security cameras.
$200 more, Nick.
Shit. 200 more?
200.
Holy shit.
And then we got it.
At the
And then after
checkpoints.
that, we'll
Why
have
were we
another
never
900
shown
to
the
go.
properly time-stamped images of the 5 terrorists boarding Flight
need the
77
main
on the
hand.
morning of
I just
September
need the main
11?
hand, you're right. The main hand is goal.
Not only do we not have a single image of the 19 hijackers at the 3 airports on September 11, but we also don't have a single soundbite of their voices from the 4 cockpit voice recorders. With 4 hijackings that lasted between 18 and 41 minutes each, we should have some 2 hours of continuous recordings of what happened in the
good old
cockpits
dirt
of the
rob
4
around now.
airplanes. We should have heard the struggles of the terrorists storming
We're
in
gonna need
and
Dirt
overcoming the
Robber for the
pilots.
BM Hunters.
And then we should have heard their conversations in
fucking
Arabic
Dirt
as they
Robber.
try to figure out where they are and how to get
Good
from
old
there to
Dirt
their designated
Robber.
targets. But we never heard any of that.
I can report your
For
pet's
American
name.
11, the plane that hit the
What?
first tower, we were told
Yeah.
that the cockpit voice
I can't
recorder
even
was never found.
control it.
For United 175, the plane that hit the second tower,
That's
we
so
were also
stupid.
told that the cockpit voice recorder
I
was
don't even
never
get to
found.
choose. What the fuck?
For the flight that
Warlocks
hit the
don't get to
Pentagon,
either,
we were
eh?
told that the voice recorder was
they don't.
found, but it was damaged
Warlocks
to the
can
point
at
that the
least
contents were unusable.
Change theirs.
This is
to
very
a different
curious,
preset
as black
name,
boxes
and
are
it
built
stays.
specifically
Mine's
to withstand
random every
extremely
time.
high
It's a new
temperatures
rule.
and the most violent of impacts.
Planes have
I don't know,
two
Dirt Robber
so-called
last
black
game.
boxes, actually painted orange to make them more visible. They're kept at the back of the plane. Two shells of stainless steel and a heat-protective material shield the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder. They can withstand pressure down to 6,000 meters and heat of 1,100 degrees centigrade.
For United 93, the voice recorder was found, we were told, and was in good condition. But, for unknown reasons, the recording was never made public. In December 2001, members of the victims' families...
How can this conspiracy simultaneously masterminded by hyper-coordinated geniuses, but also be people who make all these stupid mistakes and overlook all these blatant... Yeah, I don't... It's... yeah, I'm not sure. I don't even know. I'm gonna have to think of like a way to put together like a story to like counter poke holes and everything. Because at the end of the day, that's all it is. Like, for instance, like if it was the case that
Why is
if it was the case that people knew in advance
why
that there was going to be an
CLG got
attack on the
BC9
Pentagon,
later?
why would one general
Can't
guy
wait.
be telling that to a random NBC dude? Like, you stay away from the external ring.
Dude,
If it
I'll
was
be
like
so
such a
happy if
secret, why the fuck
C9,
would he say
TL,
something
and
like that? How
TSM
stupid would
are
it be
all
to
in
leak everything, you know?
playoffs.
Or simultaneously,
TSM
like,
even make
if you were
it
never
to
going to have
playoffs?
these
Yeah, they
hijackers
did.
going onto
Wait,
the
fucking
planes,
what?
but you were going to
It's
release
top
all of their
8 in
names,
NA,
why
so-
wouldn't you make sure these were
Oh,
good
yeah,
pilots?
I forgot
Why wouldn't you
NA's
just, like,
garbage.
fabricate all
They
their flight
made it
school
with,
records?
like,
Or
a
just send somebody to flight school that is a
30%
really good
win
pilot.
rate
So be like,
or
oh, wow,
something,
he was a
like
good pilot. This is
32%
way more
win rate.
credible.
Golden Guardian
Like,
was a
it's always the problem when
Yeah,
people have,
like-
like, the
You actually
conspiracy
almost
theory
fucked
stuff,
that
but the
up.
people
Yeah,
that are
yeah.
masterminding the things are
I
simultaneously
had
hyper
to,
competent,
fuck.
and they're, like, orchestrating this stuff at the
Yeah,
highest
I
levels.
forgot
But then they
that
make, like, all of
they
these
don't like anybody
unbelievably
being
stupid
losers,
mistakes,
so they just
where it's
let
like,
everybody into
why wouldn't you
playoffs.
just take care of this thing? Why not have you guys walk around on camera a little bit? Why not, like, just so that we can see what's going on? It's always the, but this is always how these theories work. They're simultaneously, like, super corrupt, super ingenious, super covert, but then also super sloppy, super lazy, super dumb, like, all at the same time.
Yeah, wait, if I remember correctly, isn't the fucking, like, their playoffs
wait, you said the same thing about Shkreli?
For NA?
No, their format's
and he's
pretty
going
good.
to get away with it. Maybe stop being so naive.
Because they have like the lower bracket.
I'm pretty sure
After
Shkreli's
TL lose,
reputation
they're
is
not
pretty
out
fucked
yet.
now, but
Yeah, I know. That's what
They
I
can
mean.
make the
Like,
miracle run. Them and T9 are gonna need it.
Because I know like China has like one of the best playoff like brackets.
Well, yeah.
How it works.
like they were a skilled
And,
pilot,
like,
but not skilled enough to
compared
fly
to
there with
NA,
autopilot without
NA's
doing insane
so
maneuvers.
fucking
Yeah, I don't know.
scuffed.
It's, yeah.
Formally asked the FBI to release the voice recording.
Isn't it impossible to cover every single base? I mean, if it was a conspiracy, they're getting away with it. Well, what do you mean? Wait, it would be impossible to cover every single base, sure, but I feel like there's some basic bases you could cover. So like, what, like you were, because before the actual hijacking or event, you're in control of everything. You got 100% control. Why wouldn't you have your pilots be like ace pilots that came out of like flight school with all A's, with flying colors, right? Why would you not, like, that seems like an easy thing to do, you know?
Recordings from the cockpit of Flight 93. But the FBI replied, while we empathize with the grieving families, we do not believe that the horror captured on the...
Hold on, I read these before I ban the people. Destiny acts like he could be convinced of anything. I can be convinced, but... Hold on. Lawlazors. What is... So we're only an hour and 22 minutes in. Maybe they'll release something different. But what is one piece of evidence that's been presented that shows any sort of, like, behind-the-scenes planning or any sort of, like, malicious activity going on? What is one piece of evidence we've been presented so far? Let me know. I'll wait for you to type it out.
Yeah, bro, I just need gear.
Wait, did Dignitas just not play all their regular season games? Am I seeing this correctly?
Nick.
Yeah.
There's just like, there's nothing. It's all just like, well, that Mendeli guy or whatever the fuck his name was, well, he got a time wrong on something, or that, like, it's... So all of this is just coincidence, and that's fine to you. This is very strange. I was on your side, but I'm not sure anymore. There are different ways that people view the world, and if you view the world in a way where if you see coincidences and then all of a sudden that's enough to make a story for you, I don't know how I'm supposed to reach you. I can't convince you of anything. Like, you're the type of person that could be convinced of anything if enough coincidences were laid out in front of you. But that's like, that's a flaw in understanding your own cognitive biases, and it's an epistemic flaw in terms of how you view the world. But without, like, telling you to, like, go take a basic psych class or a basic, you know, prop logic class or something, like, I don't know how I can reach you. Like, I could show you for any scenario, maybe that would have to be the convincing thing. For any particular scenario, you could string together any number of coincidences and go, isn't that kind of weird? But at the end of the day, if you have a critical mind, what you should be thinking is like, okay, yeah, these coincidences are pretty weird. Can you tie them together for me? Can you show me one thing that actually explains everything? But it's not. There's not a one thing. You're fighting with shadows. It's all just, it's drawing constellations. Like, well, isn't it weird that those guys, you know, weren't available on that day? And isn't it weird that Rumsfeld did that? It's like, yeah, I guess it is kind of weird. Can you explain that? Is there like a thing that is tying this together?
I have no
well,
idea.
I think there is a secret thing going on, but I don't have any evidence of any of that whatsoever.
It's funnier just believing they refused to show
Yeah,
up
they're
the
like,
last
no,
day.
we're not going.
No.
But
I don't want to be
the
in
issue
front of that
with
crowd and call the last
the issue with
place.
conspiracy theories like this is that they don't ever rely on making any hard claims. All they're trying to do is look at a collection of facts and point out a couple weird coincidences, and then at the end of the day, you're like, oh shit, those are weird coincidences, and then there's nothing that you can do. So like even like this guy in chat,
against each other and they just
10,000 coincidences later. Nah, I don't believe anything was going on here. But like, let's flip it around. Look at you. You're giving me 10,000 coincidences, but you can't give me one smoking gun?
Dude, I hate
You can't give
double
me
DPS,
one,
I'm not
like,
gonna lie.
you're telling me
I
that
hate
people
this
were
shit.
so loose-lipped in the Pentagon that they were leaking that there was
Yeah.
going to be an attack
fucking hate
to
double
NBC
DPS.
reporters and correspondents, but nobody leaked anything credible? There's not a single shred of anything tying anybody to any of this anywhere for the hundreds or thousands of people that would have been involved? Nobody? Even though you have
Yeah,
10,000
yeah.
coincidences? Do you think it might just be the fact that
I'm
with any
pretty sure,
huge,
like,
large-scale event like
TSM
this,
and
you
Golden
can
Guardians
find
are just
a ton of
losing their
weird
first
coincidences
rounds
for a
right
lot of things.
away?
That are going, like, it happens all the time. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, Golden Guardians against EG and TSM against.
I 100% agree with you, but I'm just curious if you could give an example of what a single thread to tie everything together would be. I don't say you could tie all the points together. The fallacy that you're committing in your mind is thinking you need to tie everything together. That's the issue. Is you think because you see you don't see these all as discrete events. You see it all as a chain of things leading to something. It's kind of like when it's like if a parent has a child die and they start to blame everything that happened in the day before the car accident, right? Like, God wanted my child to die. I got into a car accident, I died. What happened in the morning? Well, how unlucky. I got a phone call before I left the house. I usually never get phone calls at 7 a.m., but I got a phone call that lasted for 3 minutes. And then because of that phone call, when I was trying to leave the block, a fire hydrant blew up and a fire truck was there. So I had to drive out of my fucking my house a different way. And then as I was driving out the other way, it happened to be the 5th of July. So there was a holiday, and there was a guy coming home that was still like drunk driving, and then he hit my kid. Like, what are the chances of all of that? That I get the phone call that the fire hydrant exploded, that I take it around, and that it happened to be a holiday. Like, what are the chances, right? You can mind fuck yourself. Fuck. If you were talking to poker players, you could get this. People don't understand probability really well. For any dramatic event that happens in your life, and these are for small, discrete events, not large scale like plans or actual conspiracies are happening. For any small individual event that happens in your life, you can look at a million coincidences. Like, what are the chances, dude? What are the chances that that happened and then that happened and then that happened and then that happened? Oh my god! And if you look back on it, you've even done this before, where you think like, man, how did I get so unlucky?
I have my trust in you.
Yeah, but I mean, it happens. Like,
what's the other class?
If you go looking for coincidences, you can find them anywhere. But to actually assert a plan, to actually say that there was some coordination happening,
I think we just kill the healer.
You need to, you need to be able to show at least one thing, like, just one thing. A good way to counter this mentality would be to show the coincidences that occurred on an event that we commonly agreed happened, like the moon landing. Bro, these guys don't think the moon landing happened either. People that believe in the 9/11 truth shit don't think we made it to the moon either. Like, even though getting to the moon would have been easier than actually faking going to the moon, they still don't believe that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy in YouTube chat says,
Okay, that was
what kind of evidence are you looking for? Like direct voice recording of someone saying it's planned or text? I don't know what kind of direct, like any evidence would be interesting. But the problem is, there's no evidence so far. I haven't gotten anything. All I've gotten is like, well, you know, they were doing war games on this day, and why didn't they cancel them? It's like, I don't know, but it might have been the fact that nobody in the history of the U.S. had ever hijacked a civilian commercial airliner and flown into a fucking building before, right? This is a literally unprecedented event, and it's not an unprecedented event of it happening one time. It's 4 different planes in one day. Maybe they didn't do it because of ineptitude. Maybe nobody would have expected them to even have the wherewithal to think to do that within, what, an hour and 20 minutes? To be like, oh yeah, we've got 4 hijacked civilian commercial airliners flying into buildings in the United States, right? Not a single plane had ever been hijacked for a purpose like this before in the history of the U.S. It could have been incompetence. It could have just been like realistically, what was the preparation for it?
Monks and me so
and then like all of these points about like, oh well, like they flew these planes in such a particular way, they must have been skilled pilots. It sounds like if they were skilled pilots, they wouldn't have flown the planes like this at all. They would have taken much safer angles of approach. Because why would you needlessly increase the risk if you were a really talented pilot? Unless you were like so talented, you're like Maverick from fucking Top Gun or something, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, but this is the issue is that at the end of the day,
fucking nuts.
If I can spin you 30 coincidences out of any event, and I can do that. You can find a ton of coincidences, even simple events, and that's enough to convince you. Then you always have the type of mind that can be persuaded by anybody that's willing to do this.
Sounds pretty horrendous right now.
How much flux
But there's,
do you have?
yeah,
How
I
much
don't
flux
know
does
how,
your shaman have?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do at that point, because you've got the problems that exist in your mind are more fundamental than what I can reach in like going over like a truth documentary, you know?
This character. I sent it over to this guy.
Has Destiny thought any of these coincidences are a little fair? Just wondering. Yeah, I mean, there's always like weird shit. Like it happens. I've always said on stream way before any 9/11 Truther shit. I always said that I kind of I think with people asking, what's the number one, or like if you believe in a conspiracy, like what's the thing that you believe in? It's like one conspiracy theory. And I always said I thought the flight that crashed in Pennsylvania, I wonder if that was shot down by the military, but they didn't say it because they didn't want to admit that they shot down a civilian airliner. That was the one thing that I always like, I could see that being the case. But there were like so many call logs and shit released from passengers and everything. They would have had to pull in a lot of people on that. Seems unlikely, and if anybody caught video footage of it, although there wasn't as much video back in 2001, that's like the one thing that I could kind of see. But yeah, there's like, but other than that, I mean, like, I think I've seen this website before. There's whole websites and things dedicated to breaking down. This is a funny website. I think that just graphs things to highly map onto each other. U.S. spending on science, space, and technology correlated with suicides by hanging, strangulation, and suffocation. Number of people who drowned by falling into a pool correlates with films Nicolas Cage appeared in.
It's getting better.
It is.
Some of these R squares are really high. The divorce rate in name, the per capita consumption of margarine. Like,
how do you feel about?
There's like so much. There are so many things that you can. Age of Miss America and murdered by steam, hot vapors, and hot objects.
Still sounds dominant.
Per capita consumption of mozzarella cheese correlates with civil engineering doctorates awarded. But yeah, I mean. Destiny, haven't been listening for the whole 2 days, so if you answer this, I apologize. Building 7 has always been the strangest part to me. Do you have an I haven't dug hardcore into Building 7. Like that, I imagine Building 7 is probably going to come up in this. But like, I've seen pictures and everything. Like, that place was, it was in the, there was a lot of debris and shit flying around. Like, related, like, People will say shit like, there's no way Building 7 could have come down. Like, damn, I don't know, dude. You've got like these 100-story fucking buildings right next to it collapsing. Maybe it could have. I'm not sure. I mean, like, if somebody were to tell me, I wouldn't immediately like, no possibility, no shot. That's impossible. But I mean, I imagine Building 7 is probably gonna come up here. And I know that a ton of people released a ton of like engineering reports and shit on Building 7, so I'm sure it'll come up. This is such a cope. Are you serious? Bye.
Shockwave.
What about BBC reporting Building 7 collapsed before it collapsed? Like, reporting you got shot in an hour before you got shot. So we'll get to that, and we'll get to the timelines, and we'll see discrepancies. But again, like, what is on the flip side that somebody in the media was informing the people at the BBC that Building 7 was going to collapse an hour before? Like, it's like simultaneously the ultra competent and the ultra incompetent at the same time. Like, who's lead? Or like, what is even happening here behind the scenes to make this so fucked up? You know? Why didn't the building tip over instead of collapsing like a controlled demolition? These are like the loose change claims from like 15 years ago. Jeez. But okay, well, keep going through them. Don't you think too many coincidences at least warrant suspicion? Like when people accuse Dream of cheating, all there is a coincidence there. No evidence or smoking guns. The Dream cheating thing is way different because I'd have to go back and look, but the mathematical probability there of him getting those drops was like 1 in like fucking. It wasn't even, I don't know the number. It was like 10 to the fucking 15th power. That was like an insanely unlikely thing. These, none of these coincidences are on that. Not even close. Bam!
How much honor do you have, though? 1,000 honor?
U.S. government makes a false flag on its own people, but tells some random BBC reporter first. Yeah, and, like, it's so weird. Like, if this was all a false flag, why would the United States even tell the BBC about Building 7 falling? Why wouldn't they just let them report it like normal? Why would you even rope them into the conspiracy? Like, what is even the point?
$1,000.
I've been spending it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Destiny, it seems improper to require a 100% cohesive alternate story just to become skeptical of the official story, which has plot holes. If something has plot holes, if you believe it has plot holes, it's fair for you to be skeptical. And here's the issue that I always have. I think a healthy level of skepticism is very, very, very good. Tautologically so, because it's a healthy level. I think a healthy level of skepticism is very good. But the problem is, people aren't having a healthy level of skepticism. Instead, you are buying into the other story 100%. You're taking an official story with millions of facts, you're finding 50 coincidences and going, oh, I don't believe that. I'm going to believe this other story with no facts that I have no evidence for. Like, that's not skeptical. Wait, that's not skepticism. That's you buying into a whole other story that you don't have a single shred of evidence for. Why would you buy into the story with no evidence instead of the one with all of this evidence and a few inconsistencies? That's not reasonable or logical. If you want to say, if somebody were to say, I've looked at some of the 9/11 shit, I think it's pretty weird that they didn't, you know, it seems like they should have shot down that plane flying over into the White House. Or I don't buy that, like, they didn't have the people in place to do that. That's fair. You know, if somebody had that position, like, oh, okay, sure. You know, I'd have to look deeper into, like, all the conversation testimony, but okay, that's fair. But that's not the alternate claim being made on the other side. The alternate claim being made on the other side is that the Mossad and George Bush planned this event in order to garner a reason, or in order to get a reason to go into Iraq and Afghanistan. They planned this attack against the American people, and they set it all up on their own, and they made everything up. That's a really strong claim. What's your evidence for that? Well, I've got about 50 inconsistencies in the official story. That's not evidence that your hypothesis is true. That's just evidence against the null, I guess. That's just evidence against this other story. You haven't given me a single shred of evidence on the other side, though, aside from coincidence? Like,
okay.
Destiny is here with the agenda to debunk. He's not looking at this with an open mind. Nothing. Okay, before I permaban you.
Yeah, no, not anymore.
Here's the difference between you and me, okay?
I'm getting it down.
I have a very open mind. That's why I spent all day yesterday reading random shit, and that's why I'm going through this dog shit documentary that's fucking 5 hours long. How the fuck can you accuse me of not having an open mind when you've probably never read an official accounting of any story at any part of your entire fucking life, aside from what's been shown to you in these documentaries? Bro, come the fuck on. If you're looking at me and you're going like, I don't think he has an open mind while he watches it, you're probably the one with the problem. You're probably the one that needs to take a step back. Like, okay, well maybe I'm damage. Okay. Jesus Christ. Destiny is here just to win arguments, not have a... Why are you even here? Why do I have 6,000 people here? This is a boring stream! Go the fuck away! Destiny, so you are saying you're not skeptical so far because a 100% cohesive counter-story hasn't been offered yet. However, this puts you in equal footing with the official story of the... No! I never said that! I never said it's because there's not a 100% of cohesive counter-story. There's not a 1% cohesive counter-story. I've never seen in my life a shred of evidence of any top-down planning of 9/11, ever. I've never seen that before, ever. If you have some, yeah, then link me and we can evaluate it. Like, it is not inconceivable. I'll concede more than these conspiracy losers ever will. Because if I were to ask them, what would it take for you to believe that 9/11 really happened? For a lot of these guys, whether you want to admit it or not, they would tell you nothing. I know it was bullshit. They're never gonna budge on their position. For me, if you show me, if you link me, like, oh, well, here was a call between Bush and Cheney or Rumsfeld that got leaked, or this thing came out, and they were talking about beforehand, like, you know, we need to do this, or blah, blah, blah. Or if there was like a pretty inexplainable, like, chain of events or whatever that happened, then I'd be like, yeah, you know what? Sure. I'm telling you, there is evidence out there that could convince me that 9/11 was a conspiracy set up by the United States government. It's possible. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's a 0% chance, because that would be dishonest for me to say so. But I'm not going to believe it just because there are coincidences relating to the main story. That's not a skeptical mind. That's just being retarded. Do you think the coincidence argument will be a big roadblock in the debate? Yeah, that's what the whole debate is going to be about. The debate between Sneeko and Fuentes is going to be mind rotting. I already know that. But yeah, this is why I don't play Among Us.
Oh, that killed me.
At the same time, though, it seems like you've bought hard into the official story. At the very least, with all these coincidences laid out, it seems kind of sus, no?
Definitely.
No! There's not a single thing here that seems like inexplainably sus so far. I don't think so. No, I don't think there's something that's like, holy shit, that's wild. No, I don't think so. Destiny hates when 2 + 2 = 4. True, dude. Absolutely true.
Interact.
I can't believe I let myself get baited.
Oh.
Doing 9/11 trooper shit. I should have done moon landing stuff. That's way easier to debunk the false narrative.
Washed up real move.
He solo killed him.
Watch your step.
He headbutted him into turret. Bam!
Oh, okay. Well, it's not really.
How is it possible that World War II footage has a better resolution than the most secure building in the world in 2001? What is the most secure building in the world in 2001? Are you referring to the Pentagon, or like different cameras in different parts of places can have different resolutions for a whole host of different
I'm not worried about the
like
PK
there are probably
killing.
some small mom and pop gas stations that were recording with fucking webcams that had higher quality shit than official government. But like, that's not even a good answer, because a lot of government fucking shit runs on hardcore legacy technology, like on old shit that just works and is reliable. That's not even a reasonable argument. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what it's like securing like footage and shit for, or the camera equipment systems that they use on some government property. I do know that every single friend I've ever known in my life that's worked on government shit has constantly complained about how old and out of date a lot of the software and technology they use is. But the reason why it's old, I shouldn't say out of date. The reason why it's old, though, is because it's secure and stable, right? So there's a risk of every time you upgrade to new shit, there might be bugs or flaws, and for national security shit, you don't want to risk that usually.
Hey.
What?
So, okay.
Oh God, you're a trooper.
I believe. No, wait. Hold on.
It's all right. Go ahead. Hit me. What do you got?
I believe we landed on the moon. Okay. I just don't think we filmed it. Right?
Why?
Like on the moon. Like I just don't think it was live streamed on the moon.
Why?
Like I think we just filmed it in a fucking theater.
It's impossible to do that.
It's easier to do.
It's not easy to do because we didn't have the filming technology at the time to do that.
Well, how would we have the film? Like, okay.
Here's the issue that you have when it comes to
space, right?
Here's the issue with the moon landing stuff. Okay. How could you possibly fake 0G, or not 0G, but how could you fake the low gravity of the moon in this?
Wait.
Special coming.
1960.
What? Yeah, weren't we like making fucking? Wasn't like Star Wars and all that shit like literally being made at the same time?
Yes. But those images weren't one continuous live shot for hours. The issue that people don't,
like from Star Wars?
Sure. The issue that people don't realize when it comes to filming on the moon. So what people will say is that the way that they simulated the gravity was by slowing down the footage and all this stuff. The only way to do that would have been to pre-record it. But the problem is that what people don't realize is the moon landing wasn't just 10 minutes or 2 minutes of footage. It was hours of footage of them walking around on the moon and shit. We don't have the technology to splice together film reels like that, because this was all analog at the time. None of this was digital. To splice together all of that film, to have absolutely no traces of anything going on in those workshops, and then to be able to take these like 400-foot reels and then play them in a way that was totally untraceable, and not, like it was impossible. Like we were already shooting ICBMs at each other and shit. Like, well, I don't know if we're actually launching ICBMs.
No
way. We already had rockets and all the tech to launch some shit to the moon, but the filming technology at the time to fake 2 hours, to do like a 2-hour recording, and then to slow the speed down and double crank it to get, like, it wasn't possible. It's impossible to do that. The filming technology just didn't exist.
Yeah, I don't know about the filming technology at the time. I just think it would make sense to like record it, pre-record it, or record it after because of the like weight limitations to like sending things into space.
I mean, the biggest weight limitation is probably going to be the actual fucking vessel itself. But I mean, like, taking it...
Because they were sending people, and they were like, even now, like, whenever we send things into space, everything's micromanaged. You know what I mean? To make sure that there's enough fuel to, like, carry everything so people don't die, especially.
I mean, I'm sure they make sure they have the appropriate levels of weight. I mean, I don't think it's micromanaged down to the gram. I feel like even in the could be wrong, but I thought I heard stories of astronauts.
I don't know what to do about it. I don't know how they.
I feel like I remember that, but I could be wrong. So don't. That might be fake news. But I thought I remember stories of like sometimes an astronaut would hide some like charm or some shit in their pocket or whatever, like stuff like that would happen.
Shockwave. But
it wasn't micromanaged down to the gram. I mean, your weight is fluctuating anywhere from like 1 to 4 pounds on a daily basis. Well, sure. I mean, yeah, but. But yeah, I mean, there's a film dude that does a video on the moon landing couldn't have been faked, and it's an interesting look into. People forget how primitive the video technology was of the day, and the idea that we could have faked hours of live footage with no splicing marks, and it could have been pre-recorded and then slow, like it was just impossible. That would have been unbelievably sophisticated video technology. That was impossible.
It doesn't have to be like I mean, it can just be the whole thing can be pre-recorded.
No, that's what I'm telling you.
Play it
to
over
record
over a live feed.
No, to record something for 2 hours would have required huge rolls of film, and you would have had to splice together some of these films. And when you splice together film, you can tell there's always going to be like artifacts and shit that happen. And it would have had to have been done in a manner that was using like professional video and audio people over the course of however long it would have taken to do it. And I don't even know if rolls of film existed that were this large.
Yeah.
There would have been a lot of people involved in this project. And even at all of that, I don't even think that was possible. I don't think you could have done that. Like the rolls you would have needed would have been way too huge. The artifacts would have shown when you were splicing the different reels together. Like the video technology did not exist at the time, and you would have needed like twice as much film because you would have had to film at half speed to simulate like the artificial gravity and everything too.
Wasn't there? But there was like artifacts already on the way.
No,
it wasn't like a high quality recording.
They were pretty high quality recordings. What do you mean? It was a live broadcast.
Yeah, but it was like black and white, like.
Dude, you do
I don't know. I haven't seen the moon footage.
Okay,
like you actually.
We'll watch this.
Like, it's like not like me on Resto when I fucking.
Okay, well, if someone has an argument against this, then go ahead and we'll watch this thing real quick, okay?
Demolishing everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's your moon landing thing, alright?
Yeah, it's me. It's Penance. Penance just owns.
This is why the moon hooks would have been possible.
Yes, sir.
Did people go to the moon in 1969? I'm not totally sure. I wasn't on the moon then. Did they fake going to the moon?
That's how
no, I'm pretty
be
sure
when
they
you're playing with
because they couldn't. Some people say that in 1969 people were incapable of sending a man to the moon, but that they were capable of staging the whole thing in a TV studio. In fact, the opposite is true. By the late 1960s, they did have the technical ability, not to mention the requisite madness, to send 3 guys to the moon and back. But they did not have the technology to take it on video. Now, please understand, I'm not saying this to defend the honor of the United States. The U.S. government lies all the time about all kinds of things they haven't lied to today. Maybe they haven't had coffee yet. So it's easy to believe the Apollo program was a lie too, especially if you weren't alive then, and you don't know much about the technology profiles of the day. You see, we really want the more all-powerful movie magic seems. Nowadays, it would be very easy to fake a moon landing, and we seem to have forgotten how to do it for real. Back then, it was the other way around, really. Ever since the 1920s, engineers were trying to improve liquid fuel rockets and their guidance systems. They wanted to go to outer space. The people who were paying for it wanted better bombs. By 1943, Werner von Braun's people already had a fully functional suborbital rocket. After the war, the German rocket scientists went to work for 2 rival superpowers, who then went to insane lengths to outdo each other on the world stage. It was a global dick-wagging contest on a scale never before seen in human history. It's fair to say that technology growth in the Cold War was mostly a competition in aerospace, rocketry, and weapons.
Oh my God, it's got
the kind of engineering people strove to excel in. And by the mid-60s, space travel was possible, I think. Meanwhile, film technology has gotten wider, and television is just becoming being colored. Now, here's where the story in one version, the Americans waste $20 billion to send 3 guys to the moon, plant the flag that says became a peace for all mankind and then go home to more tantalizing version, NASA at some point realizes they just can't. So to avoid humiliation, they hire Stanley Kubrick to produce a direct moon landing television. Oh no, he did such a great job in 2001. Years later, once the Apollo astronauts are starting to collect Medicare, some people get a lot of attention by pointing out flaws in the photographic evidence for Apollo. When you listen to them, they seem not to know very much about photography or video or lighting or even perspective. And I think they're hoping you don't either. So we should have seen stars in the sky? We shouldn't. The camera said it was close to broad daylight. If they were exposed to stars, then this picture would have looked like this. Flags waving in the breeze? What is it? It's wiggling in the vacuum after they let it go. Yeah, the shadows diverge unrealistically across the landscape? No, they don't. Sometimes how shadows work. They obviously used multiple light sources in this picture, right? No, they obviously didn't. I've been shooting in the studio for about 30 years now. I know what to look for. When you shine 2 lights at something, you get 2 shadows. So this would have looked more like this, but it doesn't, because this stuff was shot with a single light source. And if that light was anywhere near the action, you would have seen a fall off in brightness across the screen. You don't, because the light source is 150 million kilometers away, too far away for the inverse square law to make a difference.
I got that there at least, though. I'm not fucking saving.
The thing is, all these discussions are ignoring one simple point. In 1969, it was not yet possible technically to fake what we saw on TV. Why are people missing this? I think maybe they forget how primitive video was in 1969. I mean, it was an amazing achievement in electronics, but there was a lot they couldn't do. Let me try to explain that. The pivotal claim for the Apollo hoax theory, without which it all falls apart, is that what we saw on TV was slow motion footage of astronauts running around in the film studio. Because if it wasn't slow motion, it couldn't have happened on Earth. Let's talk about how slow motion works in film and video. There are 2 ways to make motion slow. One is you shoot it at normal speed and play it back slow. The other is to shoot it fast and play it back normal. The second way is called overcranking. It looks smoother and more realistic because you're sampling natural motion at a higher frame rate. But that means we would have had to shoot it on film using high-speed film cameras, right? How? Why? Because in 1969 there were no high-speed video cameras
at
yet.
14
The electronic
minutes,
system was there. Some people did have a magnetic disc recorder that could capture normal speed video and play it back slow. They used it for sports replays. It could record up to 30 seconds. Play back at 10 FPS and you've got a whopping 90 seconds of
damage?
I'm sticking with 10 frames per second because that was the video frame rate for Apollo 11. They had a non-interlace slow-scan TV camera especially made for them by Westinghouse. All the later missions were using regular NTSC cameras running at 2997 FPS. That would be 3 times harder to fake. I'm trying to make this easy. Keep in mind that when people today watch documentaries about the Apollo missions, they're looking at the highlights. They're looking at short clips cut together. The short clips are much easier to fake. But in July 1969, 600 million people, including me, we're all staring at a continuous lunar telecast that went on for a long time. It's actually pretty boring sometimes. At 16 minutes into the EVA, they turn on the video camera. 4 minutes later, you get your one small step frame. Then Aldrin climbs out, and they move the camera onto a tripod and proceed to do all their moonwalking, flag planting, then Armstrong climbs back up into the lander, and it's over. By which time the video camera has been running for 143 minutes. So if we're faking this with electronic slow-mo at 1/3 speed, we only need to record about 47 minutes of continuous live-action video. Well, that's a lot more than that Ampex disc recorder could hold. But NASA is special. Maybe they have a big disc recorder, right, in 1969. Okay, how much bigger? 95 times bigger? I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I mean, government agencies are powerful, but they're not God.
Unplayable for fucking FlyQuest now.
I don't know, man. I mean, government agencies are powerful, but they're not God.
All you do is obfuscate. We know what black people are, bro. We know we can. Dude, my... What? Windows just installed NVIDIA control panel automatically for some fucking reason on my computer. I have no idea why. And it fucking reset my whole desktop. Based. Thank you. Thank you, Microsoft. Hold on.
This is not a good argument for a debate, but imagine having to execute such a complex project plan that is satisfying or triggering all coincidences. If someone would want to manage a project like this, they wouldn't dare to introduce so many variables.
my god.
Have you checked out the Bored Ape Nazi / alt-right symbolism in Cypher Deep Dive Filling did?
Not again. 30.
Fuck, man. Chill. Give me like 2 minutes for everybody to reconnect. Mr. Beast just released a video about surviving a plane crash. Wait, seriously? Somebody in YouTube chat said, a serious crime can be solved by a series of coincidences. Detectives literally use coincidences to solve crimes. I think Destiny ignores coincidences. I don't ignore a coincidence. A coincidence is a basis for further investigation. That's what it is. It's not evidence in and of itself. So while you are correctly saying that some crimes have been solved by coincidences, which is true, there have also been innocent people indicted and convicted on coincidences that ends up not being true. Do you understand the difference, right? Like, coincidences are just a basis for which you begin investigating. That's it. That's not in and of itself evidence or proof of something. It's just a basis to begin investigating.
Sure. Why keep DGG in sub-only mode when you are going to argue with oxygen thieves in YouTube chat anyway?
Destiny, I hate to say it, but you're in the wrong here. What did I just say that was in the wrong? This is, what part of that could possibly be controversial? Could you not say you do the same through the Shkreli situation? You do not have concrete proof that he faked the situation, but a series of coincidences which you refuse to explain with incompetence. I never said 100% that Shkreli did it. I just said it looked really, really, really bad, which it did. But there was no. But the difference is there was no proof on one side or the other, really, for what happened.
Does anybody have an idea?
But even before I talked to Shkreli, I said as much. Yeah, it is possible that he was severely incompetent. That's possible. But like I don't know one way or another. And the other story is like just as plausible.
I think it's details, but I can't confirm. It's like the last like 8 spells you've casted, but it has like spell you casted targeted towards.
Are you not going back on your word or not debating conspiracy theories with Ryan Dawson? So why are you doing this? I don't know, because Nico and Fuentes brought it up, and the 9/11 shit gets brought up quite a bit. So I figure why not look into it? But yeah, I just
Nick, what is this thing that I have on my UI, but I can't find it?
But it seems like
because once I got it, I just said it, and I completely. It literally took me like 3 minutes to find, so I just don't know anymore. What's the spellcaster like history? The spellcast history, like your last 8 spells that you've casted and the target that it was directed at.
Okay, if you don't have Trophy GCD, I think it's in details. It's the details action tracker.
Or like get.
Okay, we're finishing this. I think enough people are back.
Is it in plugins?
No, you guys said that.
It is.
The navigation program.
It is in plugins.
95 times
Good
bigger?
call.
I don't know, man. I mean, government agencies are powerful.
I was wigging out for a bit. I was like, Jesus, man.
Maybe they did have some special way to overcrank video in 1969 for an hour and a half.
Forgot what I was-
Maybe
what
they
was I
had
doing?
some top secret high-speed electronics that the rest of the world never knew about. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, we're doing
no,
yard,
you
I
guys
think.
said that their navigation computers were too slow.
Dude, I've just been getting weird
Guess
ass
we can't
groups
have it both
today. I
ways.
do not
You
appreciate
can't
it.
be fast and slow at the
Yeah.
same time, right?
We were doing.
Wouldn't it be easier to shoot this on film?
No, you're good.
I mean, in 1969, we
worry.
already knew how to
The,
overprank film.
Draven isn't
For
snowballing
Apollo
that
11,
hard.
we only need to shoot
Oh,
30
no, it was
FPS
only like
and play it
7
back
and
in
1.
10.
8 and 1.
Okay, let's
Oh,
try
okay,
that.
that's good.
I
they
recommend you
actually-
shoot on 35 millimeter to minimize the film
TL
grain.
is
That's what Kubrick would have
13,000
done.
gold
Now let's
ahead.
see. Normal 35 millimeter
I've
runs at
seen them
90
throw
feet
this.
per minute, but since we're shooting at 30 FPS, that'll be 112.5 feet
I
per
mean,
minute.
yeah, if Han
We
Solo
need
just
47
dies like
minutes
10
of original
times in a
film,
row,
so that's about
I think
5,300
they
feet.
TL could.
And of course,
maybe?
there's no such thing as a
Erickson
film
doesn't want
magazine that big.
Yeah,
Volkswagen. But if you shoot 1,000-foot loads, that's about that big.
I don't think it's
then you can
possible
do it in
for
5
TL to
mags.
actually lose. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh, wait, I can do this. You don't want to see the splice marks where you
15,000
put
gold
the reels
ahead.
together, because then everybody would know it was a fake.
Hextech Soul.
And remember, we're shooting for TV,
Vent
so
Draven
it's
is
1:33 aspect ratio, not 1:85. So that means you have to do A and B rolls. You have to cut the negative into A and B rolls and print them onto a 5,300-foot fine-grained interpositive, and cut an answer print in the film lab. And when you're done, make sure everybody that works in the film lab dies mysteriously in a car crash. Now you just need to find a custom-designed telecine that can transfer your 5,300-foot answer print to video at 10 frames per second, pin registered, of course. How hard can that be? Of course, you need
Every
to be
group I've
absolutely
got
certain
today
that in all that splicing and printing and
It's just been-
transferring,
it's just a bunch of
none the
weirdos.
most
I don't
common
like it.
film
It's not fun.
artifacts have gotten onto your
A
giant
bunch of
print.
fucking 30. Like
No
there was a
base
group of
scratches, no
dude was
emulsion
3,700
tracks, no
tank last
weave,
season,
no
and I was
grain,
like,
and
cool.
not
They're all from
one
Azralon. Not cool, but you know,
Any
I'll
one of
deal
those
with it.
things
Because sometimes
will
there's good
instantly
players.
betray that this is a
These
hoax.
motherfuckers are
Okay,
like
so you
to
do
the
that,
the
and
second
then you do it
boss,
again
Dragon
for
boss.
5 more lunar missions.
He pull
Those
even on the
later
first
missions,
boss,
you have
he
to play
pulls
back
the
at
fuck
30
somebody
FPS, meaning you have to shoot it at
mispulls
60 FPS,
while we're in
twice the
vispotting
torque,
past the guards, the
twice
stone
as
guards,
many
pulls
splices
the
to keep
guards on the
twice
boss.
as much of a chance
We
to
figure
kill
it out.
something
We
like
we
camera.
make it, but the bosses go super slow because
maybe
it's
it would be
tyrannical,
easier
and we
to
have
just
4
go to
fucking
the
mobs in there making us dance and shit.
I don't
So
really know
then
if that's possible. Like I said, I
the
wasn't on the moon
second
in
the second boss,
1969, and
he pulls the last
knew.
pack
I can tell
onto,
you that in
but then
1969
every
it
time
was
they
not
get knocked back, eventually they get knocked back into the water. And then there's explosives under the water that still register us LOS, and they're like expecting me to go fucking all the way across to these guys that are free casting because nobody's fucking hitting them,
concern is with the
and
ultimate
just
state of knowing.
hit these explosives. I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
difference between
What?
you can know
Why
and
didn't we
what
just
you
kill him
wish for.
first?
I hate
That's
pulling
what
that
puts you
pack on the second
sapiens
boss. I
almost
hate it
sapiens.
so much.
Well, it
Without
doesn't.
that, you're
It's
just
not
a
bad if
normal.
it's not fortified
Not
and you actually
cool.
kill them. But if you don't kill them, they'll act, and especially on explosives where they spawn explosives across the map on you.
Exactly.
Like,
Okay. But
I just
that
don't
step
understand.
from knowing that you've been lied to,
Don't get it.
believing that everything else is a lie,
Makes sense to me.
is a big step. Once you're forced to hypothesize whole new technologies to keep your conspiracy possible, then you've stepped over into the realm of magic. It demands a deep and abiding faith in things you can never know. It's like you need to cling to your belief system with all your might against the overwhelming evidence of your own rational mind. And some people do. What's dangerous about that is that it blinds you to the real conspiracies that authorities are perpetrating on you right now.
Like 9/11.
As we speak. Things that are a lot more important than whether some guys went to the moon. If I mean, I'm not America, but if I were, I would much rather have you be questioning Apollo 11 and not questioning the Patriot Act, the Iraq War, the financial industry bailouts, and the right to indefinite military detention without charge.
So close. So close!
Those things are real. Thank you for watching. Excellent. My tech came from NASA.
There's your moon landing. Updated. changing my... Hold on. God damn it! Who is it?
Okay. That guy's definitely a trooper, first of all. But
he probably is actually, unironically.
Shockwave.
I still think they should have picked the first. They don't have to pick every single one.
They would have faked just the first moon landing, the rest were real. Okay, well, listen, hey.
The whole landing. Okay, just the footage.
Sure, fine. You know what? If I pulled you over on that much, I'm content with that progress. Okay, I'm content with that. Fine, sure.
Yeah, but that's what, yeah. Okay, but that's
No
I was saying it to make the point that like on the 9/11 shit, it doesn't have to be some crazy grand like whatever the fuck.
I don't understand.
I think that there's obviously like a lot of like missing.
Don't understand this level of idiocy, bro.
I went to look at your stream
whatever
to
the
see
fuck.
the action
Something that can
earlier, and I
explain
just
all
kept
these
watching, and I just watched that whole happen.
Bro, it's so fucking cancer.
Coincidences just happen. There's no explanation.
We're even right now, we're being so fucking retarded. Holy shit!
Some of them are just like super.
We're just, there's ultimate retardation is happening right now, and I don't understand it.
It says they frame it like he bought it 6 weeks before, and I understand they would probably make working that deal
In fucking junkyard of all places,
when the deal was like
we're pulling like
okay, so it's probably like bad.
People are just fucking
okay, sure,
feet pulling packs of borks and shit on top of everyone. And then we're doing a gigapull with an AoE fucking scrap bot, and then a fucking
the buildings
3 borks just AoE fucking haste reductioning everybody. I'm like, bro, what, I'm just gonna.
Just passed whatever.
Yeah, and then they pull the spider, and I'm like, bro, we aren't even supposed to pull yet. Who's fat fucking like? Whose pixels are so fat that they just can't? They can't fucking check them.
Asbestos or some shit because it's a danger to people. So it's like,
I'm just. These are the weird ass fucking people. I'm getting fucking. Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't like it. It's not fun.
Would have cost like.
About to go play League of Legends and hurt myself in other ways that way.
Millions of dollars.
Jesus fuck, dude.
Or some shit like that. So I guess the claim is gonna be that like it was like a mutually beneficial for I don't know. I guess him to be involved somehow with that. So somehow he was like, yeah, go ahead and attack my buildings I just bought. I can take out my insurance claim.
Okay, hold on.
For like
There's
$5 billion.
So here's like the issue. If you're approaching this, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, if you're approaching this in good faith, here's the thing. Okay, 2 things. 1, do you have any idea how common terrorism insurance was at the time?
No.
Okay, if 95% of buildings in New York had terrorism,
It is junkyard. I'm praying that we can make some
maybe that's just
comebacks
really
here.
common. Or 2,
Jesus,
how many
am I
other
not
buildings got
optimistic
terrorism
anymore?
insurance after being involved in terrorism? Because the World Trade Center had already been bombed one time, significantly, right?
Warrior seems to be a pumper, but he was the guy who
So
fucking
is it really that
pulled last
crazy
time,
that
so I don't really want to
just
give him
100
PIs and
people in
shit.
the garage floor from the urea nitrate.
That's just
whatever
how I
fucking
operate.
That they down in the first World
Wait,
Trade
was it
Center.
actually the exact
It's a fair way to operate.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, like what was it? The 1993 bombing or some shit?
Yeah. It was the World Trade Centers. Yeah. The
I'll
parking,
get it, guys,
the
don't
parking
worry.
garage.
I'll get
yeah.
the-
So maybe the
I want free HP,
insurance
I'll
isn't
take
that
it.
crazy. And then in terms of like
Okay, maybe
paying a
not.
lot of money to insulate it with asbestos and stuff, I mean, they were the World Trade Centers. Those buildings generated a lot of money. There's a reason why they targeted those buildings. If anybody in all of New York City had the money to modernize their shit, wouldn't it have probably been the World Trade
I'm
Centers?
just getting the ultimate cuckfest with this stupid.
Yeah, I guess.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
because I mean the purchase was like 2-point-something billion or some shit like that.
Real quick, person who's talking to Destiny, can you please introduce yourself so people know that it's not me? It's not Wicked Supreme. This is not me.
Supreme, okay, it is Supreme.
It's American Nacho, guys. Okay.
Keep yelling at Supreme, okay?
Okay. All right. I love you, buddy. Be careful. Okay.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, hold on. I'm doing a Oh! I'm sorry. People, I have a friend that says it's an Asian accent. That's not an Asian accent that I'm doing. I'm actually offended that you would think Asians sound like that. That's just some noises that I make. I don't know why people say. That's just not true. It's hateful, actually.
Run. Charging. Move. Shockwave.
Or the...
It's not. That has nothing to do with Asian people, okay? It's from Mr. Mutin. It's my Jar Jar Binks accent. Okay. I am, okay, so I'm thinking of changing my overlay donos.
Does anybody know if that fucking monstrosity shit is a disease or not?
Which one?
The one that they make it so it, like,
think that, like,
necrotics or
I like that
makes it
pressure.
so you can't heal.
Oh, like
I think the corners need
yeah,
to
it's
be
a
rounded
disease.
some.
It's a disease?
I
Oh,
think
I never
text
It
is
is,
really
yeah.
aggressive.
Run.
Probably need some level of transparency.
Because it doesn't come across as spellable to bars, but if it's a disease, I mean, I'll try this. It just always looks like it's fucking not, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay.
I mean, I think I've read that it's a disease when I like mouse over it, but
It looks like a disease, to be frank, but...
I'm pretty sure
Oh,
it
here's,
is.
this is the fun part. Too many globals, guys. I need help.
Maybe 20 to 30% reduction in size.
Right here, 'cause I know everybody's gonna get it.
More friendly font. I don't know
Run.
which one.
Is it also maybe... I'm just being a toxic priest at this point, okay? I need it. Sometimes you need to vent it out. Is it just me, or do I hate it when people with not the top DPS ask for PI? Like, why?
Charging.
You don't do the top DPS. Like, I haven't. I think I PI'd this warrior once, and he's like 5k DPS overall above this warlock, and the warlock's like, PI me. And I'm like, why? So you cannot be the bottom? Like, I don't know. Like, I just hate it when people.
I hate it when like pugs do that.
Yeah. I mean, are they okay? First off, I should check. Are they all guildies?
All right.
They're definitely not all guildies. I don't give a fuck.
Empower.
Yeah, I'm not like those guys.
Charging. Move.
Like, this warrior is fucking smoking them. But I guess, does Bladestorm even get affected by haste?
No, warriors don't even get that much of a PI. I mean, like, I know warlocks gain a ton off it. You probably should, but like, when you're hugging, like, I hate them.
I just do it off. Yo, top DPS gets it, bro, because I want to fucking pump you up. You're obviously a nun and brick butter, but like, why would I want to?
Like, if this is a warlock who sucks and you're going into him, like, it's not curious.
Well, he's like 20k DPS, but like, it's not shitty, but it's still like, bro, I don't really want to. Like, I'm sorry, like, it's a really shitty thing to say, but I don't feel like you deserve it. I bring up some childhood trauma, but I don't really give a fuck about it.
They don't prove that the terrorists were actually aboard the planes. In fact, the opposite suspicion arises in this case. Just as the Portland images seem to be the perfect substitute for the complete lack of images of the 19 terrorists at the three airports, these short sound bites, apparently generated by mistake, seem to be the perfect substitute for the complete lack of conversations from the 4 cockpit voice recorders.
Really, though?
The situation becomes even more implausible if we look at the actual flight data recorders, the devices that store the technical information from the plane during the flight. For the 2 airplanes that hit the towers, again, we are told that the flight data recorders were never found. In the months following the destruction of the Twin Towers, every ounce of rubble that left Ground Zero was meticulously combed through in the effort to recover every possible human remain.
That's when we decided the very least that we can do. If we can't bring them home to their families alive, then we'll stick it out and bring them home to their families. There wasn't a piece of rubble that left that pit that wasn't gone over with a fine-tooth comb.
This practice went on until the end of the removal operations.
The pile that you see in the background there is what remains of one of the towers. The tractor basically comes in, takes a shovel full of it, and then he feathers it out across the field out there. The guys take rakes, and they rake through, and it's very tedious, but we
Watch your step.
As if that weren't enough, the same search was repeated at the Fresh Kills landfill.
Oh,
in New
guys,
Jersey.
that's what. When I'm gooped, can't do anything for you, bruh.
Went through 3 more passes under the careful eyes of officers and agents of the FBI and the NYPD.
Yet we are asked to believe that not 1, but 4 bright orange, practically indestructible voice and data recorders eluded a search so meticulous that it was able to recover dozens of watches, banknotes, personal documents, and even buckets of coins. For the other 2 flights, the one that hit the Pentagon and the one that crashed in Pennsylvania, the flight data recorders were found, we were told, and were in good condition. It's from these 2 black boxes that the animations depicting the full flight of American 77 and United 93 were extracted. These 2 black boxes, however, pose a big problem. Every flight data recorder carries a metal plaque indicating the exact model and serial number of that device. This allows a flight data recorder to always be matched to the plane it was mounted on, while providing some important technical information. As explained by the NTSB, the serial number is used to identify when a recorder manufacturer switched from a certain memory configuration to another. This information is necessary to perform the correct recovery of the data. In virtually every accident report filed by the NTSB in the last 20 years, both the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder's serial numbers are listed. But in the reports from Flight 77 and Flight 93, for some reason, they are not. An independent researcher has filed several Freedom of Information Act requests with the NTSB, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the FBI, requesting information on the missing serial numbers. But his requests were always denied. As no one has ever released the serial numbers of the 2 flight data recorders, it's impossible to know whether they came from Flight 77 and Flight 93, or from a totally different source. All in all, we have this paradoxical situation where the contents of 6 black boxes out of 8 were never released, while the other 2 cannot be verified as genuine both in origin and content. As far as we know, the 4 airplanes that crashed on September 11th could have been totally different machines from those that left the airplanes earlier that morning.
Shockwave.
The obvious inability by these amateurs to fly the 4 airplanes in the way they were flown, and the total lack of proof that they were even aboard those planes, poses a serious question. If not them, then who was piloting the planes? One thing everyone can agree on is that no professional pilot in the world would ever crash his own plane into a highly populated target like the Pentagon or the Twin Towers in New York. Even at gunpoint, once he knew his plane was doomed, at the last minute he would steer it away from a populated target or plunge it directly into the sea.
I don't believe any airline pilot would intentionally fly into the World Trade Center, even with a gun in his head.
It is inconceivable to me that any airline pilot would allow anyone to force him to fly into an inhabited building. I cannot imagine how any pilot could be conscious or capable of doing anything to control that airplane at the time that it was directed at one of these buildings.
But then, who was in the cockpits? What may seem as a far-fetched possibility was actually suggested by TV reporters less than 10 minutes after the impact on the second tower.
That is a very large aircraft. It would be enormously significant if someone was able in some way to get their hands on a 727 or a similar sized commercial aircraft and then crash it in.
Ollie? Jim, what you're saying could be a drone aircraft. That's an aircraft that's guided electronically to its target without having a pilot. Now that is a possibility as well.
One fact that seems to support this possibility are the exceptional speeds these airplanes were able to achieve at low altitudes, near sea level. As we know, a person can easily run at top speed through normal air, but he cannot do the same in a much thicker medium like water. If he were to be pushed at the same speeds in the thicker fluid, he would probably lose his arms and legs due to the excessive resistance to impulsions. The same thing can happen to airplanes if they are pushed beyond their design structural limits.
This is cute, this is cute, this is
At 30,000 feet,
why are you
the
still
air is
in
very
there?
thin, and the
Fucking
airplane
stupid
can easily travel
warrior.
beyond 500 miles an hour without encountering much resistance. As soon as it starts descending, however, the atmosphere gets thicker and thicker, and the plane needs to reduce the speed accordingly in order to preserve its structural
Actually,
integrity.
the most cancer.
Below 10,000 feet in altitude,
The most
speeds
cancer
around 250
fucking
miles
assholes,
per hour
bro.
are recommended. In fact, each airplane has a specific maximum operating velocity, called VMO, which should never be exceeded at low altitudes. Never means never for a reason. Should the VMO be exceeded, a phenomenon called flutter can occur, which can quickly cause irreversible damage. The flutter phenomenon can affect any kind of airplane, from large military bombers to small single-engine airplanes. Once the VMO is exceeded, not only are the wings and the ailerons at risk, but also the fuselage begins suffering from the air pressure caused by the speed. This is what happened to an Air China 747.
It's actually really impressive. Holy shit. I just realized the feat that warrior did. He's been dead for probably over half of this pull, but he still pulls 20k DPS. He like hella bursted in the beginning. Didn't even use Blade Storm. Still pulled 20k.
Stress of the dive tears the landing gear doors off the plane.
Luckily, the pilots were able to regain control of the plane and perform an emergency landing. The damage caused by the excess velocity was visible all over the plane. The maximum operating speed for a 767, two of the 4 hijacked airplanes, is 414 miles per hour. For the other 2 airplanes, the 757s, the VMO is even less, 402 miles per hour. Yet on 9/11, all 4 airplanes were flown at speeds close to or beyond 500 miles per hour near sea level, without suffering any visible structural damage. While
Is it true that one? So firstly, was there true that there were no structural damage at all? I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe we'll get into that. But 2, my guess is going to be those VMOs are going to be set at the bottom of your limits for what the airplane can safely tolerate. It's not like if you go 405 miles per hour, your airplane's going to explode and fall apart. Again, like the safety thresholds on commercial planes are unfucking believable. Not to say that it can go like 1,000 miles per hour at no risk. And I'm sure that traveling past your VMO by 100 or 150 miles per hour for periods of time, especially below 35,000 feet, is probably really bad. But like, if I had to guess without knowing anything, I'm sure most commercial airlines could probably exceed this VMO quite significantly at lower altitudes, assuming they're not doing crazy maneuvers, and still like maintain some amount of structural integrity, right? It's not going to be like you exceed your VMO and you crash immediately. It would be interesting, and maybe they'll do this in a few minutes, to have like some sort of engineering report on like, if a plane exceeds this speed at this whatever, then this is liable to happen. But we're going to need...
while remaining perfectly under control.
I tried to shadow or death my target, but I
how do they know how fast
over
they're
a
going at point of
fucking
impact? Was someone pointing a speedometer? I think there are ways you can calculate it, but I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I think all of these planes were in excess of 500
Do you know about
miles
this
per hour on
one?
impact. That was my so.
That's fun. I'm just looking at your stream right now. I've been wanting to see how this works, so.
Assuming it prevents.
It makes some. No one can die to the wheel. I'm pretty sure.
A plane that exceeds the VMO would have to have many structural checks, and after the likelihood of damage would be low until they're going crazy with the VMO. Maybe, but what is crazy when it ends, right? Yeah, I don't know.
Look at this.
They said irreversible structural damage, which could mean that the plane could still work, but no one would want to fly it. Well, no, generally, if you exceed the VMO on a plane too much, I think they just crash it.
I don't know.
Like even S-16s.
Nobody's gonna touch that explosive. No one ever.
Fly those
Yeah,
planes
okay.
in certain ways beyond their specifications. I think once you ground
Plus, I'm a fan of it now.
it's considered like
It seemed like it seemed like it was cool. I was like, oh, it seems like you're racing a mechanic. It doesn't. It doesn't seem like it races a mechanic at all.
The fighter planes are probably gonna their VMOs and shit are gonna be set much closer to the true maxes than what like a commercial airline would be. That'd be my guess.
The engineers needed to know if the triple.
Oh, sorry. Flight 11 was going 465 miles per hour, not 500 miles per hour. My bad. Flight 11 was the first one that hit. I'm confused. Planes are required to be 460 to 575 miles per hour just to take off. Is that true? Are planes really going that fast at takeoff? What speed 747 needs to be to take off? Going 747.
I genuinely don't know what this is supposed to prevent or help or not.
I feel like I've done probably hundreds of flights in my life at this point. I don't think I've ever been going 500 miles per hour.
I think it's, yeah, maybe it's easier to cleave them both, so they always come back to an open cleave.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, that's a cloud. That's an actual cloud.
Oh my god.
Are you joking me? What is this fucking luck I'm getting, bro? This is actually fucking stupid.
Everywhere that one could have went.
Oh, the chatter might be thinking.
Literally goes into fucking smoke bomb. Are you joking?
Pretty high.
What is this game, bro? What am I actually dealing with? I feel like today is just a day to be like, you know what? We're just gonna fucking totally fuck over Jake today.
Shockwave.
Concords pick up.
Winds could survive the strongest forces, the turbulence, or
Does it reset after 100? Because I was definitely I was over 60 at one point in this dungeon for my explosive count.
Shockwave.
Don't even care, fuck it.
They would just attach strong cables to the wings and pull upwards until they go. As the test progressed, the force on the wings became so strong it caused ripples in the fuselage. The engineers hoped that the wing would withstand 150% of the strongest forces it would ever meet in flight. They predicted a wing deflection of about 24 feet before the break.
Shockwave.
As the tension in the wing increased, a crowd of observers, including many of the people who had lived with planes in over 4 years, broke. Although he was no longer the leader of the team, Alan Malone was also taking part.
Does it reset every bolt? No.
So this is showing the, I guess for this test on this wing, I don't know if this is a point of reference or anything. This exceeded 154% of its max, at 154% of the designed limit load of the boat. So I don't know. I'm just saying that like whatever the max rated thing on an airplane is, usually they can go pretty far beyond that. They're engineered to be perfectly safe.
American 11 hit high up in North Tower around the 93rd floor, going pretty astonishing rate of speed, almost 500 miles an hour.
Come on now. Get out of this thing.
It's a very large target, descending rapidly, very fast. Diving very steeply and very fast.
He's really moving. He was moving fast.
United Flight 175, streaking through the skies over New York at more than 600 miles an hour, barely missed colliding with another commercial flight.
The back of my neck stands up when we talk about the hijacking. We watched speed, very high rate of speed. I believe it was about 600 knots southbound, which was extremely unusual for an air carrier.
According to the NTSB, during the descent from 12,000 to 6,000 feet, the aircraft ground speed remained between 500 and 520 knots. It then impacted World Trade Center Tower 2 at approximately 510 knots ground speed. 510 knots is 586 miles per hour. That's almost 200 miles per hour beyond the maximum operating velocity of a 767. American 77 also impressed the air traffic controllers for the speed in approaching Washington.
It's an unidentified plane to the southwest of Dallas, moving at a very high rate of speed. I slid over to the controller on my left, and I asked him, do you see an unidentified plane very southwest of Dallas? And his response was, yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Somebody
Look
likes
how
dying
fast
on
he
our
was.
Shockwave.
Full throttle.
Full out.
The plane made its circular descent at about 350 miles an hour. Then it kept accelerating until it crashed into the Pentagon, says the commission report, traveling at approximately 530 miles per hour. While flying at 5,000 feet of altitude, United 93 began performing a series of hard left and right maneuvers at 350 miles per hour. This was followed by a series of similar up and down maneuvers while flying near 400 miles. Yet Zihad Jarrah, the amateur who wasn't allowed to fly solo on a single-engine airplane, braved the roller coaster without ever losing control. As the plane was descending, he even kept accelerating until the aircraft plowed into an empty field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania at 580 miles per hour. These exceptional speeds, achieved at low altitudes, have raised more than an eyebrow among aeronautical experts and pilots alike, especially those who have flown the actual airplanes involved in 9/11.
I flew the two actual aircraft which were involved in 9/11. The flight number 175 and flight 93, the 757 that allegedly went down at Shanksville, and flight 175 is the aircraft that's alleged to have hit the South Tower. I don't believe it's possible for a terrorist, so-called terrorist, to train on a 172 and jump in a cockpit of a 757, 767 class cockpit and vertical navigate the aircraft, lateral navigate the aircraft, and fly the airplane at speeds exceeding its design limit speed by well over 100 knots, make high-speed high-bank turns, exceeding pulling probably 5, 6, 7 Gs. And the aircraft would literally fall out
If
of
you
the
have
sky.
the flight path for these, if you're really exceeding 7 Gs on the plane, that should be like very easy math. Like, just show us the math on it, you know? Like, that should be pretty easy to calculate. Not even easy.
AOE incoming.
The MIT professor published a paper regarding the 9/11 plane impact speed is not that high.
Help, sir. Target you.
I don't know how incredible is this paper. 7 Gs sounds fucking insane. That sounds like a lot of... But if you could calculate how many Gs, or if you have the flight path, you should be able to calculate the Gs that are being pulled. I bet there's software that does it probably automatically. Post-mortem analysis in the collapsed buildings. As is well known, the kinetic energy carried by the plane changes with the square of the velocity, while their momentum grows in proportion to the velocity. Thus, an accurate determination of the speed is an essential datum in the estimation of the dynamic effects elicited by the collision. Using various publicly available video recordings, as described in the article, nobody obtained reasonably accurate estimates of the speed of flight of the planes that collided onto the Twin Towers. I would be so surprised if an airliner could manage 7 Gs. 7 Gs in a commercial plane, that just sounds high to me, but I don't know. I mean, I could be a dumb fuck. I don't know. That sounds insanely high, though. The velocity is listed in this table for the two WTC planes, World Trade Center planes, are in excellent agreement with flight data based on radar provision by the NTSC. The radar speeds are basically 10% larger, a difference that could easily be explained by the higher altitude at which the aircraft may have remained visible to radar, and the probable speed up caused by the descent. Indeed, during a final approach, the airplanes whose transponders have been disabled were flying as low as 1,000 feet above the ground, the height of impact, an altitude that is barely above the rooftops of the skyscrapers in Lower Manhattan, so radar is likely to have been blind to them. By contrast, the inputs given herein are based on the last mile of flight prior to
Shockwave.
Man, if only Nico wasn't.
Dispel. Shockwave. Shockwave.
On the other hand, the velocity given for the plane that plunged into the Pentagon comes from information contained in the recovered flight data recorder. Flight numbers and aircraft type listed are from the report by Washington Post and as follows.
Stay
So
away
this was
from
one that we did
lines.
get the flight data recorder from? Which ones did he say we didn't get them from? I don't remember. Planes can reach those levels of G-force without immediately
Stay
removing
away
support.
from
Matters how
lines.
long that G-force is applied. Yeah, I imagine it's going to be the length of time the G-force is applied, and then the specific type of maneuver you're doing at the same time as well.
Stay away from lines.
The impact time is listed on records contained in the power seismic station of Mont de Earth observatory.
Stay away from lines.
6 seconds. Air time estimated travel from the seismic waves from World Trade Center to Palo Santos.
Stay away from lines.
Oh, we got the recorder for the serial numbers from here.
Phase change.
Trying to do a Doppler effect to calculate. It feels like a pre-calc homework assignment or something. Trying to. If it's moving at this speed and you're at this distance, blah, 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 blah. Make you do it to get your drone and pilot places. The planes are rated about 2 to 3 Gs, so if there's a safety factor of your ports, people could maintain 7 Gs for a little bit.
Stay away from lines.
I wonder where they're getting. I wonder where they're getting their speeds from in this video.
Stay away from lines.
Probably 5, 6, 7 Gs. An aircraft would literally fall out of the sky.
Warrior sucks dick,
couldn't
dude.
do it, and
And not in a. It's okay to suck dick, okay? I'm saying. Not bad. Oh shit.
Stay away from lines.
They're just actually throwing the keys so bad, guys. How did we not?
Hit the second tower.
We didn't one phase the fucking HK8.
No, that's impossible.
We had a warrior pulling 18k DPS on HK8. Don't know how that's even possible with Lust.
Use the pump earlier.
Where's the pump earlier? I think it was.
Put out 6 times more power.
Or earlier.
If you changed out the motor,
Maybe let his brother start playing or something.
I don't know, maybe.
You know, theoretically you could, but then...
And then we got one shot, so it's like, how the fuck?
Under all circumstances, I'd say an absolute resounding no.
To me, it's impossible. You know, any pilot that has been in a commercial...
I just get I get the fucking luckiest ones, bro. I get the luckiest ones.
If you said 510
No, okay.
How do I get them? How do I fucking get them? If it's not this, it's the fucking blades from Workshop. Like, how the fuck?
The maximum tolerances of a commercial airline.
It's not dumb fuck teammates.
Approaching anything near what those planes can do.
You see how many times he died that?
Pilot. Like you're so
1, 2,
it's
3,
kind of weird,
4,
like,
5,
it
6,
would
7.
be more satisfying
7
to hear
times.
engineers talk about this, not pilots.
Right.
Like a pilot's not going to know. Like you're never gonna go like, oh yeah, so
hit
one
by a
time
cannon blast
I was
for
flying a
100 or
747
200K.
at about
Yeah,
480
that's
knots
healable.
ground speed because I wanted
He
to
got
see
hit
like,
by
how high I
liftoff
could come in before
by
the ATCT started shouting like that.
HK8.
You're gonna have no idea what the max is. I'm sure you'll go through flight school and
110K.
they'll tell you
That's
what
healable.
your VNE is and your
he got hit for bolster
whatever the other number was. I'm sure
bolt
you'll
buster by
know that. But I think
Nano
engineers here would have
Mega
more
something.
input
I don't know
than
what the
fucking
fuck that
pilots
is,
on
but
the
he
max
got hit for
tolerances of
120K.
their
That's
planes.
avoidable. Oh, that was like the last 4 deaths. Tight.
Where the fuck are their high G forces supposedly coming from? I don't see any tight turns, and there's no reason to believe they were getting 7 Gs of linear. Yeah, I don't know where the 7 Gs are coming from. That's why I'm saying I need to see the flight path. If on a big bank, maybe, or on a big dive, you could. But Gs, when we're talking about Gs, you're talking about a rate of change, right? Acceleration is the rate of change between your speed at T0 and T1 or whatever, right? That you have to be increasing or decreasing, either positively or negatively accelerating to generate G forces. You can be going 5 billion miles per hour and experience 0 Gs because you're not accelerating or decelerating. So yeah, I don't know what where is your change of speed coming from? Where that guy's saying, well, they'd have to be pulling 7 Gs. Well, show me the flight path. That's why I'm saying you should be able to calculate it. Show me the flight path and the calculation for these Gs. But yeah, I don't know. I wish they were talking to engineers on this.
Do we have a melee cleave that I can try and get Tony's on?
Not
stackers.
right now, but I'm sure
the pilot is a top
Is
G.
it possible to fly over 500 miles an hour at
That's
sea level?
No. Oh, here's an aeronautical engineer at least. Okay, Captain Gordon Wilson.
It would be above the indicated airspeed would be greater than its maximum speed at sea level.
Even like say if it was even in a shallow type of dive,
would it be able to?
Any airplane can be dive, of course. Then you've got the assistance of gravity, right? But there comes a point where the drag of the air overcomes the aerodynamics of the airplane.
For a final word, the same researcher has called Boeing Corporation.
It has to do with the maximum speed of a 767-200 at 700 feet altitude.
Or 200?
Yeah, 767-200, yeah. Like, I had asked some people, and they assumed it would be about 250 miles an hour or something.
That sounds pretty likely because at 35,000 feet, it's 530 miles.
So there's no way that it could be going 500 miles an hour at 700 feet altitude then.
Not a chance. Not that fast.
What is the argument that they molded a plane that looked exactly like a 740? Well, the argument is that they use like a military drone or something, basically. How would you even... I wonder how you would even find information about this. What is the... I feel like this is like a Veritasium video. Given the structure of a 747, and then given like the maximum thrust you could produce, what is the theoretical max speed that you could sustain with slight gravity assistance, because you're diving a little bit? I wonder what the max speed you could sustain is on that frame without suffering an immediate destruction of the frame. And then what would be physically possible? Like, do you have the delta V plus the gravity assistance to reach that speed? But I don't. I would need like or I keep saying 747s, but I don't think any of the planes were 747s. Sorry, they were like 737s or 737s or whatever the fuck they were. But yeah, I'm curious. There's so many variables here. Yeah. The what is the max speed of a plane at sea level of commercial airliners? What's the difference? 7067. The top speed of a Boeing 747 itself is about 570 miles per hour, and this flight maxed out at 825. The difference between ground speed and air speed is also why this speed, while technically faster than the speed of sound, didn't ever go supersonic. Yeah, maybe, but keep in mind your max speed at 35,000 feet is going to be different than your max speed at sea level. One of the reasons why we travel so high at 30,000 feet is because it's more fuel efficient to do so, because there's less wind resistance. You don't have to expel as much fuel to overcome air resistance and shit to maintain your speeds.
Hoping actually, I'm in a full melee team. It's a 7 Kara. I would take Tony's promise at a +7, and Valor farm it up to max.
Oh my god.
Hopefully,
yeah, that's the way to do it.
It might actually have, because like I mean, the hard part is gonna be if these guys are actually like somewhat not geared.
The descent increases speeds.
But
Yeah, I would
we'll
just like
see.
look at like the flight path or whatever for it.
Gotta check you guys out. 283. He's got a 288 and a 285 trinket. Got two 272s. He's gonna take it.
Can you produce any evidence that a Boeing 767 equipped with regular engines
all of these
can
but
fly
one
for almost
dude
2 minutes beyond 500 miles per hour
can't
in the
trade
lower
it.
strata
Why doesn't
of the
none of them
atmosphere
want it?
without suffering
I
any
know.
visible
That's
structural
that's
damage?
why I just.
Well, it could have suffered damage too. That but that's
I'm
not
just gonna be
relevant
an
because they're
asshole.
not
I'm just gonna be an asshole. Just gonna be an asshole. I'm just gonna leave. I have every right to be an asshole for a +7.
Those poor +7 players.
No, I have every right to be an asshole. You know what? Fuck them. I don't even care. Give me
in the
one
lower
that I can
strata of
actually
the atmosphere without suffering
something
any
off.
visible structural damage. Can you explain how amateur
But like
pilots
every
who have
lower
never
is
flown
like done
jet
by a
before in their life
fucking 1600 player. It's like, please don't. Please don't. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we lying on? Like all 1100s. 15. What are we doing here? What are we actually doing here?
Jesus Christ. This might be too complicated for me to follow, but maybe not. Can a Boeing
I just
767
can't.
200
I just want
flight 510
fucking
knots at
5-hour
100
IO, dude. That's all I want. That's all I
7
want.
years and
Just a
2
little bit of IO. 5 IO. I'm above Lily. She's
The
chill.
speed is
I'm chill.
secondary. What
I'm
determines
happy.
the physical limits
Everything's
of the Boeing
good.
767 is Mach number and dynamic pressure.
Yeah, you're
510
keeping her
knots at
stuck on her
400
freeze.
meters in standard atmospheric conditions equals
No,
Mach
she wanted to do. She wanted
0.775.
to.
This is well within the limits of a Boeing 767, but at 400 meters, it
top
produces a
that
dynamic
IO that
pressure of
douchebag
40,567.
of a
Is that
Yeah,
newtons
that's
per
fine.
meter squared? And that is too much. The maximum.
Now I want to
dive
keep
speed
pushing.
Of the 767 is 420.
And I think what sucks also is I can't even get that in like vault. I have to have a melee cleave given to me,
is illegal, but it is so possible.
and I have to have a melee cleave that is over geared.
Altitude, it would be
Because I know if they,
entirely
I know they don't
capable
want
of
it. No
reaching
melee
speed, but slow
person
down
wants
once
it. There's,
stops
it's literally not best for any. Yeah, it's not best for anybody. But it's really
Several effects
fucking
which
good
cause
for a
catastrophic failure
healer.
when flying too fast.
Yeah.
It's like
It
absurdly
gusts
good for a
result in
healer.
load
The
factor.
damage output is so
When
stupid.
When the pilot commands large control inputs,
But I can't
he
get
can
it.
overstress the structure, or flutter might also cause structural damage. The CIA literally hosts the book version of
That
this
is a
documentary.
priceless
Does the CIA just have
details
everything?
for Gambit. Quote, please have a strat in mind that is more than, quote, somebody will get orbs and but not me for lobby.
That's kind of weird.
Because everybody in Gambit never does a fucking orb. Never in their life.
How does something get into the CIA.gov library? Controlled opposition. Remember, to experience flutter, you need to excite the motion first. Here is a good discussion of this topic. In short, flying a Boeing 767 in 400 meters at 510 knots is not recommended, but it's entirely possible and most likely even safe when done in calm air and by a calm pilot. It only won't last
I have
long
a
because the
feeling
engines will not produce
it
enough
doesn't
thrust to
go
maintain
over a
speed.
certain number.
Flying this dive requires guts, but no special skills.
Aura.
Sounds like a shill to me.
Seems like this explosive's high scored.
This guy said,
Yeah, I think it
would
resets
likely
after
be impossible
100.
for a large transport category jet
Yeah, I
to
heard you
reach
mention
an
that during
knots
the
at an
feed.
altitude
I'm
low.
not sure how to
Drag
fix
increases
that,
with the
or if there
square
is
speed
even a
in
way
the
to fix it.
transonic region presents some additional challenges on top of that. A 76 should have sufficient thrust to accelerate past VMO at low altitude, but VMO for a 76 is 360 knots in SL. A long way from 500. Even if structural power plant failures due to overstress wasn't an issue, 76 would be drag limited from reaching anywhere near 500 knots in level flight, so not on a dive. With respect to
I'm a
failure
max
modes, there are structural
character.
concerns, skin integrity concerns, power plant concerns, and Mach tuck. One or more of these would be encountered long before you had a chance to reach 500 knots. Bending of the airframe, control surface flutter, skin integrity, Mach tuck. The center pressure moves rearward along the wing chord when the aircraft enters the transonic regime. The exact spinning characteristics of the shift differ by aircraft. Power plant failure. Which 500 knots would require the power plant to generate tremendous amounts of thrust, requiring a much greater displacement of
I don't understand what you
compressors and
I might just
turbines,
get it.
a much hotter burn
Okay.
in the Western chamber.
I like this one, but it's easy. It's easy to read, and it resets by itself. Last one I had, you had to actually click a button to reset.
Such high speed would stem from the factor control surface.
Because if you go from one dungeon to the next, it's like, that's a...
Ordinary list might lead to an aircraft that is responsive, bordering on twitchy, and require very light control inputs, but the story is a bit more complicated in an aircraft like a 76 due to the role played by the envelope protection software and the hydraulic actuation system. Jesus.
You know what happened? I went and I looked at your VOD. You moved it and it reset the numbers.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah,
Okay.
you went and you moved it.
That's stupid.
All the zeros. Yeah, I know.
That's actually stupid, but okay.
Yeah, it
at
is
least,
stupid,
at
but
least
I
won.
just saw it. Yeah, you slid it over a bit to the side. The numbers reset.
Yeah, because I had my action bars. I was either gonna pump my action bars up or like push them up, or I was gonna have a. Which I can left plenty of fun.
Yeah, you went from 54 down to 0.
Yeah, I was like, "There's no shot." I was like, I remember 50, but I was like, then everyone else was around the same. They're like in single digits. That happened. Or like maybe one person was above.
8, 6, 3, and I think 2. So.
This is in 2014.
Nick, do you want to do dungeons or are you busy?
I'm busy right now, but I'll be on in like 30 minutes maybe.
30
If you're
minutes?
around, because then I'm down.
I'll be around. Because, like, at this point, I'm like, I want to do a lower just to just do it. But then I'm like, bro, lower is like the least fun of them all. Like, it's like the most where you're going to have the turnover of just flop, flop, scruff, scuff, 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 and turn it back over. And it's like, fuck.
The radar is always.
So I want to just sit here and teleport to Kara and come back out and teleport to Kara and come back out and teleport to Kara. Fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'll be around pretty soon.
I'll just chill.
From 503. Oh, this is gonna link me that same paper, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Jesus. I'll just throw these in here for later reference, I guess.
Could maintain full control of an airliner that has exceeded the VMO by almost 200 miles per hour. And why would some terrorists who have been lucky enough to get within reach of their target want to risk the entire operation by imposing such a stress on the airplane that it would almost...
Oh god, I just fast-forwarded way too far for no reason. Fuck!
Detailed how to replace a civil airliner with a military called with plan. What happened to the passenger? If operates a liner that has pilots suffering any visible structural damage. Can you explain how amateur pilots who had never flown a jet before in their life could maintain full control of an airliner that has exceeded the VMO by almost 200 miles per hour? And why would some terrorists who have been lucky enough to get within reach of their target want to risk the entire operation by imposing such a stress on the airplane that it would almost certainly cause them to crash before they complete their mission? One question becomes inevitable at this point. If those were military drones and not regular airliners, what happened to the passengers? With certainty, no one can answer this question. One thing we do know, however, the CIA has been developing plans for covert operations that involve the in-flight swapping of commercial airliners with military drones since the 1960s. One such plan was called Operation Northwoods, and it detailed how to replace a civil airliner with a military drone in mid-air, unbeknownst to the air traffic controllers. After the swap, the airliner would be landed in a military base. The drone would continue to fly, appearing on radar as the original plane, and would be remotely guided all the way into the target.
Jesus.
We don't know whether this is the actual end the passengers met, but one thing we can say for sure. Those who called their relatives from their cell phones could not have placed those calls from the airplanes in flight. Minutes after the fourth plane had crashed in Pennsylvania, news was already circulating that several passengers had made calls with their cell phones from the hijacked airplanes.
We are being hijacked. We are being hijacked. Those frightening words were uttered.
Okay, I know that this was proposed, but in 2001, were we using drone technology yet to fly planes? It's possibly were. I don't remember. It's been a long while. Dad says FAA radars are basically only designed to track the beacon on the plane, not the plane itself. The beacons on the plane are turned off, and backup radars being used to track the fireplanes. Operation Sandstorm, when was that? Not large ones and not well. When did we start using drones warfare? November 3rd, 2002, the first recorded targeted drone strike by the CIA killed 6 targets suspected of participating in Al-Qaeda and posing U.S. security threat. So they're saying that in 2001, the United States military had the technology to remotely pilot large enough planes on a precise enough path to... It feels like it wouldn't be that complicated for non-moving targets if you were, but I just don't know the sophistication of like our... It feels like it wouldn't be that hard, even in 2000, but I don't know, I have no idea.
By a passenger aboard United Flight 93 who was able to call emergency personnel on his cell phone before the plane crashed in western Pennsylvania.
And tonight we're getting reports of cell phone calls from at least 3 of those 4 flights. On the second flight that came out of Boston, that was the second flight of the day, and also went into one of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, there was a businessman who got off 2 cell phone calls to his father.
CNN commentator Barbara Olson, wife of U.S. Solicitor General Ted Olson. She reportedly called her husband twice on a mobile phone to tell him her plane was being hijacked.
The problem is that in 2001, it was practically impossible to make a call with a cell phone from an airplane at cruising altitudes. The whole idea behind cellular phones is that they use low power transmitters, both to keep the cost of the units down.
Oh, so this is, now he's stumbling into a topic that we did do a lot of research on before we hopped into the documentary. So cell phones in 2001, some of them would have been older ones that are using stronger transmitters because the FCC regulations were a bit different back then. And we do know that the airphones existed on planes that allowed them to do calls to people on the ground. That was like a pretty standard technology in commercial airliners back at the time. We know that's true.
And to preserve battery life. It is up to the receiving towers on the ground to pick up and boost their signal before they route it through the system. It is commonly thought that beyond 10,000 feet in altitude, most cell phones become useless. Passenger planes normally...
This is true today for today's cell phone tech, but for the older models back in the early 2000s when they were using different frequencies and communicating on different bands, I think the theoretical limit for these was like 5 or 6 it might have been 10 miles. It was like 55,000 feet was the theoretical limit for some of these working, basically.
They cruise at 30,000 feet and beyond. The editors of Popular Mechanics, however, maintain that cell phones do work from cruising airplanes, even at maximum altitudes.
David Dunbar.
With regard to the cell phones, we did what any reporter would do. We talked to experts in the field, and in fact cell phones do work at that altitude up to 35,000 feet and higher. And
in 2001?
In 2001, and it might be instructive for you to talk to some of the cell phone experts.
Instead of talking to experts, Japanese television decided to take matters into their own hands. In 2003, they conducted an on-camera experiment near Ontario, Canada, to verify the actual reach of cell phones from different altitudes.
The cellular phone system used in the experiment in Canada is the one used in the United States. 3 cell phones, each from different telephone companies, were used. The experiment begins at 1,000 feet.
Hello?
Hello, I'm calling from cell phone A. 1,000 feet, what is happening for you? Sounds okay?
The results were the same with the other 2. Next, we went up to 4,000 feet. Then...
No, not on me.
Company B's phone stopped working at 4,000 feet. And when the aircraft rose to 6,000 feet, Company A's phone also became useless. At 8,000 feet, none of the 3 cell phones worked anymore.
No service on A, no service on B, no service on C.
In other words, at an altitude of 35,000 feet...
I mean, commercial airliners at the time sold airphone services in commercial flights. Like, anybody could buy and use those phones on the back of the flights. So clearly, there was technology that allowed them to make calls. I don't know if in 2003 or if in the area you're in, it's going to matter much. If there's like a higher density of towers in fucking New York where these planes were crashing or whatever. But I mean, like, the technology existed, right? Airphone was a service. It was in commercial planes. I wonder if this changes based on like the density of cell phone towers or where you're flying over, or if the type of phone that you're using changes it as well. But
cell phones would have been totally useless.
There is another problem besides altitude that makes calling from a cell phone unthinkable from a cruising airplane, and that is speed. Calling from an aircraft with a cell phone would be like calling from a car traveling at 500 miles per hour. The connection would continuously need to be transferred from one receiving station to the next, and then to the next, and again to the next. The transfer procedure between two receiving stations is called handoff, and it relies on continuous triangulations between the receiving towers in order to establish the exact position of the caller. As the mobile unit approaches the handoff zone, the first tower senses the weakening of the signal and prepares to transfer the call to the second. When the second...
Don't they use GSM system in that part? I don't remember what they were using back in 2001. I think they were still changing over to... They were switching over to CDMA? Or I don't know all of the cell phone technology. It's been a long time, and I don't know anything about cell phones back then, so...
Tower senses the signal is strong enough to take over, the handoff procedure is initiated. If everything goes well, the call is rerouted into the system by the new receiving station. But the speed by which an airplane approaches and crosses over the handoff zone is so high that the towers wouldn't have the time to complete the handoff procedure. The call would be dropped, and the person would need to dial the number from scratch. If one considers the altitude and the speed problems combined, it should be clear that the chances of having an actual conversation with a cell phone from a cruising airplane are practically nil. Even after 2001, both altitude and speed problems remain. In 2000,
it also, this is also one of those things, and I'll apply my conspiracy hat, since he's applying his conspiracy hat and not giving us an actual answer. This would also be another thing where, like, let's say that it was impossible for calls to happen, and it was all faked. Why would you fake something that's impossible? Like, why would you fake something that's so clearly impossible? Like, imagine in 2001, they were like, yeah, the people mailed letters from the planes. It's like, how are you mailing a letter from a plane? What the fuck does that even mean? It's like, oh, well, they called on their cell phones. You mean, well, wait, you can't do that either. If it was the case that these were military drones and it was all fabricated, why would they fake phone calls that people should also know are impossible to do? It just seems weird. Why would you do that?
2005, the Washington Post wrote, most cell phones can't reach a station from beyond 10,000 feet. Another technical hurdle is to find a way that cell phone calls would be handed off.
Okay.
Another technical hurdle is to...
That's 2005. Cell phones can make surprising connections sometimes. I know this because I had a flight from... Where was I flying from? It was over Nevada. I was flying from Vegas to some other thing, and my shield died in Lord's Mobile. And I was somehow able to get a 4G connection in the air to reshield my Lord's Mobile base. But I think this was a lower altitude flight. I think we were flying at 20,000 or 25,000 instead of 35,000 feet. So I know it's possible because I did it before to shield in Lord's Mobile. I thought I was fucked. I realized once we'd taken off, I was like, oh my God, my shit. So I was like on the floor of the plane, like constantly refreshing my shit. And I managed to do it. It was based. But this is also 2019. I don't remember when I played Lord's Mobile, but...
Find a way that cell phone calls would be handed off from one cell tower to another on the ground when an aircraft is traveling at 500...
The floor? I don't know. I thought if I held the phone lower, I could find the cell phone tower. Listen, dude. My army, all right?
100 miles an hour. And even 10 years after 9/11, people who try to use their cell phone from cruising altitudes are bound to get the same result.
Wait.
And people who try to use their cell phone from cruising...
Did he just say cell phones?
And even 10 years after 9/11, people who try to use their cell phone from cruising altitudes are bound to get the same results. Once it became clear that the passengers could not have placed their calls from the cell phones on the airplanes, the official narrative on this issue became more and more ambiguous and non-committal. Theodore Olson, who had initially told the press he had received 2 cell phone calls from his wife Barbara, changed his story to calls made from an airphone. And by the time the 9/11 Commission published their final report, only one mention on the cell phone calls remained. Shortly thereafter, wrote the Commission, passengers and flight crew began a series of calls from GTA airphones and cellular phones. No indication on which calls were made from cell phones and which ones with airphones was given. The authorities from the Moussaoui trial also avoided being too specific on the origin of the calls. Within the official documentation, they released this flash animation, which contains all the basic information on the 4 hijacked airplanes. By clicking on any of the flights, one can view the passengers list. By clicking on the telephone icon at the bottom, the passengers who have made phone calls are highlighted. And by clicking on any of the passengers' names, the list of the calls they have made is displayed. Each of the calls lists the exact time it was placed, the duration, the initial part of the number dialed, and the name of the person receiving the call. But the number from which the phone call was placed is missing. The only information available is the location on the plane the calls were presumably made from, row 30 in this case. It's as if the authorities were trying to suggest that the calls were made from airphones without having to put it down on paper. Only in 2 cases did the authorities openly state that a cell phone was used. One is the call allegedly placed to 911 by a passenger who had locked himself in a lavatory where airphones are not available. The second is a call placed by flight attendant C.C. Lyles to her husband, who later described...
Let me get a drink real quick. Time to soy up. Wait. Jesus Christ. The maximum range of a mast, where it is not limited by interference with the mast, provides the same considerations. In any case, limiting an effectivity of low power, personal cell phone to transmit back to the mast. As a rough guide based on tall mast and flat terrain, it may be possible to get between 50 and 70 kilometers, 31 and 43 miles. When the terrain is hilly, the maximum distance can vary from as little as 6 to 8 due to encroachment of intermediate objects on the wide... Who is this guy? GSM tower can replace between 3 and 80 kilometers of cabling for fixed wireless networks. In addition, some technologies such as GSM have an additional absolute maximum range of 22 miles, which is imposed by technical limitations. CDMA and IDEN have no such limit defined by timing. Oh, so if that Asian country was using GSM towers, which is what I think they said, CDMA and IDEN don't have the same restrictions? Gee, who the fuck is this guy? Sorry, random Discord dude coming through. Is that range limit given here? Depending on the terrain and other circumstances, a GSM tower can replace between 3 and 80 kilometers of cabling for fixed wireless networks. In addition, some technologies of GSM have an additional absolute max range of 35 kilometers, which is imposed by technical limitations. CDMA and IDEN have no such limit defined by timing. Oh, interesting. Oh, they were testing in Canada. Why do I keep thinking Asian? Was it text in Japanese? Am I crazy? Oh, was a Japanese news thing done in Canada? Oh, they said GSM towers though, didn't they? Or am I making that up? Hold on. Soya.
his surprise in receiving a call from her cell phone in a television interview.
Once the phone got disconnected, then I sat up in the bed like, it was like I just woke up. I'm like, was that a real call? So I looked at the caller ID and noticed that it was a call, and it was from her cell phone. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. How can she call me from on the plane from a cell phone? Because cell phones don't work on the plane. That's what I'm thinking.
As only these two phone calls were admitted by the authorities, the debunkers have universally adopted the only two cell phone calls made position.
Le telefonate non sono state fatte con il cellulare, sono state fatte con gli earphone. In soli 2 casi è stato usato un cellulare, quindi quelle 2 telefonate brevissime, frammentarie, sono state fatte quando l'aereo era una quota perfettamente compatibile con la rete cellulare americana.
But one thing is the number of cell phone calls admitted to. Another is the number of calls that were actually made. In the days following 9/11, the FBI interviewed the various people who had received a phone call from their relatives on the planes, and their reports tell a different story. One of the reports reads, starting at approximately 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, which is 9:30 New York time, Dina Burnett received a series from 3 to 5 cellular phone calls from her husband, Thomas Burnett. Burnett was able to determine her husband was using his own cellular phone because the caller ID showed his number. Only one of the calls did not show the caller ID as she was on the line with another call. According to the official documentation, Thomas Burnett made a total of 3 calls. One at 9:30, one at 9:37, and one at 9:44. This means that at least 2 of these calls, if not all 3, were made from Burnett's cellular phone. At 9:30, the plane was flying at 32,000 feet and climbing. At 9:37, it had reached 36,000 feet and was still climbing. At 9:44, it had descended to 22,000.
Shouldn't it have been trivial? I don't know if they did this as part of the 9/11 Commission or this guy or other people or FOIA requested. Shouldn't it be trivial to get like phone logs? Well, fuck, I wonder how long these companies keep phone logs. Probably not infinitely, huh? There's probably some.
Feet, while it accelerated until reaching a ground speed of almost 400 miles per hour. None of these calls seems to have been possible with a cell phone from that airplane. According to another report, United 93 passenger Jeremy Glick saw hijackers on the plane, used a cell phone and called Makeley, his stepmother, to report the hijacking. He then asked to talk to his wife, Lisbeth.
And he was on the phone and he had told me that his plane had been hijacked.
According to the FBI, Glick's wife, Lisbeth, could not hear any unusual sounds in the background of the call, and the connection was extremely clear, as if he was calling from the next room. Cell phone communication was lost at 9:55. Glick placed the call at 9:37, which means the communication lasted uninterrupted for 18 minutes while the plane was flying between 39,000 and 10,000 feet at an average speed of almost 400 miles per hour. Only a miracle could have kept that connection open for all that time had the call truly been placed from the airplane in flight. Lauren Grancolis possessed a cellular phone and is believed to have allowed another...
Yeah, this is what I'm curious. So Apple Cider, this is what I read earlier. Fact, amps were used in 2001. Most did not use this, but some did. For those with amps devices, the calls worked. Because my understanding was that back then, cell phones that were using a little bit of the older technology would have had stronger transmitters, much stronger than the newer ones because of the bands they operated on, because they were using analog instead of digital shit or whatever the fuck that means. But I don't know enough about the technology at the time to feel like strong about that point. I think it was one thing that we read through trying to figure out if that happened, but...
passenger Honor Wainio to use the cellular phone. Wainio placed one call to her parents at 9:53 when the plane was at about 10,000 feet, traveling close to 400 miles per hour. Elsa Strong received a cell phone call from her sister, Lisa Gronlund, a passenger on United 93. Gronlund made the call to her sister at 9:46 when the plane was at 17,000 feet and traveling at almost 400 miles per hour.
I don't understand what they're actually suggesting happened. Did they fake calls from relatives? So it sounds, I don't know what the next part of it is going to go on, but they're basically, it sounds like what they're trying to say is when the planes took off, they go parked somewhere else and military drones were swapped out instead. And the military drones are what crashed into the planes. All of these phone calls, the reason why they were able to make the phone calls so crystal clear is because these people were just in another area, like sitting in a bunker somewhere, I guess before they executed them or something. And they are the ones that made the phone calls to their family pretending that the planes were getting hijacked. That's what they're suggesting here. Now, unfortunately, there's absolutely no evidence for any of this, but that's what's being suggested or implied. But
Britain was also a passenger on United 93. Britain's live-in boyfriend received a cellular phone call from Britain during the hijacking. Britain told Fiumano, her boyfriend, that she had borrowed a cell phone from another passenger. Britain's call to Fiumano took place at 9:49 when United 93 was flying beyond 13,000 feet at a speed of 420 miles per hour. Peter Hansen, a passenger on United 175, contacted his mother on cell phone and said the flight had been hijacked. Peter's father, Lee, said that he resisted the temptation to call his son back because he didn't want to place him in more danger by having his cell phone ring on the plane. Peter Hansen called his parents twice, at 8:52 and at 9 a.m. At 8:52, the plane was at 30,000 feet and it was climbing. At 9 o'clock, it was flying at over 18,000 feet in altitude, while it accelerated towards the record-breaking speed of almost 600 miles per hour near sea level. Brian Sweeney was also a passenger on United 175. After learning of the attacks, wrote the FBI, his wife Julie Sweeney returned home to find that her husband had left a message made from his cell phone aboard the plane on their answering machine. Sweeney made the call at 8:58 in between the two Hansen calls when the plane was still at 25,000 feet in altitude. While any one of these phone calls could have momentarily been connected by a set of fortunate coincidences, it should be obvious that all these cell phone calls as a whole could not have been made from the cruising airplanes.
one thing that sucks about this is, so one, aside from not knowing any of the actual phones used or the technologies that these phones were operating on at the time, where it could have been possible, what we also don't know is we don't know how many calls failed. Because what if we found out that like these were all placed from cell phones? What if we find out that 60 more people tried to place calls, but they failed because they didn't have connection, right? In that case, these wouldn't look as crazy, because right now it looks like, holy shit, 9 people tried to place calls at over 10,000 feet and somehow they all went through. Well, what if like 80% of them failed? But we don't have that information, unfortunately. What do you know?
Question. Given the known limitations of the cellular phone system in 2001,
the only reason they swapped the plane was to exceed the speed. Why wouldn't they camouflage a proper plane and lead the passengers? I don't know. I don't think it goes that deep. I don't think that these, I don't think that this documentary is going to actually propose a theory of what happened. It's just poking holes in the original story, basically. And then it's up to you to figure out what you think happened.
can you provide any evidence that the cell phone calls made by the passengers reported by the FBI could have been made from the altitudes, at the speeds, and for the durations indicated for each of them? We do know, however, that the calls were made, as no one has ever doubted that the relatives actually received them. This opens the way to a disturbing possibility, which seems to support the in-flight swap hypothesis, that the passengers were forced to call their relatives under duress, pretending to be on the airplane, while in fact they had already been landed in some unknown location. In support of this hypothesis, we have different elements. One is the conversation passenger Todd Beamer had with a GTA airphone operator, Lisa Jefferson, during the hijack of Flight 93. It is through Lisa Jefferson that the whole world learned about the famous call to action, "Let's roll."
When he told the guys, "Are you ready?" I assumed that they were waiting on his cue. Then they responded to him, and he said, "Okay, let's roll."
The 9/11 Commission has established that the hijack took place at 9:28. Todd Beamer was connected to Lisa Jefferson at 9:43, some 15 minutes into the hijacking. The FBI report confirms that Jefferson received the call from Beamer at approximately 8:45 Central Time, which is 9:45 Eastern. But the contents of the conversation are strikingly at odds with the official narrative. According to Jefferson, Beamer called to state that the plane was about to be hijacked. He stated that 3 individuals, 2 wielding knives, the third with a bomb strapped to his waist with a red belt, were preparing to take control of the flight. Jefferson estimated that she spoke to Beamer for 7 minutes before the 2 hijackers armed with knives entered the cockpit. This places the hijacking at around 9:52, while officially it took place at 9:28. This is no small discrepancy. How could Beamer be describing events that are supposed to be happening in front of his eyes when in fact they had already happened?
Is it not possible that, where was Beamer seated? Is it not possible that it was already hijacked but he wasn't aware of it? Is that impossible to know?
Half an hour before. How could the terrorists be preparing to take control of the flight at 9:45 when they had already been in the cockpit for more than 15 minutes?
I don't know if he's close enough to even see what's going on in the cockpit. I imagine it's possible that they could have hijacked the plane already without him having any idea whatsoever, no?
The FBI also wrote that Jefferson noted that the call had an unusually low amount of background noise, the same thing Liz Glick had noticed. Furthermore, the records show that Beamer's call lasted roughly 1 hour and that the line was left open after the crash. "We didn't lose a connection," stated Jefferson, "because there's a different sound that you use. I never lost connection. It just went silent." Jefferson stayed on the phone, stated the FBI, until she learned Flight 93 had crashed. Question. Since airphones are powered by the same airplane's electrical system, how could the line have remained open for another 45 minutes? Discrepancy. How could Beamer be describing events that are supposed to be happening? Terrorists be preparing to 15 minutes. Control of the flight at 9.
Should write this down. Destiny, this is Slugsney, but the theoretical top speed of 747 given by the manufacturer is between Mach 0.82 and 0.88, which at sea level, Mach speed changes based on pressure, so this should be able to map as a speed of 646 miles per hour without even needing stored kinetic energy from the dive. I don't know where you got that from, but okay. Destiny, they're going in on Cloudflare because they host KF. Not gonna lie, I don't even know enough about them to know if this is true. Do I want to... Hold on. Fuck me, dude. I can't help myself. I can't help myself on this one. Sorry. Sorry, hold on. Misbehaving. Is this, if I post this, are people gonna count this as doxing? I don't know, okay. Okay, boom. Hold on, I'll be back, 1 second. Stop! Stand for a hamster.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
hole. Hole.
Shockwave. Shockwave.
Hole.
Hello. Sorry. Okay.
When they,
wait. Oh, yeah,
they had already been in the cockpit for more than 15 minutes. The FBI also wrote that Jefferson noted that the call had an unusually low amount of background noise, the same thing Liz Glick had noticed. Furthermore, the records show that Beamer's call lasted roughly 1 hour, and that the line was left open after the crash. "We didn't lose a connection," stated Jefferson, "because there's a different sound that you use. I never lost connection. It just went silent." Jefferson stayed on the phone, stated the FBI, until she learned Flight 93 had crashed. Question: since airphones are powered by the same airplane's electrical system.
4, 3, 2, 1. Find shelter.
I don't know how I could ever possibly begin to answer this question. I don't know the technical specifications of how these phones like close their lines, or even if that woman was correct that the line hadn't been closed, or well, I have no idea. I don't even know how I could ever begin to address this question.
How could the line have remained open for another 45 minutes after the plane had literally disintegrated to the ground in 1,000 pieces? All these discrepancies seem to suggest that Beamer was not on the plane, observing real events unfolding, but was describing an imaginary, pre-scripted situation from a different location. In support of this hypothesis, we also have the dramatic message left by flight attendant CeCe Lyles in her husband's answering machine before briefly talking to him on her cell phone. As she herself is suggesting, we should listen very carefully.
Tuesday, 9:47 a.m.
Hi, baby. Baby, you have to listen to me carefully. I'm on a plane that's been hijacked. I'm on the plane. I'm calling from the plane. I want to tell you I love you. Please tell my children that.
We too can notice the absence of the typical background noise heard inside a plane.
I don't know what to say.
I don't know what typical background noise heard inside of a plane means. Phones, I don't know what they would have been like in 2001 because it's so long ago. But phones apply an algorithm to filter out background noise. Like you don't hear. That's why when you're listening to a cell phone call, you don't hear every single thing going on in the background. It's not like the way that phones work has never been like that ever. Especially things like drones can be easy to edit out too. That's just for a cell phone. On like a normal, I think on normal, you wouldn't call them analog phones, but on ground phones, I think you can hear background noise more because I think the microphones work a little bit differently. But on cell phones, there's a whole bunch of technology applied to filter out like random background noises. That's pretty common nowadays. It was common 10 years ago. I don't know about 20 years ago. I'm not sure. Have they always had that tech? I don't remember. I don't remember cell phones from 20 years ago. I truly don't remember.
There's 3 guys. They've hijacked the plane. I'm trying to be calm.
After saying goodbye.
But she could also be like in a bathroom or in a corner. She could have her hand over the receiver.
3,
like it's hard to say, right?
2,
I don't know.
1. Find shelter.
Todd Beamer phone call. They don't mention that he made 2 calls to AT&T, which disconnected, and called his wife, which immediately disconnected. Wait, did he? Compare.
4, 3.
I'm at 154.16. How far back was the Beamer calls?
This is no small, not too high lives. State that the king lethal time terms that E3 some 20 whole Jefferson conversation passenger turns to a disturbing possibility, which seems to support the in-flight swap hypothesis, that the passengers were forced to call their relatives under duress, pretending to be on the airplane, while in fact they had already been landed in some unknown location. In support of this hypothesis, we have different elements. One is the conversation passenger Todd Beamer had with a GTA airphone operator, Lisa Jefferson, during the hijack of Flight 93. It is through Lisa Jefferson that the whole world learned about the famous call to action, "Let's roll."
When he told the guys, "Are you ready?" I assumed that they were waiting on his cue. Then they responded to him, and he said, okay, let's roll.
The 9/11.
Oh, interesting. That's not really a lie, but it's a little bit of an interesting omission that he leaves out that Todd Beamer tried to call AT&T twice, but the calls were terminated upon connection. Then he tried to call his wife, but the call was terminated upon connection. And then he did another call to a GTE Airphone operator when his cell phone... So this would be an example of a cell phone call that they tried to make that didn't work, unless we think this evidence is all fake, I guess. Passenger contacted GTE Airphone officer detection lasted for the remainder of the flight. According to the 9/11 mission report, Beamer's call provided phone information. The pilot was hijacked, and the captain and first officer were lying on the phone because someone was injured or possibly dead. One of the hijackers had a red belt with a bomb struck his waist. Two of the hijackers who had knives entered the cockpit because they were behind them. At some point, the hijackers closed the curtain between first class and coach, so the passengers could not see in first class. Those in the rear of the plane were not being monitored by the hijackers. The plane was going up and down in a turn or change direction. He and some of the passengers were planning something, and he was going to put the phone down. Notes made by the FBI following interviews with phone operators included information. Said that Beamer asked people to be connected with his wife if that was not possible. If a message could be passed to his wife, telling her that he left her. The second GTE Airphone operator said she could hear screams, prayers, exclamations, and talk of subduing the hijackers. At approximately 9 a.m., Beamer said that the passengers were about to attack the hijackers. At approximately 9 a.m., 10 a.m. EST, they said that they were going to attack them. I feel like that's a lot of information left out as well.
In support of this hypothesis, we have different elements. One is the conversation passenger Todd Beamer had with a GTA Airphone operator, Lisa Jefferson, during the hijack of Flight 93. It is through Lisa Jefferson that the whole world learned about the famous call to action, let's roll.
And he told the guys, are you ready? I assumed that they were waiting on his cue. Then they responded to him, and he said, okay, let's roll.
The 9/11 Commission has established that the hijack took place at 9:28. Todd Beamer was connected to Lisa Jefferson at 9:43, some 15 minutes into the hijacking. The FBI report confirms that Jefferson received the call from Beamer at approximately 8:45 Central Time, which is 9:45 Eastern. But the contents of the conversation are strikingly at odds with the official narrative. According to Jefferson, Beamer called to state that the plane was about to be hijacked. He stated that 3 individuals, 2 wielding knives, the third with a bomb strapped to his waist with a red belt, were preparing to take control of the flight. Jefferson estimated that she spoke to Beamer for 7 minutes before the 2 hijackers armed with knives entered the cockpit. This places the hijacking at around...
Is there a way to get that original source of that text? Because it sounds like the guy was just talking, like he'd already called saying that they were going to hijack the flight. It sounds like he was speaking colloquially, like the plane was already hijacked. He's like, they're about to hijack the flight, like steer it or do something. Because here it says that Todd Beamer is saying that 2 of the hijackers who had knives entered the cockpit and closed it behind them. At some point, the hijackers closed the curtains between first class and coach so that passengers could not see into first class. Those in the rear of the plane not being monitored by hijackers. The plane was going up and down and had turned or changed direction.
4, 3, 2,
what time was this
1.
said?
Find shelter.
Because this transcription over here is, or over here, it's making it sound like he already knew that they were in control of the flight, but he was speaking colloquially, like, holy shit, like, I think they're hijacking the plane, or they're about to hijack it, like, they're gonna drive it somewhere. Like, he was just, like, speaking like that, but he knew it was already hijacked. I imagine if he's saying this on the phone, he already knows it's hijacked, the plane's doing crazy stuff. I wonder if we can find that original key source in there.
2 hijackers armed with knives entered the cockpit. This places the hijacking at around 9:52, while officially it took place at 9:28. This is no small discrepancy. How could Beamer be describing events that are supposed to be happening in front of his eyes, when in fact they had already happened half an hour before? How could the terrorists...
There is no transcript source from her recollection. The electricity called from Beamer gives an his own account of what they spoke about and are accurate in that respect, but other portions of the transcript are incorrect. There was no full tape of their call, as Jefferson and others reported.
3, 2, 1.
The key element of the transcript is particularly questionable. In terms of Jefferson told Beamer about
Find
other
shelter.
flights of crash of the Twin Towers as British X. Jefferson never told Beamer about the other hijackings. She told CBS News that she made a conscious decision not to tell Beamer about the World Trade Center. I wanted him to have hope and so a chance to get more flights on this certain view of CBS. Took notes, but only a few basic notes and a small post-it. The FBI took the notes but gave no further information, she said. Also, wait, didn't he say that there was no background noise? But here it says, a GTA airphone operator said she could hear screams, prayers, exclamations, and talks of subduing hijackers.
Oh,
approximately
no.
9 a.m. CST, 10 a.m. EST. Beamer said the passengers were about why wasn't this? Because he keeps saying over and over again, nobody heard any background noise. This seems like something that would be important to include. Well, apparently somebody heard background noise. Or is this part fake? Would they just say that this part was fake?
Be preparing to take control of the flight at 9:45 when they had already been in the cockpit for more than 15 minutes. The FBI also wrote that Jefferson noted that the call had an unusually low amount of background noise, the same thing Liz Glick had noticed. Furthermore, the record showed...
But he doesn't mention any of the background noise heard by the other airphone operator because Todd had called too. But...
The Beamer's call lasted roughly 1 hour, and that the line was left open after the crash. We didn't lose a connection, stated Jefferson, because there's a different sound that you use. I never lost connection, it just went silent. Jefferson stayed on the phone, stated the FBI, until she learned Flight 93 had crashed. Question. Since airphones are powered by the same airplane's electrical system, how could the line have remained open for another 45 minutes after the plane had literally disintegrated to the ground in 1,000 pieces? All these discrepancies seem to suggest that Beamer was not on the plane, observing real events unfolding, but was describing an imaginary pre-scripted situation from a different location. In support of this hypothesis, we also have the dramatic message left by flight attendant Cece Lyles in her husband's answering machine before briefly...
That's a pretty selective telling of this collection of things. But okay.
Talking to him on her cell phone, as she herself is suggesting we should listen very carefully.
Tuesday, 9:47 a.m.
Hi, baby. Baby, you have to listen to me carefully. I'm on a plane that's been hijacked. I'm on the plane. I'm calling from the plane. I want to tell you I love you. Please tell my children.
We too can notice the absence of the typical background noise heard inside a plane.
I don't know
what is the typical background noise heard from a cell phone? I hate that he says that. People don't call me from planes very often. What does that even mean?
Let's just say there's 3 guys. They've hijacked the plane. I'm trying to be calm.
After saying goodbye, she seems to fumble with the headset while she whispers a few more words into the mouthpiece.
I hope to be able to see your face again, baby. I love you. Bye.
End of message.
Oh God, no way.
Even by playing the segment several times, it remains difficult to hear anything different from the words, "It's a frame."
True. Okay, finally we got our real first piece of smoking gun evidence. True. Absolutely true and based. Finally.
Several times, it remains difficult to hear anything different from the words, "It's a frame."
Okay, if the FBI people or the NSA or the CIA or the fucking president is standing next to her forcing her to make the phone call, wouldn't they be listening to her? What? Hold on. So simultaneously, there's an agent next to her saying, here's the script, make the phone call, make it good, or we're gonna torture and murder your entire family. She's like, okay. And then she whispers, it's a frame at the end, and no one hears it?
Run out.
Empower.
Okay.
In any case, problem with the phone calls does not change. The cell phone calls confirmed by the FBI in their reports cannot have been made from the cruising airplanes. Someone has to explain where they came from.
Damn. End DVD 1/3.
Run out.
I've got 4 more hours to go. Or no, 3 more hours to go.
Again.
Okay, I'm gonna take a break. We might do another hour.
Shockwave.
Caleb Mount.
Hardcore, I don't know what is going.
Run out.
Holy shit, different sides of CPI buried their hatchet to call out Caleb. His abuse is forcibly stopped. Sexual misconduct. Oh no. When I first met Caleb, I was 19 years old, living on my own for the first time, paying my rent with my own paycheck. I was in a very vulnerable place socially and financially. At the same time, though, I considered myself to be more mature than my peers because how independent I was compared to my other political science classmates because I was one of the communists.
Run out.
I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
When I met him, a prominent YouTuber and accomplished journalist over a decade older than me who treated me like his intellectual equal, he made me feel intelligent and important, especially since he would frequently take me out to dinner where we discussed our political ambitions and think tank he wanted me to help him build. Center for Political Innovation. Beginning in 2019, we'd have dinner together at least once a month, and sometimes during those dinners, he would bring up what I assumed at the time was his academic interest in corporal punishment, especially spanking. What? As time went on, we became closer and closer friends, which led him to confide in me in 2020
so
during the beginning
fancy.
of the
What is
COVID
happening in my
pandemic. His
game?
academic special interest was, in fact, a sexual. He even told me that he would engage other people in conversations about corporal punishment and spanking because it turned him on to do so. When we became closer friends in 2021, he finally admitted to me that he would masturbate.
I didn't help. Okay, so.
Stop casting.
Bro, why am I at 400
Charging.
ping? I'm actually at 400 ping. Am I downloading something?
Charging.
No, it's better now. I think it is.
Charging. Move. 2. Step. Charging. Move. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step.
Empowered.
Charging. Move. Charging. Move. 4, 3, 2. Charging. 1. Stack. Charging. Move.
Empowered.
Watch your step. Stop casting.
Empowered.
Charging. Move. Charging. Move.
Hey, Kai.
4, 3, 2, 1. Charging. Stack. Charging, move. Charging, move. Charging, move. Stop casting.
Empower.
Shockwave.
Empower. Empower.
Shockwave.
Empower.
Shockwave. Dispel.
Rough one.
Empower.
Dispel.
Empower.
Dispel. Dispel. Dispel.
Right. What is happening? How was I even? Is that crazy?
Empower. Empower.
Shockwave.
Empower.
Shockwave.
Empower.
Why is my shit acting up? So stupid.
Empower. 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 Empower.
4, 3,
Guess we're just.
Shockwave.
I do not know what that is. I'm gonna just rage. I'll probably. That out. Babe, if you're there, my shit's fucking bugging right now. I might go in and out. Trying to figure. The way I love you.